that government is a communist government, or whether that government is a constitutional Republican government, or whether that government is democracy, or whether that government is a monarchy. If you believe in having a government, well, then you're a statist. You believe in having a state. And if you believe in having a state, you believe in using violence on your friends and your neighbors and your colleagues to put your preferred ruler into power over them. And there's a karmic debt that comes with that. And that's why I say that it's the only ism that's fair for all, and that leads to harmony and prosperity for all, because we don't really have to be fighting about these things at the political level. One of the examples I gave last night is going on in these elections right now. Is really, I'm willing to act violently on peaceful people to acquire courts and roads and national defense. And then that little box is nestled in a purple box where you'll see conservatives. And most conservatives, they're willing to act violently on peaceful people to acquire unemployment insurance and limited health care, limited housing, education, things like that. And then that box is nestled in socialism, and they want to have universal health care in addition to everything in all of the other boxes. And then communists are nestled, all the other boxes are nestled in that, and communists are willing to act violently on peaceful people to acquire housing and food and energy and clothing and everything else. And at the very bottom is the voluntarists. And we don't need to act violently on anybody. The world's a self-organizing system, and that we will seek to acquire and meet our political and socioeconomic goals voluntarily, peacefully, through cooperation and collaboration with others. And so that really is what sets us apart. Voluntarism is a little bit of the rebrand of peaceful anarchy. Now, a lot of people that are tuning in from around the world, that name may scare you, because anarchists have been associated with everything from violence to communism, when in reality, all anarchy means is no rulers. It doesn't mean no rules. It just means no rulers. But the rulers, because they don't want you to know that there's an option on the menu called no rulers, they have used control of the media and even control of the dictionary. I break it down in my book, Government, the Biggest Scam in History, Exposed. They've changed the meaning over time so that the word no rulers now means chaos and dystopia, when that could not be further from the truth. And so, we really don't need government. And so I mentioned that it's a provider of services, and whatever that service is, whether it's armed protective services that they call the police, whether it's dispute resolution that they call the courts, all of these things would be and could be provided, and we will demonstrate to you today throughout the conference, can be provided by the free market, by mutual aid societies, by homeowners associations and co-ops, insurance companies, nonprofits, and genuine charities. I mentioned that there's a moral case for voluntarism. And it really is centered on something called the non-aggression principle, which states that nobody has the ability to use violence or aggression on anybody else. And while that sounds like so basic that you would teach, you would teach that to a kindergartner, you would be amazed at how many people give the government an exception from the non-aggression principle and say, oh, well, the government's just got to do that because without it, how would we have roads? How would we have courts? How would we have all of these things that we desire? And the other piece of that is if you're advocating for government, if you're advocating for blue government or you're advocating for red government, you're advocating for violence to be used on your friends, your neighbors, and your colleagues to impose your desired ruler over them. And voting for violence has, as I mentioned, a karmic debt. So there's a moral case for voluntarism. There's also a logical case for voluntarism in that everything else is immoral or unproven or has failed. A lot of people think communism looks good on paper, doesn't work, doesn't deliver the goods, leads to bloodshed and murder and violence, and society falls apart and everybody forgets about it. And then the young ideological youth want to try it yet again, but this time we're going to get it right. And it's not logical. And the non-aggression principle should apply to everybody, or else it would be dumb to give your potential political opponents an exemption from morality. And so there's also a utilitarian case for voluntarism. Free markets produce the goods. Commerce benefits both parties, or the trade does not take place. Now, when I say commerce or I say capitalism, a lot of people associate this with the system that we're under right now, which is not capitalism at all, and it's not a free market at all. It would technically be called cronyism or crony capitalism, where the banks are given the ability to create money out of thin air, and they're buying up the world with their little paper tickets. They're providing unlimited capital to certain favored corporations, and these favored corporations are buying up and monopolizing the world. And the world that we live under today is made possible by government. It's metastasized by government. It's made all of the evils in the world are made worse by government. There's also the I don't want to be a chump case for voluntarism, because statism is being openly and obviously propagandized to the population using a variety of unethically manipulative techniques that I break down in my book. The government is running game on the population. The government is weaving the flag into 1,000+ movies, 1,000+ television shows that we know of. They're using an advertising technique called anchoring, where they're going to build up the audience to a moment of high positive emotion and then show you the flag. They're going to put the flag on the back of NBA backboards, so you subconsciously associate the exhilaration of the goal with the flag. They're going to run a gazillion other little tricks and techniques on you that once you see it, you can't unsee it. And so and nobody wants to get chumped. And so that's it. I'm going to wrap that up right now. I'm going to tell you that my organization is called the Art of Liberty Foundation. We're a startup public policy organization. We're coming at the problem from a principled voluntarist perspective, that government is illegitimate and undesirable on its face. And I'm going to kind of wrap it up. I'm ready to introduce our first speaker. And the way that I kind of wanted to structure the conference is I wanted to structure it by, first making the case that government is illogical and illegitimate. And I couldn't think of a better voice than Larken Rose. Larken Rose is an author. He's a documentarian. He is a creator that went viral around the world, millions of views, and turned it into a full-length feature film. I think create a successful liberty movement? How do you create a successful liberty community? So I want to welcome everybody to Liberty on the Rocks. For those of you in the audience unfamiliar with voluntarism, it's the idea that all relations between people must be voluntary.
You can decide for yourself if you're a fan of law and order. I am not. I'm a big fan of voluntary, peaceful order.
Our local government is executing World Economic Forum agendas through the UN Sustainable Development Goals.
If you're voting for or advocating or supporting government, then you are number one voting to rob your friends and neighbors who disagree. You're advocating violence as a solution to socioeconomic problems, and you're legitimizing the system that is enslaving you.
You know, I'm trying to make an impact nationally and internationally, but one of the things I do wherever I go is I want to make an impact locally. And so I got plugged in with a local liberty group, and I met a whole bunch of really, really amazing people that were already working towards liberty in Sedona.
Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Then we have a responsibility to do something about it.
They have to frame it in such a way so that the well-intentioned good people cheer for evil.
No one gets to use violence or extortion on anyone else. No one gets an exemption from morality, especially the government. And no one gets the ring of power because there isn't a ring of power.
Welcome to Liberty on the Rocks 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience so far. We have had a couple of issues with cord connectivity, but I'm honored to be here as a part of Liberty on the Rocks 2024, the voluntarism conference. So let me go through to start today. Ultimately, what we were playing in the beginning was Howard's opening. And this will be something you can catch on some of the different things I'll mention in a moment. Also, let me know on the audio right now. Let me know if everything is sounding okay, if you guys can hear me okay. And obviously I'm on a learning curve today where I'm holding the mic as opposed to being centered. So if I start to drift away, you guys let me know in the chat. Ultimately, let me know first off, everything sounds okay, because we're making sure there's no more cord issues. But the ultimate point is the opening it's something important you guys should check out. Howard has a lot of insightful things to say around this conversation, and I'll get into some opening points I want to make as soon as I make sure that everything sounds okay for you guys. Before I jump into everything, I wanted to make sure. Okay, sounds good. Awesome. So basically, I wanted to start out today with just a couple of shout outs in general. I want to thank Howard, or Etienne, as you guys know him as his pen name, for all the amazing things he's put together here, just the amazing team he's put together, the work that's being done here. I mean, this is something that I find very important today, as I think all of you know. I mean, it's an interesting time of evolving opinions. But I just want to first say thank you to everything they put together here and the entire movement that is around all of this. I want to thank civil.com, which is civl.com. That's what I wanted to say a moment ago, is that right now, if you go to civil.com, and the link will be on one of the things I posted, and probably right on the homepage, you'll see it. It's civl.com. You'll be able to go back and watch Howard's opening if you'd like to. I recommend that you do. You got, I think, about 50% of it, but they're due to some cord issues that was a little bit cutting out of the audio. So make sure you check that out, whether it's now or after the fact. So ultimately today, what this is going to be, and I think what actually I'll open with to show you guys this. So it's for those that might be confused about kind of the overlap here, is that right now what we are doing is a secondary live stream. So here is the main page that you're going to be seeing for the conference itself. Okay, so this is the actual main page for the conference. Now, my kind of joke for today is that the whole point of this, me doing this secondary stream, as where this is the primary stream where the speakers will be, where I'll be speaking with them as they come off the stage, is ultimately to drive people to that conference. Oh, and look, look at that. We're live today. We have a guest popping in already. So come on, ATN, sit down. How are you? So I was just telling them, unfortunately, there was a cord issue with the HDMI. We got about half of what you were opening and saying. So I was telling them on civil.com, they can still check it out. Oh, excellent. So make sure you can go check out, because it's powerful.
Did you lose the beginning or did you lose the end?
Mostly got, I think, the middle third, so essentially, and then it cut out again at the end. But
well, here, I'll give you the executive summary of the executive summary, and that government is illegitimate. We don't really need it. The world's a self-organizing system. It produces spontaneous order, and everything the government does would be done better, faster, and cheaper by the free markets. And that really is, what we're here to, kind of prove the case today. Right now, Larkin Rose, the great esteemed Larkin Rose, is on the stage, and he is really making that case of the illegitimacy of government before we move on to how the free market and mutual aid societies and nonprofits and insurance companies and co-ops and homeowners associations and armed protective service providers and dispute resolution companies could provide everything that the government does without the waste, fraud, abuse, extortion, and indoctrination of government.
Absolutely. And again, I still recommend that you check out the speech. It's very insightful. And ultimately, since he's sitting here with me, as well as Larkin, who is currently on the stage, both their books and their information is sort of the guiding principle for me right now, which I'm going to get into in a moment, about this being a learning experience for me as well. And like trying to immerse myself in something that I definitely see as, one of the most important kind of concepts, ideas that I think we should be leaning into today. So, what just since you're in here, what was it that really kind of got you on this path? However long ago was you always a voluntarist, or at what moment was it for you that sort of got you into this?
I was a constitutional Republican, a small government, limited government, conservative kind of we'll say in college. And then Ron Paul came and talked to my lectured at my college in 1988 when he was running for president on the Libertarian Party ticket. And I was ticked about it. I was actually really, really mad because I didn't want to be at this lecture. I was supposed to be jet skiing with some friends, and it was like a mandatory thing. And so I came prepared to tar libertarianism like that, because we had to have prepared questions. And so I'd prepared what I thought were some hardball questions, and I was literally going to go after him because I was all mad that I had to be at this thing. And after by the end of his speech, I was like, I've never heard a politician make so much so much sense in my life. And I literally walked out of there going, I guess I'm a libertarian. I didn't know that. And so then I considered myself a libertarian. I went to work for one of the big four think tanks in Washington, D.C., the Libertarian think tank. I actually ran the 1996 Libertarian Party vice presidential campaign. And so I was still a statist. I believed in having a state, but having a limited, tiny state that we were going to bind down through the chains of the Constitution. Not the Leviathan that we have today, but just if we just get the right people in there, if we just vote harder, and we get the right people in there, then everything will be fine. And then ultimately, I stumbled across Larkin's work, and I had because I was interested in political philosophy, and I'd bumped up against peaceful anarchy and anarchism and anarcho-capitalism before, but somebody had thrown me off the true path by really denigrating somebody that at the time I thought highly of, and so I was always kind of resistant because of this really one in-depth conversation of behind it. And then once I read Larkin's book, The Most Dangerous Superstition, he absolutely destroys the concept of having a government from every angle. I mean, literally every conceivable angle. He destroys the illegitimacy, the morality of it, the logic. There is no logic behind it, but he just absolutely destroys it. And so then I'm like, oh, I guess I'm a peaceful anarchist voluntarist.
Next stage. Yeah.
And back then, truthfully, to be truthful, I was using the term anarchist. And what I've done, and one of the things that I'm known for is trying to get the movement to really change the name of the movement to voluntarism, which is the exact same thing, but doesn't come with the baggage that the word anarchy has. Right. And the case that I make in my book, Government: The Biggest Scam in History, Exposed, is that anarchy doesn't mean no rules. It just means no rulers. Right. But because the rulers don't want you to know there's an option on the menu called no rulers, because if it was between no rulers and rulers, people might choose no rulers. And so I actually break down in the book by comparing the 1827 definition of anarchy from the Webster's Dictionary with the modern version of the modern definition of anarchy in the Merriam-Webster's Dictionary, and show how they've changed the meaning of the word over time from no rulers to chaos and dystopia. And then I break down who owns the dictionary. It's the Saffer banking family, and they've installed a former past president of the Council on Foreign Relations on the editorial advisory board of both the dictionary and the encyclopedia. And so that really is, kind of what we're going up against. In the Lego movie, I think, Omnicorp made voting machines, and I forgot they made school textbooks and voting machines and something else that was really funny. But that's it, they're buying up, monopolizing the words. And if you can control the language, then you can control the people that have to use the language. And so now, one of the things I'm known for is just trying to, to get a rebrand around voluntarism, because most people they've either heard about it and they have a positive idea and view about it, or they've never heard about it. And then you have kind of a greenfield opportunity. Well, voluntarism, what's that? Well, let me tell you.
Yeah.
It's the idea that all relationships between people must be voluntary. And they're like, oh, okay, that makes all sense, and that's logical, and it's moral, and that's something that I could get behind. And so that's kind of one of the things I'm known for.
Awesome. Well, it's funny. I'm laughing because my audience is probably laughing along. Is I basically make that joke anytime anybody even slightly misuses the word anarchist. I'm gonna go out for 15 minutes on the show and talk about why it's the wrong thing. So they're very, very well aware of that. It's something that I think is this important shift. And since something we brought up in our recent interview, which I may play some clips of today, do you notice the same kind of shift happening? I mean, I think we all sense people questioning things that were in question before, but specifically in the idea of, to the core of it, like you kind of highlighted there, the evolving opinion of maybe we can have this idea with a little bit of government, and coming to the point of Larkin's mindset where it is just there is no authority, doesn't exist, right? It's an illusion. Right. Are you seeing people more today willing to entertain that idea, and why do you think that is?
So I'm definitely seeing it because, but I'm a little biased because, in my work, what I'm doing with the book Government, the Biggest Scam in History, is I'm kind of pulling back the curtain and exposing the playbook and the unethically manipulative techniques that the government is using to indoctrinate the population with statism or religion. They're slipping the population a religion. They're not calling it a religion. They're using all the tricks and the techniques of an unethically manipulative religion or a cult to get people to, internalize the idea of having a government by, creating an indoctrinated holy symbol in the flag, by taking that flag and having the monopoly media weave that into 1,000+ movies, 1,000+ television shows, using a technique called anchoring, where the propagandists in Hollywood will bring everybody to a moment of high positive emotion, then show them the flag. They're going to put the flag on the NBA backboard so that you subconsciously associate the exhilaration of the goal with the flag. They're going to, unethically and manipulatively put the flag into the burial ceremonies for the members of the military and the police, so that people subconsciously and manipulatively associate the memory of their beloved deceased relative with the government and with the flag, even when it's the policies of the government that got the guy killed in the first place.
Right.
And so once people realize, at least in my work, once people realize that there's a man behind the curtain that's running game on them, that's trying to chump them and make them, shave their heads and put on a uniform, single form, and where they can run other unethically. I could just go on for days on all of the different unethically manipulative techniques they're running on the Cub Scouts, the Boy Scouts, the Explorers, the JROTC, the ROTC, and the police and the military to compact them into a group, an artificially created group dynamic, segment them away from the rest of the population onto military bases, shave their heads, put them in the uniform, single form. It's an artificial group conformity, and get them on the payroll, because it's hard to get a man to understand something when his salary depends upon his not understanding it. Well, yeah, once people realize, if they haven't already, kind of got woven their whole life into that system, once people realize the government is running game on them, then most people don't like to have game run on them. Most people don't like to be chumped. Most people don't like to be fooled. Most people don't want to, this to happen. And so then they're out. And so I call it the one-way revolution, in the sense that, once you realize the government's trying to chump you, and that they're trying to get you to be immoral and to support something that's immoral, most people aren't going back.
Yeah.
And so that's the one-way revolution that we're in right now, is that once people find out that it's immoral and the government's fooling them, they're just out, and they're not going to go back to getting chumped. Nobody likes to be chumped. Nobody likes to get fooled. Nobody likes to be made to look foolish. And so it really is a one-way revolution, and we win this thing in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm just talking with Brian, who was driving me here ultimately, about this point, and it's exactly that, about why, the bulk of people that ultimately ignore a problem that's so obvious, and it's multifaceted. Some people are invested in it, some people want it to happen, but the point was, a bulk, I think, are people like you just described, people that trap themselves in the system. And obviously that's why it's designed that way, right? So you get trapped into this. You have mortgages and children to take care of, and your job. And even if they wanted to pull out of that, even if they believed everything you said, they would probably err on the side of staying there. That's where most people, I feel, get stuck with. And that's what, that is, the education is the first step, is the point. Get them understanding how they can make these steps out of it, the small moves they can make even within the life that they built. It's important. Before you go, I wanted to bring up one more point, since you brought up the flag, and it kind of brings it back to like some of the stuff going on today. I don't know if you saw the point with Donald Trump discussing the idea of making it illegal to burn the American flag. You see that? And so it's funny, is bringing it back to Ron Paul as well. He has a famous speech where he talked about that and used the word desecration. That's exactly what you're talking about. He's like, well, desecration, it's like that implies it's a religious symbol, and exactly your point. And so I just find it interesting that even on its face, it's being presented that way. So just making your point for you, if you had any comments on that.
So it is an indoctrinated religion, but I mean, most unfortunately, and I feel so bad, because it has been indoctrinated into people when they are young, and because it has been reinforced by this multi-trillion, I mean, with a trillion with a T, if you count, over time, where the monopoly media has been running this control of perception system on the population, where they've been controlling every screen, and they've been, distracting and deceiving every single audience. It's only this, really small fraction of the population that's been able to see through the trickery and to see through this, what's going on. Now we're right now with the internet, which has been a kind of double-edged sword for the ruling elite. It is a military network that is allowing them to algorithmically control the information people receive on platforms like Facebook and YouTube and Twitter/X and others. But at the same time, we're literally like in the Matrix. We're popping up with our pirate signal, and we're reaching more and more and more and more people. And as long as you can, they can hide the information, and they can distract, and they can deceive, and they can say, look over here, and they can do that. But once you find that signal, once you find the Veritas, once you find the people that are just trying to free you with the good information, then you're out, and that's what's growing, and your audience is growing, and my audience is growing, and Derek Brose's audience is growing, and Larkin's audience is growing, and it is destined to go super viral. And it is that we are destined for viral growth, because you just can't stop the signal in the information age. There's no way of stopping the signal. If they turn off the internet, we're going to go to flash drives. One of the things that I do, because I saw that coming, is, one of the things that I do is I back up my book on a 64 gigabyte flash drive that is uncensorable. There is nothing that can stop you from walking over to your neighbor's house and going, there's a book on here, and there's a bunch of evidence that the government has been engaged in, complete criminality, not just, tricking you into government, but like we're talking, boss hog corruption, trillions of dollars missing from the Pentagon, hundreds of billions of dollars missing from various, agencies, trillions with a T transferred to Wall Street and private companies through the TARP and the TALF and the bailouts and the COVID bailouts and the stimulus. We're getting robbed. And we're exposing that, and we're making the evidence of that uncensorable on a flash drive that we then give people, authorize people and encourage people to copy for their friends. And I'll be at an event like this, and people come up to me and they're like, hey, I was at a Liberty meetup or I was at a Liberty gathering and somebody came in because you can buy like bulk commodity 64 gigabyte flash drives on eBay for like 30. You can get 10 of them for like $30. And so people are buying bulk commodity flash drives. We actually have a label on the drive to where you can print out like on Avery label stickers. You can print out like a little label. It makes it look cool. Like it looks cool looking. And somebody will throw out, 20 drives and everybody will take them. And so there's no way to stop this message. It's absolutely uncensorable. So we win in the end. It's very tiny right now, but get ready for it to go supernova.
Outstanding. Well, thanks for taking the time, brother. It's good chatting with you.
And you're getting Larkin Rose next. So I'm going to transition everybody to David Friedman. And then bring back Larkin Rose. So stay tuned.
I'm failing on the mic difference. I'm getting you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, so let's get back to what I was talking about to start there for a minute. And what I wanted to basically just do, because what we're going to have today is rapid succession. So people are going to be coming in from the other event. And what I wanted to say, ultimately going back to this, the point was that the idea today is for you guys to go to this event. There's plenty of there's ways that you can access it for free. There's ways you can pay for a ticket down here. The point is that this is the idea, to be listening to what they're talking about, the discussions that they're having. And actually, let me even grab this. I can show you the live version of this on Civil. So right now, what we're seeing is Larkin out there talking. I don't know if you could hear that, but he's out there talking on the stage. And so next he's going to be coming in to talk to me. And in between, if there is any extra time, that's when I'll be doing other things, possibly, unlikely, but maybe even some random stuff that's going on in the world today. But so here is again the main page. So that'll be on the links I'll include. And so make sure you can check that out. That's on the website as well. Here is the one that I posted earlier. That's just a page on the website. That this video will be where this is playing for my TLAV version of this. And I also reposted this morning as an article out there. You guys can check out with all the links to the videos. So that's the ultimate breakdown of the way that this is working. So I wanted to go back to what I was talking about with you guys. So what I was saying earlier with him is that, it's a journey of education. For myself in particular, like I was saying, I think I even said it with my interview with Howard, is that I have organically sort of been leaning towards these ideas for a long time. I mean, anyone that's been following me since the moment I started doing this, I mean, my opinions have evolved dramatically, but as early as you look back, I'm just, maybe even contrarian, which is not always a bad thing. But the point is I'm just ready to resist anything that comes from authority. And turns out that was a good way to look at it. But I have evolved myself and I've come to understand things and I've dabbled with different ideas. And over the last so many years, I have come to recognize the idea of, simple, like the point of Larkin Rose's conversation, that authority is an illusion, not in the sense that there's not authority on a certain idea, like someone who's educated on something, but the idea of like police, government, the authority over your life, the right to rule over you. That is the issue. And it's a very difficult thing for people to wrap their minds around. It's a very difficult thing that people that have grown up and lived their entire lives and sometimes in complete comfort and excess, those people are very hard to reach because they're living a comfortable life. But the point is that they will always come up against something in their life where the power structure will make it clear that you don't have a choice. And I think this is something that most of us understand is a problem. We tend to kind of say, well, that's the world we live in and that's the best system we have. Always brings to mind that meme of two people, Aztecs standing below a pyramid where the person up top is pulling the heart out of one of the people. And they basically say, well, it's not a perfect system, but it's the best one we got. And that's the where I see we are. Hey, come on in, Derek. We'll break off. We got Derek Bros jumping in here for a second. Let's get these chairs lined up. That's going to be an issue for this, pulling these back when we step in here. So Derek, what's going on? How are you, brother?
I'm doing good, man. I was just checking out the stream. It's looking good.
Yeah.
Larkin's finishing up right now, so I'm just wanting to pop in before he comes in here. And
perfect. And we'll be talking to you after your speech as well, when you jump in here as well. But so, this, again, Derek is somebody who, through working with TLAV and our collaboration and looking at his work even before that, has been one of the people that have opened my eyes to a lot of this stuff. I was just basically telling him that my whole journey is organically, I feel like I've had a lot of these ideas, but over the last so many years, it's become very clear to me that this is something we have to lean into, like the idea of, and it doesn't have to be some I almost hesitated on calling an ideology because it's not even, it's just about understanding that they don't have a right to control your life, and that's voluntarism as a broad idea, but more anarchism from my perspective or agorism. Yeah. So where do you stand on all that? Go ahead and grab it.
Well, so it's interesting because this morning I'm spending some time debating quote unquote libertarians on Twitter who are embracing Trump.
Right.
So one thing I would say is that, voluntarism, I mean, without getting too deep in the weeds, it's a philosophy that goes back hundreds of years to the 1800s to folks in the UK and then here in the US. Some of the early anarchists like Lysander Spooner and Benjamin Tucker and some really brilliant people who you read what they wrote 250 years ago and they're like, wow, they're saying the same things we were. And the even scarier things is back then they were warning like the state had already gotten too powerful, and they were like, "It's out." Like literally, there's one essay where he's one of them mentioned something about the state getting Gatling guns and for war, and just being like, "Wow, now with that, I don't know if we'll ever." Yeah, exactly. Sort of like to them, it's like with the speed of that weapon, how are we going to defeat them? But nevertheless, like it's a big, broad movement, right? And I think one of the major problems is that, especially in the U.S., but I think around the world, the term libertarianism has been so bastardized and convoluted that, for one, in the mainstream, and especially if people are more left-leaning, they tend to think that means you love corporations or something like that. You just want big business to run the world, and you prefer business over government, where there's some element of truth in terms of libertarianism in America specifically. That idea derives from basically the belief in self-ownership, right? So if you think of, I own myself, you own yourself, right? And all that comes along with that, which is like, it's wrong, it's immoral, impractical, unethical, etc., for me to punch you in the face and force you to do what I want. Libertarians, voluntarists recognize that. So if it's wrong for me to do that to you, and if I want the same, then, we should kind of have voluntary consensual relationships. It's like the golden rule, do unto others as you wish, but just applied to everything. But when you extrapolate from that, then you realize, okay, well, that's not how government works. Government's a non-consensual relationship, that does rely on violence. And then when you go even beyond just like, say, person to person, like obviously we're days before the election. Well, right now, hundreds of millions of people are voting. And what they're essentially saying is, okay, it might not be right for me to hold a gun to your head and say, hey, you should fund all these programs that I think are useful or give money to Israel or whatever. But I'm going to vote for a politician who will then use the force of government to make you do it via taxation. And it's like, just because some people who call themselves government are doing that doesn't make it any less immoral than if I come to you as an individual with a gun and say, hey, I'm going to take your money and give it to Israel. And so to me, that's kind of like the root of it. You take that idea of self-ownership and the things that come from that. And then when you apply that to like, well, that means if I create something with my hands, that's an extension of my self-ownership. So that's mine. And so it's wrong for you to come steal that from me. Right. And just these different things that I think are very logical. And most people, when you sit down and think about it, would agree. But people in the mainstream, like obviously we know this, like Peter Thiel calls himself a libertarian, Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, these are not libertarians. Their entire wealth is dependent on state contracts, military industrial complex contracts. And that goes very much inherently against libertarian and voluntarist principles, which are essentially anti-state and anti-government, I mean, in a way. And so the idea that somebody could make their entire wealth from government subsidies and contracts directly with the government and then call themselves libertarian pretty much goes against the whole thing. But for me, I think what's important for people to really understand is just anarchism, voluntarism. It really is just the idea that you own yourself and that you're capable of organizing your own affairs. And if free people come together in voluntary contract to do business or build homes or exchange goods, whatever, then that should be no business of a third party, including government. I mean, that to me is like what it really drills into. And then, of course, you get into these various nuances. Like I was saying, right now, there's a lot of libertarians who are going for Trump. People also confuse, if you say, I'm libertarian, that you must be a part of the Libertarian Party. And I think that's another important distinction is, I've been involved in the movement, so to speak, since 2012, started going to events in Houston originally, and then New York and elsewhere, and getting invited to speak. But never had anything to do with the Libertarian Party. And then most of the people I work with, we look at the Libertarian Party as like a joke. It's like, yeah, whatever. In fact, the original creation of the Libertarian Party in 1971 came out of the student movement of the 60s, where like Murray Rothbard and a lot of people who influenced Ron Paul were active. And there was, the anti-war movement. There was all this stuff. Well, the libertarians were kind of part of that. They were breaking away from the conservatives and what was called the old right back then. But they weren't exactly new left hippies either. They were kind of carving a new path. And in the early 70s, some of those folks thought, okay, well, maybe the best way to promote our movement is to form a political party. Well, a lot of the movement was like, this is a total selling out of what we're about. So people don't really understand that. So they hear libertarian and they think, oh, you must be a part of the part. But they're two completely separate things, right? So I just think that's an important distinction.
Definitely. Well, so look, on that point in particular, this is something that we'll probably end up talking about in the panel at the end of the day today. which I haven't got. I was just starting to give like the opening of what the day was going to be like, and interviews coming in, so I've got to explain what's going to be happening the rest of the day. We will be having a panel at the end of the whole thing, which will be fun, sort of the tough questions of volunteerism. But so that point. So one of the things in my research around the history of just like anarchism specifically is that it always seems to, or often seems to sort of dovetail, might be the right word, but into a socialist communist idea. And that then in my mind makes it immediately contradictory to an idea of anarchism, because now you have a state, now you have a government. And so, but oddly, you can
huge debates within the broader sphere.
You can see why they might get tricked by that, and it would be a trick to me, is because they're going, well, it's for everyone's got everything, and but the government is where that, to me, it's like I would take more danger in my life, as I'm sure you would, and with less government oversight. But so when it comes to libertarians, this is interesting because there's a party. Most libertarians I know are active voters, and so is that in your mind a contradiction, or I mean, where's the line there? Because I like libertarianism is a larger umbrella, and I would argue a lot of these things tend to be kind of under that, or is it the other way around?
Yeah. So, and this is again, without like, for people who are not in these movements, this might be kind of like, as they say, inside baseball, a whole bunch of like deep politics, but I do think it's important distinctions, right? Because like you said, there are people who consider themselves libertarian who are voters. There are also people, and I would say that's the majority of the audience here, who consider voting and participating in the electoral system to be a selling out of the actual libertarian voluntarist values. Like, in fact, there's a really amazing website that is, I think it's just voluntarism.com or voluntarist.com. I'll share the link in the chat later on, that really outlines, I think, this philosophy even more specifically, because as I was saying, it was kind of born out of that 1950s, 1960s. Murray Rothbard is really like the person who kind of put it into writing and words and just defined what the modern libertarian in America, at least, has been considered. And then some of those people call themselves anarcho-capitalists, which is not really a term that I identify with. So there's maybe people who call themselves that. Some people who call themselves voluntarists, which is just another word for anarchism, and different reasons. Some people would say, well, because anarchism has been given a bad name, voluntarism is more direct and things like that.
That's what Howard was saying before. But are they just the same thing? Or
to me, so you kind of pointed at, and I've if anybody's interested in some of this stuff, you can go to my website. I've got some essays because I'm a nerd for this philosophy and history for sure. I've spent less time the last few years, but there was a period of time where I was just knee deep in the history. And what you were saying earlier about some people associate anarchism with like more leftist movements. This is a big divide. So just in general, let's say here's anarchism, right? Just people who want to be free and own yourself, right? But where the divide comes in is where people start talking about economics, right?
Okay.
So then the anarcho-capitalists are more, or even let's just kind of be more broad, market anarchist, which is what I would consider myself to be. So I don't think that we should abolish money. I don't think we should, we should all share everything. Like, so that's where the distinctions come in from. So you can be an anarchist, right? But then if you become an anarcho-communist, if you're like, okay, the idea is, in order to get to this truly free place, we have to abolish money, abolish the state, and abolish capitalism. And then there's anarcho-collectivism, where they think we need to live in collectives, right? And then you got anarcho-capitalists, which the rest of the left-leaning anarchists say those aren't real anarchists. And then the anarcho-capitalists say, no, the anarcho-communists, they're not the real So it's just all that kind of thing, which is why I just sort of keep myself like, look, some people say I'm just a black flag anarchist. Like, I believe in anarchism, and that's what it is. I can't claim to know, because at the end of the day, these are all debates about someday in the future, what is it really going to look like? But from a voluntarist perspective, if everything is voluntary and consensual, then sure, try your communist experiment, try your socialist experiment, as long as you're not holding a gun to someone's head and saying, you have to stay in this community, or you have to live by us. In a real, true voluntarist world, then there would be people trying out their anarcho communes. There would be people who are living more market lifestyle with money, etc. The distinction is where that force comes in, right? So that's why it does seem like a contradiction. And this is what the more like, I hate to say even right-leaning, but that's what people define it as, like right-leaning libertarians or voluntarists will say, how can you have your anarcho-communist utopia where there's no state, there's no communism, and there's not going to be money without force? Because what happens if one day somebody comes along and says, hey, I do want to have a piece of paper I call money, and I want to trade with this guy and use it. Are you going to come in with guns and say, no, you can't do that in our anarcho? Well, then all of a sudden you're the state. So
this is exactly what I was finding fascinating, and I'm not going to remember the names of the different philosophers and different people, but I was immersing myself in this over the last few weeks, and just the frame right there of going into the idea of anarcho-communism, as it seems that's where that becomes the argument of why they need a limited state, and that's the slope right there immediately. That's what I'm trying to show, is, at least in my mind, and I'm new to this, but
there's libertarians on the other side saying the same thing. They call them they'll call that like a night watchman state. Well, they say like we need to reduce government to the smallest degree possible, and we only need it for protecting the borders and protecting military and for military. And that's like the last step. Like there's a joke within the voluntarist movement, like what's the difference between a libertarian and voluntarist? About 6 months, you know, because then
Right.
you kind of realize eventually, like, well, if we don't need them for these other things, then maybe the market can even replace those things as well. Like people can come together and find solutions.
But see, this is what's interesting is you could almost make an argument, and I was going to get all super mad that voluntarism in itself would then open the door to them being, well, I want to create this structure. My point is, even if it goes through the proper channel
voluntarily, then that's the thing, right?
But here's my point, though, is that even if you do that, even if you allow the society that, you know, part of it to be like, well, we're going to create a limited state because we all choose to.
Yeah.
My point is that's where you lose sight of this. That's where the state then over time, no matter how you start it, grows. Yeah. And that's
it'll come and impinge on the free people.
Right. And even the idea of like the anarcho-communism idea is that we all are equal. We want everything to be this big, but the government will eventually change that. I mean, you'll be equal, but you'll have nothing, you know?
These debates really go back hundreds of years. And again, for like nerds and of history and philosophy, then this might be interesting. But so there was, I think it was in the 1850s. I'm sure I'm getting the dates wrong, but there was a couple of international congresses. And at that time, a lot of the anarchists did consider anarchism to be a socialist movement. Now, of course, at this point, 200 years later, these terms have become so convoluted. Like back then, socialism, I think in the original, at least idea, the utopian version, people thought, well, we're getting out of feudalism where we got these mass landowners. So the idea of us actually having access to land and redistributing, it sounded really revolutionary to a lot of people, right? So then you get like Marx and his kind of whole movement. And at these international anarchist congresses, you did have the anarchists, you had the socialists, and you had the Marxists. They were definitely the controlling force. And at one of these congresses, Marx kicked all the anarchists out, and that essentially created a divide in the sort of radical movements, if you will, that's lasted this time. So where anarchists of the left and right don't like Marxists, and Marxists, because what Marx argued for is that you would have a dictatorship of the proletariat, which he claimed was like going to be, you know, it won't be a dictatorship as we've known it. It'll be the people that are the ones in control. But as we've seen it, people who followed his ideas, whether you're talking about Russia, China, and the many other states when the communist revolutions were starting to spread, is they become authoritarian because, well, then you have counter-revolutionaries. These are the people who are saying this is, and you got to kill them, you got to get rid of them. So it turns into authoritarianism one way or the other. So those debates have existed. And even the people who would be more anarcho-communist, you got like Bakunin, you got Proudhon, I'm escaping one of the other names, the really big guys. They have said brilliant things over the years. You can read some of their essays and you're like, wow, this is powerful stuff against the state. The distinction will come in terms of like, well, they thought money should be abolished. But again, how do you do that without forcing other people? That's why, to me, like the base of it, the root of it is it needs to be voluntarism. And later on, I'll come back with this really brilliant quote from this activist who I've been really inspired by. His name was Karl Hess. He's since passed, but in the 60s and 70s, all the way up pretty much to his death, he was really just a revolutionary thinker. And he has this great quote about how voluntarism is really the seed of all this, because after the voluntarism, sure, then you can be Jewish, you can be a carpenter, you can be this, but as long as that is the seed of it, then from there, other things can spring, as long as we all recognize that all relationships should be consensual and should be voluntary. And when you start from that foundation, we can build beautiful things. The problem is when the force comes in and people are like, well, I need to advocate for government, like we're seeing with the elections right now, to force you to live the way that I think is right, whether that's like, well, we don't want any gay people to get married, so I'm going to vote for government that's going to take that away from you, or going to put you in jail if you do the wrong thing, or I don't want you to smoke weed, so I'm going to pass the law, get government to then use the force of the police to say, hey, if you do this thing, I'm going to throw you in a cage. So technically, I'm not the one doing it, but you're voting for it, you're supporting it, right? Where voluntarist, essentially, besides all the different schisms and things that exist in any philosophy, I mean, you know, back to what we were starting, like there are libertarians who are voters, whether they're in the LP. There are freaking people who created libertarians for Trump in 2016, which again, to me is just like the complete opposite of what anything. But then you get into these debates, and I'm having them on Twitter right now, where people are like, oh, you're just purity spiraling. You're just pure. And it's like, but words have meaning and philosophies do have principles. And if anybody can say I'm a libertarian, but actually not live the principles, then it becomes fucking meaningless.
Like Peter Thiel.
Yeah, exactly. Like if Peter Thiel's a libertarian, and if Elon Musk's a libertarian, and Mark Zucker's a libertarian, then yeah, anybody's a libertarian.
Meaningless.
And one of my big inspirations, which I'll come back later and talk more about agorism, but the guy who created that, his name is Samuel Edward Konkin III, and he had this really funny kind of a story that he was saying in one of his talks, and it was basically the point we're making. He said, if anybody can be libertarian and there are no values and no principles, well then let's imagine, you know, somebody gets arrested and they get taken to the county jail, and well, they're being booked by a libertarian cop, and then they're being checked in by a libertarian, cop, and they go to see a libertarian judge, and it's like he's making the silly point that, well, if anybody can be libertarian, even if they're not even living the values, then the word becomes meaningless. And then sure, everybody's a libertarian. Tucker Carlson's a libertarian, right? But I think that is also by design. And I know that much of our movement is very hesitant and resistant, and I totally get it, to ideologies and philosophies. But I do believe the philosophy of voluntarism is key to creating a better world. Like, I was heavily involved in the liberty movement. I stepped away around 2016 because I started to feel like, okay, my original goal was really to bring the spiritual movement to that message to that movement, because I noticed, okay, a lot of these people are just purely right-brained and just talking like academic and logical, and that's going to reach a certain crowd, but not everybody. And I felt like, from my view, there was a spiritual side missing. And I did that for a few years. And then I've kind of gone vice versa, gone to like the spiritual community trying to bring the voluntarist message. But what I noticed over the years is like, okay, a lot of people are great with theorizing and philosophizing and writing big books and thinking about these things, but they're not actually living these things. And that, as you know, is what I really strive to do. And that's what I'm going to be speaking about today, is like, how do we actually live these values on a daily basis? To me, that goes to, voting with your dollar to the fullest extent. Like, libertarians, voluntarists who believe in these principles should strive to the greatest degree, which is not easy because of the world we live in and monopolies and statism and everything, to, for example, not support businesses that do survive and thrive off of government subsidies, because that's basically taking from the taxpayer and then giving whatever industry, let's say like solar or something like that, or wind farms or things like that, that only survive because the money's been taken from your pocket. The government promises them subsidies, and that's how they keep this artificial thing alive. Now, would they survive in the market alone? Probably not. A lot of these businesses wouldn't be able to. So to me, from a libertarian voluntarist perspective, then we should strive to not support those businesses. We should strive to support smaller businesses. Really. Exactly. And so making those decisions of like, not just living abstractly, one day in the future, maybe we'll get to the libertarian world and then I'll live it. But right now, we're just going to deal with, and again, it's not easy, but so that's what I'm going to speak about, is like how to live what I call the exit and build lifestyle, and like live these principles on a day-to-day basis, not just abstractly, philosophically, which is very detached from day-to-day reality. But,
well, good. I'm looking forward to that. We'll talk again in a bit. And I'll just end with so you said you're market anarchist. Is that what you said?
So I mean, that's what I think this would go under, like market anarchist, voluntarism, the agorism. To me, more broadly, they fit there. And even within that, people have distinctions of market anarchist. But just always, it's just like, like that essentially just means that, look, I'm an anarchist, which means I don't believe in any authority outside of myself, maybe other than the creator. Because there's Christian anarchists who say the same thing. They're like, the state is not above God. I'm not going to submit to the state. So I consider myself an anarchist. That means I respect your sovereignty, my sovereignty, and I want the same for other people. The market just implies that I am not a let's abolish money, let's abolish capitalism anarchist. I think that free people, the market is just free exchange between people. It's not what the propaganda out there tells you. When people in the mainstream politics are like, I'm a free, like RFK, I'm a free market, this and that. They're talking about something different. So often, even in anarchist circles, some people will draw a distinction and say freed markets, like the sort of like, that's what we're aiming for, like to try to draw a distinction. Because as with anything, people co-opt the words and they don't even mean the same thing. But if I had to, when asked to define, I'll usually say I'm a voluntarist, I'm an agorist, I'm a market anarchist.
Well, and that's the whole point, going back to the origin point, is that, that's the idea, is that there's so many ways that we can be tricked into giving up these principles. And that's what that's one of the things we keep talking about with this voting. Even whatever your philosophy is, you're at a point where even people who are left and right are going, yeah, they're both terrible, but I'm going to, it's like, where are your principles in that? What do you believe in? And so for me, just going back to the market anarchism, it's like, that's what I keep seeing in all this, at least where my kind of new investigation into this over, a couple of years, but just getting into it, is that it's the government line right there. The moment you have any justification for a power structure that has to oversee in any way, limited or otherwise, that for me is where, that sounds crazy to some people, but that is the line that needs to be drawn, because, you're saying we can have, for example, there's an issue in some of these circles with property, and maybe you don't own property. And with your mindset, you do, right? You have the ability, right, to own something or to exchange goods.
That would be another big distinction between, again, if we were, I'll just say this briefly and then I'll run back inside and let you continue. If we were to, because I've spent a lot of time looking at because I grew up activist wise around more left-leaning anarchists, and there's a lot of beautiful things that they understand. They understand mutual aid. They understand coming together in community, and
but on your own choice.
And your own choice, And then I'll see, like, okay, so some of the right-leaning, whatever you want to say, anarchists, they but they also understand the value of private property. Most of the left-leaning anarchists are completely against private property. So they start with their anarchism, and then they add, okay, you also have to be anti-white supremacy. You have to also be anti, gender this, and they add a bunch of extra like left-leaning progressive stuff to it. Those are a lot of the people I grew up around, and I never saw eye to eye with them on those things, but I saw but they totally understand the value of us coming together. They totally understand the value of us organizing outside of government, etc. But I saw blind spots of but the other side seems to understand that property can be valuable. Now we can go back hundreds of years and look at things. There's this, for anybody who wants to look this up, the Enclosure Act, go back to England when it was first literally them deciding we're now going to enclose all the property. It's no longer going to be open. And that went to royalty, of course. It went to large landholders, things like that. That's obviously a problem. But that doesn't mean that we should just throw out the idea of property altogether, which is a lot of what the more left-leaning people do. Because, and look, I come from an indigenous family back in the day, hundreds of years ago, thousands of years ago. It wouldn't have made any sense because we just existed on the planet, right? But now we're at a time and a place where if you can take a little piece of the earth, and I consider it to be more stewardship than ownership. I'm going to steward this piece of the earth. It's a piece of God's creation. And I'm going to take care of it. And I'm going to defend it at all costs because that's my piece of this planet that I'm holding on to. There's value in that, right? When you have no property at all, that means the state can basically take you off wherever, move you wherever, they're the ones in control of that. So I do think some people take that property ownership too far and they're like, we need to privatize everything and this and that. I'm not really in that direction. Some people call that vulgar libertarianism or whatever, where it gets taken super extreme. That's not really where I'm at. I see the value in private property. I think it's a beneficial thing. I wish we could maybe live in a world where that wasn't necessary, but that's not really where we're at. And I think there will always be a need for currency. I don't think abolishing money, again, how do you force that on people? Do you go to make sure nobody's trading papers together or whatever? Humans have learned barter works great in some situations. In other cases, we need currencies. We need things to exchange, IOU notes, whatever it may be. And I think that, ultimately in a voluntarist world, people need to be free to decide that for themselves. That's what it really comes down to.
Absolutely. Well said, man. Well, I'm looking forward to talking to you earlier. Yeah. I mean, this is an evolving conversation. That's kind of my point today, guys, it's something that we all have to continue to learn. Because this is what, if you got anything out of what he was just discussing, it seems that we're all, even somebody like Derek, somebody who's been doing this for his whole life, is still evolving his opinion, is still learning from new people and new things. And I think that's the most important part of this. So I'm going to play something really quickly and I'll be right back with you. And then we'll hopefully be talking to Lark and Rose.
Movement. How do you create a successful liberty community? So I want to welcome everybody to Liberty on the Rocks. For those of you in the audience unfamiliar with voluntarism, it's the idea that all relations between people must be voluntary.
You can decide for yourself if you're a fan of law and order. I am not. I'm a big fan of voluntary, peaceful order.
Our local government is executing World Economic Forum agendas through the UN Sustainable Development Goals.
If you're voting for or advocating or supporting government, then you are number one voting to rob your friends and neighbors who disagree. You're advocating violence as a solution to socioeconomic problems, and you're legitimizing the system that is enslaving you.
I'm trying to make an impact nationally and internationally, but one of the things I do wherever I go is I want to make an impact locally. And so I got plugged in with a local liberty group, and I met a whole bunch of really, really amazing people that were already working towards liberty in Sedona.
Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Then we have a responsibility to do something about it.
They have to frame it in such a way so that the well-intentioned good people cheer for evil.
No one gets to use violence or extortion on anyone else. No one gets an exemption from morality, especially the government. And no one gets the ring of power because there isn't a ring of power.
There's going to be people coming and going. There's dogs in the background, so just bear with us. Lots of people walking around. So here's Larkin Rose. Thank you for joining me, brother. It's an honor to have you here. I was just going to say something that I was looking forward to talking with you about. Derek and I were discussing some of the different historical overlaps, the kind of inevitability, it seems, of this to kind of ebb into some kind of anarcho-communist, or whatever direction, government state rationalization, know. Yeah. And so I wanted to get into something with you that I found profound, that I can't remember the name of the philosopher, the mindset of, I was going through some historical stuff, and he made the argument that and this goes to your self-regulation point, that ego, not necessarily in a bad way, but it's kind of it is way, drives our action. And therefore that even charity is done in a way that is, again, not like because you're selfish, but just because it's in your interest, because I want to be a good person, therefore I do it, but it's still for me and my ego, and the idea being that left to their own devices, which is something you're adamant about, society would essentially act moral because it's in our interest to do so. And there's always going to be the anomalies and the different, but society would self-regulate in that way because like an ant colony or something, like where ultimately you act in the interest of the rest of what's going on because it's in your interest. So I wanted to get your thoughts on that, and just that in general, explain that if I didn't do it well enough. But then, how do we get to that place? Because this is the thing we're all talking about. People are listening. People are interested in this,
Yeah, it's funny that and I've said this before, the communist utopia that they describe, the only way to get there is go in the exact opposite direction. Right. Because they talk about, well, it's to help the poor and help those who need and so on and so forth. Okay, but do I get to choose when I do that? Right. Or does some central committee decide and then violently rob me? And so when somebody refers to themselves as an anarcho-communist or something, my first question is always, well, is that just how you hope people are going to choose to interact? If you want to, I'm not going to interfere with you doing that. Right. Or do you intend to impose that on me, where you're forcing me to be generous? You're generously giving away my money without my permission. And we see that already, like where people are prosperous enough, like the US, billions and billions of dollars in private charities are given away because people are prosperous enough that they feel like I'm not going to starve to death by giving to these charities and stuff. Mm-hmm. So they do it voluntarily. And the idea, anytime it's like, well, I have a master plan that's going to make sure that the poor are taken care of. It's like, well, then you're anti-humanity, because it has to be up to the individual. Now, as it happens, when it's up to the individual, it works really well. Like a massive, even after people get robbed blind by the state, a massive amount of people want to help other people out, whether it's like somebody they actually know or some charity they believe in. Well,
a common obvious question I'm sure you get all the time is, okay, so where are the historical examples of that working? And if they're not, then why haven't there been?
Yeah, well, there already are. And it happens literally every day all over the place. And it happens all over the US. Like I said, billions and billions, like after the ruling class steals trillions of dollars, Americans still give away billions and billions more dollars voluntarily from what they have left to people. They like when there's a flood, like the North Carolina thing, tons of people are like, we want to help out. That's so horrible. We feel for them. Well, if you're on the brink of starvation and you hear about somebody in a flood 1,000 miles away, you're going to go, sucks to be them. Sorry. Yeah. Like I don't have the luxury of being able to care about other people. I'm trying to have my children not starve to death. Mm-hmm. And so, like I said, going in the opposite direction of communism, having absolute respect for self-ownership and property rights, which is just an extension of self-ownership. If I make something and it isn't mine, then my time and effort weren't mine. Basic economic stuff. Right. And if you respect that, it allows for a level of prosperity where we can actually just give stuff away to, here's this person, no fault of their own, is in trouble. We're all going to chip in and help them out. That already happens all over the place. And the biggest obstacle to that is actually government robbing people and government literally getting in the way of charity. Like I could build little houses for people for almost nothing, but I'm not allowed to because, well, you can't get a residency permit unless it has all the, so he gets to sleep on the sidewalk instead of in a little house because of our benevolent government. And people aren't aware of how many ways in which government gets in the way of us taking care of each other.
Well, one obvious way too is the illusion of them even doing charity, right? Where they present themselves as the "we'll do it, you stay back," and then like actually North Carolina is a perfect example of that, right? We're literally stopping people, and they're like, "But they're starving." Like, we'll get it, and then they didn't, you know. Like,
and then they totally fail. But there's a lot of the first book I wrote. It's actually out of print now. I got to get it back in print. Is How to Be a Successful Tyrant, and it describes lots of the tricks they use. And one of the big ones is if you describe a problem as, oh, there's this many million poor people or homeless people or whatever, you mere peasants can't possibly handle a problem this big. Never mind that it's still our money that you're stealing and solving it with anyway, like we could have. But if people look at it as, oh, yeah, I know somebody who needs some help and we'll help them out, and the people next to that guy will help that guy out. Whenever they can paint a problem as some huge thing that we think, well, we mere mortals can't possibly handle that, then people fall for it and go, well, this is why we need gun, including defense. There's 100 million gun owners in this country. Right. Anybody who invaded, even if nobody organized or planned ahead, that's not going to go well for the invaders. But people think, well, we want you to see this overall big scary problem and be so scared of it that you're willing to throw away your freedom and beg this savior ruling class to save you. Right. And in exactly 0 cases is that necessary or helpful.
Right. Well, since you bring up, because we're going to get into the panel at the end, will be sort of like the tough questions for volunteerism. But you bring up one of these, which is kind of a good point to make since we're talking about it, is to somebody who just heard that, has never heard about this before. They're going to say, okay, well, but you're just a sporadic grouping of people, like even let's just say militias, let's say, because that exists anyway, right? So, but you're not like prepared or whatever. Maybe you are, but then you've got a government coming from overseas. They're all organized and ready, and so what would be the difference there, and how would that how would that work, and why would we Americans in that sense be prepared or be ready for something like that?
Yeah, that's actually that exact topic I wanted to make a video about, and eventually I'll get around to it. It's on my infinite to-do list. But I do it from the perspective of, imagine that you, the viewer, are the tyrant, and you have this big modern army. You have lots of funding, you have lots of people willing to pull triggers, lots of tanks and bombers and all sorts of fun stuff. And you're supposed to invade and take over this area that has, let's say, 100 million people in it. They don't believe in authority and they're armed. Mm-hmm. So you can go in, make an example, and blow some people up. It is literally impossible for them to surrender because nobody speaks for them.
Oh, that's interesting. I actually
like one guy can say, I give up, and 50 million others can say, we didn't. We're still here. So
this is the learning process. I was just talking about, I'm having an epiphany over here right now.
And then, so the video I want to make walks through, okay, there you are. Now you want to walk into your occupied territory, only you know that millions and millions of these people, even just hunters, like not even militia people, like they have hunting rifles. They can kill you from a couple 100 yards away really easily. Yeah. So you, the invading tyrant, there's millions of these people that would love to get a chance to knock off this violent invading psycho who's like been abusing their neighbors. You will never, ever, ever be safe there. And it's like, well, they have, and people will say like, well, they have tanks. Do the drivers ever get out? Because if you're on this piece of dirt and you ever get out, one guy behind a tree 100 yards away, well, now you have a tank without a driver, which doesn't work as well.
Right. No, here's what my mind went to, and that it makes sense. It's decentralized, like there's no real point to go at or head of the snake. And so what's interesting, what I came to in my mind is that, okay, like take, for example, police force or any force will always have some kind of I talk about this in the show, a metric, or like say they're engaging with the violent protest. They know, okay, we can't arrest more than 45 people or whatever. Right. We can't do it. So that's when you see them back away from a big protest, it's the same dynamic, right? And tell me if you think different. Is this, so they're going to invade. If it's decentralized, even maybe they may stand up and try to present some kind of front. But let's say they win that battle. It's like, okay, well, now what? Yeah. Right? Who do we go to? They would literally have to effectively march through and take out everybody, which then what are you going to rule over? Ashes. That's interesting.
Yeah. And they don't have the ability to do that unless they literally nuke the whole place. And then, congratulations, you have a big radioactive pile of dirt.
Yeah. Well, that's the thought is that ultimately, I think not that they wouldn't want to, but they could not do that. Like they wouldn't be able to functionally go around that. It wouldn't be worth it for them ultimately.
Right. And a very, very sad example of just how bad an idea it is to have a government to protect you is World War II and the Vichy government in France. that immediately the politicians were like, well, we don't really care that much about our freedom. If we kiss the butt of the invaders, they'll leave us in power. Yeah, we'll be abusing our own people, but whatever. That's what actually happened. So did that protect the people of France? No, it just made it really easy for the Third Reich to come in and say, okay, now we're in charge. And the Vichy government is like, okay, the collaborator government, because they have the ability to, well, we took over the guy in charge. Well, if there's not a guy in charge, now what? Even if like 99% of the population is, we're so scared and we don't want to fight, so we'll do what you say. 1% of the population would still be 1 million people.
Yeah.
If there are 1 million armed people trying to kill you, you're going to die. There's no way around that.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting point. And, obviously these things are never like, it's all theoretical, right? But the whole point comes down to the idea of how difficult, like how ultimately government itself becomes the facilitator for this transition, like you're talking about, or without it being present, that this would be at least exponentially more difficult.
Yeah.
And so this is, it's a hard thing to sell somebody on. And that's one of the things we're talking about today in general, is that you've got people, even though, as we've talked about in our interview, more than I've ever seen before, which I think you'd agreed with, that just people are interested in this. So you come across a even more so somebody who's a statist, but is comfortable. They're wealthy, they got everything they need, and they haven't really even bumped up against the government that much. So how do you go about that situation?
Well, that's when it comes down to the moral principles, because if somebody is sort of comfortable with the status quo and like they have something to lose and they're like, okay, it's one thing to say, well, this bad stuff is happening over there. Okay, are you advocating it? And so when I talk to somebody, it's usually in those terms. Are you voting for this to happen? Are you because you saying, well, bad stuff is happening. Okay, yeah, bad stuff is happening. I'm not expecting you, the individual, to go fix it all on your own. Right. What I would ask is, please don't be part of the problem by advocating, advocating the violence. Oh, I did have to jump back to a thing that really makes people uncomfortable. When I said there's one power that is capable of taking over the U.S. and extorting the population. It already did. It's called the U.S. government. And it didn't do it by brute force, because when you do it by brute force, people recognize this isn't okay. We have the right to defend ourselves. It did it by convincing the victims that they're obligated to pay tribute to the ruling class. So the one gang we should be scared of, it's already there. It's already robbing us. And the only difference between like the army of China invading and us being robbed by our own government is that Americans would actually defend their freedom against foreign oppressors, and they don't against domestic oppressors, because they've been taught to believe good people pay their taxes and obey the law. Like, the gang is already here. The gang that you're scared of taking over without government is already here. It is government. Right. Like, that is the thing you're afraid of. Right. You're condoning it.
I don't think I would call it domestic necessarily. Either way, whomever, what we're talking about, there's something else to stay. But that's interesting that, clearly the power structure. So the idea that there's some outside influence using that to create that. But now, like to your point, now we're going through the same cycle again. Here we are, where they divided themselves. They go, no, we're not the same thing. Right. You have to choose between us because you're in charge. Right. That's what we're dealing with right now.
Yeah. And the game is so ridiculous. And that's why we made Jones Plantation, the movie. And I've been thrilled with how a bunch of normal people who don't they have lives. They don't want to have to focus on that. And I totally sympathize. They watch it and go, ooh, that's a little uncomfortable, because they recognize this is what we have right now, and we've been falling for it. And to me, that's the ultimate scary thing, but also positive thing, is that all of the power from the nasty people, all of their power comes from good people who were tricked. And it's really scary for good people. Like, I used to be conservative, statist. I support the troops and the cops, and because I believe the Hollywood propaganda about them being good people just defending us. And now they're agents of thuggery. But good people don't want to admit that they were duped. And they definitely don't want to admit that they're the source of evil's power. And voters and taxpayers and obedient people absolutely are. And it's an uncomfortable process to come to grips with that. I mean, it was uncomfortable for me too.
Totally. Well, and this is a perfect example of that we saw during the COVID-19 discussion, right? And I actually think this is, not just an isolated thing. It's a tactic, like you're talking about, where you create a dynamic where these people are obligated by their choices, but more so like a mother who was convinced that this thing was safe and effective, and all of a sudden has to live with but she gave her 6-month-old baby 4 booster. Now she could never reconcile that. Most of them would never admit to themselves that they could have put their child at that risk. And even if they do, they don't want to admit it to you. Right. Yeah. So they're basically invested, even though they know they're wrong. And I think that's a trap of that as well, that a lot of these good people, and that's a point that I think you make a lot, I really appreciate, is that the system is built in a way that it runs on those good people being convinced that what they're doing is in the interest of everybody else, right. And that's where it kind of ends up dovetailing with the whole anarcho-communism. It's easy to see that scapegoat where it's like, but here, this is a small state. It'll be okay. Derek and I were making that point. It's like, that's the line, you know?
Yeah. And that's, I don't want to be too much of a bummer here, but I did a video a while back called Never Forget. And it starts by talking about all the historical tyrannies and how people could go along with that and believe that stuff. And I said, well, we just saw how people could go along with that because a lot of Americans went along. It wasn't like outright openly murdering people, although it was sort of backroom murdering some people, but people drastically overestimate how principled and brave they are. And this shows up, and I was just having a discussion about this with somebody. Stanley Milgram's obedience to authority experiments, for those who are familiar with it, when he described the experiment, it's basically somebody being told to shock a complete stranger, and they studied to what extent will somebody just do that because some authority figure told them to. Sad thing is most people totally will, up to inflicting horrible pain. When he described the experiment to people who hadn't gone through it, almost everybody said, oh, I would stop the moment the person didn't want to go. Oh, I'd be brave and courageous and principled. And right. I think everybody else would be brave and courageous and principled too. But Milgram commented on, wow, we way overestimate our ability to say no to authority. And COVID did a remarkable job of demonstrating that a whole lot of people who think of themselves as like good people and we're thinking people and we're independent demonstrated that no, you're not. You're trained puppets and you haven't gotten your brain to the point where you're actually capable of saying, I'm in charge of me. I don't have to do whatever these bozos on a TV tell me to. Right. At the same time, to throw in the positive, a whole lot of normal people did learn how to say no. And the dumbest thing a tyrant can do is teach his subjects how to say no to him. Yeah. And they did exactly that, to the point that even a bunch of their enforcers, like in Arizona and other states, you had governors or you had sheriffs telling governors, we're not enforcing that. That's stupid. Yeah. So the governors, you shall do this. And the enforcers like, no, don't worry about it.
I agree. And I think that and, a couple events before and even after that, I think have been clumsy to their detriment almost, right? Like you're saying, is they've created the dynamic where you've forced people who would have never otherwise considered it to go, whoa, okay, that's something I have to think about. And then they find people like you and they go, oh my God, what have I been doing this whole time? So last thing I'll ask you ultimately is, I think we talked about a bit in the interview as well, is so right now, because people are interested, people are asking these questions, and, you're in that point where you've got your bills and you've got children, what are the ways they can begin to make these steps to make, for never talked about before, made the decision today, they want to start on this path. What should they do?
To me, it's so much a numbers game. It depends how many people, because if tomorrow everybody recognized, that's just some people, the politicians are just people, we don't have to obey them, we don't have to give them anything, there's no repercussions because that's everybody. Right. If one person goes, I'm going to resist and disobey, well, now you have a tank in your living room. So that didn't go too well. So my entire focus is to get as many people as I can to understand these things and stop feeling obligated to bow to psychopaths. Yeah. At some point, people will sort of figure out on their own, well, like, if we don't feel an obligation to pay tribute to these crooks, maybe we'll do as much work as we can under the table and stop reporting stuff and treat each other voluntarily and continue to spread the ideas. To me, the technology we have today of communications, the internet and all that is just miraculous. It's allowing for a change in human mentality faster than anything that has ever happened on Earth. Yeah. Because, before it's like somebody wrote, Thomas Paine writes Common Sense and has to physically print 3 million or however many, the ridiculous undertaking. And a bunch of people read it. That's the fastest I think there had been at that time. Because a bunch of people are like, we don't have to put up with this. And then the American Revolution happened. Then they put in a worse ruling class immediately thereafter. But Now that sort of thing can happen almost overnight when people pay attention and hear stuff and think about it. And to me, there's the uncomfortable in between where pretty many people understand we're not beholden to these psychos. What do we do? And they, whether it's like, well, we'll quietly, disobey over here, or well, we should actually resist, or, if we have enough of us, peacefully resist in a way that makes it fall over, or other people are like, well, how about not be like, if they come for my guns, ain't gonna be peaceful anymore. So people decide their own lines of what level of resistance. But at some point, and the beauty to me is at some point, the numbers get to the point where you don't have to do anything. You don't, and this is something people don't, a lot of people, even a bunch of pro-freedom people don't understand. The problem is not the psychos in power. Like, yeah, they're psychos and they're scary and doing evil stuff. The problem is the belief in the heads of their victims. Right. Because if 300 million people in the US, or, 7 billion, whatever we're up to on the planet, stopped feeling beholden to these people, you don't have to go overthrow them. It literally turns into, there's like a bunch of old weird guys over there saying they're in charge of us. None of us believe them. None of us will act as their enforcers. Right. So they can like sit in the corner of a loony bin somewhere telling us all how much they're in charge of everything. If we don't believe it, we don't have to do anything to them. Yeah. There's nothing to overthrow. So the idea of there's this big empire we must defeat. No, there's one crappy idea in the heads of millions and millions of people. That's what needs to be defeated. And in between, there can be some ugly stuff. Yeah. But in the long run, the beliefs of the people is the battle that matters.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fact. In case you missed the point he's making there, the idea being that it's sort of like the who built the roads point, right? Yeah. You are the military, right? You build the roads. That's the idea. So if we effectively get people to understand that, you end up with a bunch of, elderly politicians or whatever you want to call them at that point that really there is no more enforcement arm, which is kind of what you were saying about the Arizona sheriffs. I mean, that's an important shift in history, is once that enforcement arm starts to go, hey, maybe I don't have to listen to what they say. It's like, whoa, there's a big shift that's happening, and I think we're in that right now. I think that's beginning to happen to some degree. Yeah. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely. Yeah. More than I've ever seen before. And I've been a voluntarist for 28 years now.
Yeah, outstanding. Well, thank you, Larkin. It's great talking with you, brother. And I'm sure you're coming by later. Pop in. I'll be in here all day streaming. So I'll talk to you again.
Yeah. Good to see you.
Thank you, Larkin.
I'll be around.
All righty. Yeah, make sure you guys check out his book, Larkin Rose, the most dangerous authority. I mean, it's such an important conversation to begin to understand. I mean, I'll tell you, it is a hard learning curve to really be willing to entertain that. Like I said, I'm seeing more than I've ever seen, but that ultimately does not, I don't think that, I don't know. I mean, I've been pretty hopeful over the years with what I think the majority is. And I think I've been pretty accurate when it comes to things like the COVID-19 timeframe, which wasn't partisan. Very much a majority saw it. I think we see that now. But either way, a lot of people. And I think that his book is an important step into that. It's very well written, as well as ATN's book. And the idea of all of these things, the big government's biggest scam, it'll get you on the right path, at least getting you asking questions that then you can find the answers for. Now, what I was going to continue going over, and it's what's funny, I had like 6 opening bullet points, and which is what I was looking forward to the most about this today. Just something different than what I've been doing, and holding this and doing more of a kind of on the move kind of thing. But ultimately, I wanted to continue to just discuss what I was saying before, is that I have been evolving my journey in this whole thing, and people like Larkin, who I'm honored to know and to be here with, have opened my eyes to a lot of things that are difficult, as we're talking about, like to reconcile with the way we live our lives today. And that's honestly one of the hardest parts for me, or people that even want to make those changes, is that you realize that you don't even take note of some of the things you do in your life that are in fact contradictory to that mindset, because you're just so comfortable with it. You don't associate it with certain things. And it's to each their own. That is the point of voluntarism, and the idea that you have the right to make your choices. But I think the line is about a centralized power structure and finding a world where that does not exist. Now, the shift part I do think is important, because I think right now, at least in my career doing this, I've never seen more people asking these questions. And it's not even just about agorism, anarchism, libertarianism, voluntarism, which again are kind of a mixed, generally in the same ballpark with their own different. And then as Derek and I were discussing, each one of them kind of stems out. And I'm not even the expert on these topics, but the point is, any ideology, any philosophy, you'll find similar things like that. but that people are asking questions like that, or for example, just taking it back to a basic level, I guess, at least for most people today, things like after COVID-19. It's fascinating to me that you can have people who would have excommunicated you from their lives because you thought a vaccine might not be the smartest choice. Not even all of them, just maybe some of them that weren't tested enough. And now I find it hard to find somebody who's not at least open to the idea that, yeah, we don't fully know what's going on there. If you don't understand what a massive paradigm shift that is and what that means, that's what we're talking about today. Is it's that kind of stuff. And I think it's a rapidly, as I talk about on my show, it's a rapidly kind of declining situation where, whether it was because of COVID-19, which it very well may have been the clumsy effort, if it was indeed clumsy, maybe it was exactly what was supposed to happen, but whatever, it ended up opening people's eyes. And I think that was important. We can talk about any other individual things around that. I mean, I think there's certain events that really were kind of, polarizing. East Palestine, for example, I know, but then, with what's going on in Israel and Gaza today, I see that more than anything right now, just like with COVID-19, splitting people from a different angle, but not on a partisan line, as much as they really want you to think that. There's always a slant, but you're finding people that would have never, in the same point, never, you go back a year ago, would have excommunicated you from your life, from their life, should you have said, I don't know, I think Israel is breaking the law. Today, you find more people than I've ever seen in my life who are not just saying it's obvious that's happening, but are completely becoming aware of the reality of what's driving the entire conversation. So bringing it back to this point, all of these things, everything we're discussing, COVID-19, the injections, the idea of literally everything we've discussed on my show. We're talking about government. We're talking about a power structure who argues they have the right because you tell them they can, even if that's not necessarily the case anymore. That's the logic. They have a right to decide what you can do. Now it's always about, they're not rulers, they're representatives. You guys choose them. And this comes back to the point, obviously, of the election. And I think today, it's incredible to me how different this is, even the past elections I've seen. The idea of the two-party illusion point being something that is, sensitive, which we laugh about because everyone in this room has been talking about two-party illusion, or in this, building, two-party illusion, vote no one, 2021, 2020, 2024. And it's almost as if in the past you get kind of disregarded, like you're not even worthy of the conversation, which that's their misunderstanding. The point is that this year, some of these influencers, even people that never even acknowledged your work, are suddenly lashing out at you out of nowhere, saying you can't be doing this. Who's asking you to do this? And maybe it's organic. I don't think so. I think it's because it's an indication of the vulnerability of the dying power structure we're talking about. And we're talking about not just the idea of the government and its power of your life, but the idea that you believe you're supposed to pick one for them. And again, my belief is that this is just your government. It's not left or right. That doesn't mean everybody involved, every individual congressman or woman know that. I think most of them are completely snowed and used. But the point being is that at some higher centralized level, the idea being is that if they can get you to convince yourself that you're simply oscillating between left and right based on the bad choices made in the past administration, that all you end up doing is continuing to consent for the same rule over your life. And let's not pretend like this is the living embodiment of our will. The way the government acts today, and possibly always has been, is about using that illusion to do what it wants. If that lobbyists, foreign government influence. This is my point. I don't even think I need to convince, definitely not my audience, but most people, they may still decide to go, well, I think this vote might be a little bit better, which is a whole other conversation we want to get into at some point, I'm sure. But that's where we need to start shifting this idea, is realize that the choice is not pick the lesser of evils. It is stand with your principles, which, by the way, should always be the point. Should always be the guiding idea, is that you should not be challenged. If somebody's out there going, you should ignore what you believe in because that's what adults do, you should start recognizing that maybe you don't want to be that, or maybe they don't know what an adult is. And I think that's where we need to be today. That's completely my opinion. I'm sure people disagree even in this chat. But so let's talk about, and just, again, since you maybe just joining, the idea today is that we're going to be getting into a few different things kind of sporadically over the time of the day. I will be most likely streaming the majority of the time, by the way, all the way until I think, what time do we start today? Until about 6 or 5 or 6, I think. and people will be dropping in, possibly randomly, but the speakers for sure after they get done. And I'll be kind of jumping in with different points and different interview clips, so I can use the restroom or go get something to eat. But it's a good experience to be able to try to do this for an entire day. But I wanted to start on one of the points that we're generally talking about today, and it kind of what we've already gotten into, right? So, and really one of the things to start is, what is voluntarism? And I think we've already done a good job with the speakers we've spoken to about, what that is. I mean, the obvious point is the idea that, nobody has the right to rule over your life, that every exchange is voluntary. I mean, that's really the main point. Because I think what Derek was saying is that if every exchange is voluntary, that can ultimately lead to things that you might think are contradictory to anarchism. But that's where my line, and this is, again, my kind of new perspective on this over so many years, is that when you begin to cross that line of arguing that you need to create a centralized entity to make sure you maintain what you have, I don't think there's an example in history, tell me if I'm wrong, where that has ever remained the same. I mean, clearly not. Where empires rise and fall and things are different today. And so whether that's because of other things or not, the point simply being that government as a power structure, as I think we all know, will eventually rise, even if in good interest in the beginning, because they need that power to hold on to what they have. Eventually, whether it's somebody else gets in control, we end up right in this position. And so I want to talk about anarchy in general, because for me, this is something that I have, like, I think what Etienne or Howard was saying as well about Larkin Rose and his book being kind of a catalyst, which, again, I highly recommend. It's that mindset at the core of this that has resonated with me. And again, that's as I had to laugh about with Larkin. How often do I make that point? How often do I discuss, people use the word, I mean, people that should know better, frankly, people that do know better will use the term anarchy like chaos, because it's people know it. They think they know what that means. It's not what the actual word means. And I use from Etienne's book. That's the point that I make all the time, right? It's about it's not no rules, it's no rulers. And then we already went over why that is functionable at the very least, or it can function properly. But for me, it is really about that core point of, I just don't want to, nobody should have to have a centralized authority dictating what your life should be like. And as a couple things that they wrote in different books, different points, the core of anarchy is that no human has power over other humans. That individual freedom is the core value we're discussing. The free exchange of free individuals. And as Larkin Rose said in his opening clip that you might have seen, you can decide for yourself if you believe in law and order. He says, I do not. I believe in voluntary, peaceful order. So in case you missed our discussion, that's a point that really has been sticking with me. The idea of the inherent goodness, essentially, which actually you guys know is something I've made a point about a lot. And not that everybody everywhere is good or inherently good, but that at the end of the day, I truly believe that the vast majority, or let's just say the majority of people are good or want good things. And we all have our moments. We all rationalize bad things. Anyone out there saying they've never done that is lying to you. The point is that ultimately, if left to our own devices, I believe most people want good things. And again, to the point of, actually, I'm going to go into that probably soon if we've got more time. I've got a video that I wanted to play and kind of go through with you guys. Basically somebody who, some of the things I don't necessarily agree with, but a really great video discussing what anarchy is and going through some of the history. And I'll give it a couple minutes to make sure we don't have another speaker coming right in, and maybe we'll go into that next. And the point is, I want to reference the actual philosopher that goes into this idea, which I discussed with Larkin, and the idea that it all stems from ego. And again, not in a selfish necessarily, it's just a benign, like it is. Just we have ego and it is the way we all exist. And that through that, we ultimately, if you're acting charitably or negatively, whatever it is, that you're ultimately doing that because of your ego, because it's in your interest or what you want. And even if that's because I want to be a good person, that's still because it's in your interest, right? So the point is that if left to their own devices, people would naturally be good. And there would be the anomalies, there'd be the bad, but people would self-regulate and society would function, like we mentioned, whatever. Maybe ants gives people the wrong mentality. There's plenty of examples in nature of animal kind of civilizations that are symbiotic, or I guess that's not the right word, but really in amongst themselves will work without question in a unified way to help the unit. And again, not because they have to, in the sense of what I'm talking about, but because it's in their interest to do so. It's something that people have said before about the government in general, is that, they wouldn't pretend to be fighting for freedom and liberty and human rights if they thought we wanted bad things. They know we want good things, and so they present themselves as a good thing. And I think that's the kind of, one of the big facades that are being revealed today. And so I think that the idea is ultimately being comfortable with the idea of having more risk in your life, potentially, but I think just it is. There will be risk in your life. Something I've said on my show often in the past is that the government loves to pretend like they take danger from your life, right? We're here to keep you safe. When's the last time, whether it's government, never, or police for that matter, when you were in the middle of a situation and something bad was happening and police were there to save you from the problem? Now, that certainly happens, and that's nice that it happens. Point, though, is that 90% of the time you're ultimately having police come after the fact and investigate and, and I guess maybe follow up on it if it's serious enough crime. And sometimes the people can get held accountable. And the idea is that possible chain of events would sway somebody from wanting to risk that overall. But, people that are criminals don't seem to care that much about it. And sometimes people can stop. My point is that ultimately that doesn't really remove danger from your life. It just maybe lessens somebody's interest in doing so. And then on top of that, government only adds, as I think we're all seeing today, COVID-19 or anything else, more danger to your life. So personal choice, and I'm arguing you guys would likely see the same, I would err on the side of having, potentially more danger in my life as long as I am the one dictating that path. And I think that's a very important part of this, is that there will be danger. That's not something you can get rid of. In a society where, let's say, you live in a free grouping of individuals where you're ultimately self-regulating like we're talking about. It's in any other society. It's not like we're going back into the Middle Ages. We're in the world we live in today. So you'd have all the same devices, all the same things, and you could manage your own aspects, your power based on your local areas. And the point being is you would have people that would be a militia for your area. They'd be able to defend yourselves, or you'd have other communities that you could work with. And the point being is that you have the ways to keep yourselves safe if that's what your interest is. That does not necessitate some kind of a power structure that you have to be told what to do by. And I find that interesting. Now, as our host Etienne said, he said, if you're voting for or advocating for or supporting government, then you are, number one, voting to rob your friends and neighbors who disagree with you. Now, people always love to push back on these ideas, but ultimately that just because you don't like the way the words feel, that's exactly what's happening. And even if you think that in some cases or most cases, governments are doing these with the best interests for keeping you safe, we all know that's not how all of them think. And there's plenty of situations where there's governments or power structures or police that absolutely abuse every possible opportunity to rob you or to manipulate you or to force you to rob your neighbor for their interest. And it's not for the interest of any positive outcome. But the idea being that is what the exchange is. Even if you agree with it, I think it's important to acknowledge that that's what you're ultimately voting for. I want you to force those people who I think are terrible, who are the terrorists of our time, or whatever the political dynamic is, to have to do what I think is right because I believe that's the best thing for the country. Now, the sad part is a lot of that conversation doesn't even have that secondary part. It's not that they believe it's the best for the country. It's because their party says, or because they want to win, or either way, you're still asking for power structures to use force to maintain what you want or put in place what you want. I don't know why anybody thinks that makes sense, even though we've lived through it for this long. And he also goes on to say, you are advocating violence to socioeconomic problems and you are legitimizing a system that is enslaving you. Hopefully you're hearing this right now, because that is exactly what's going on. Now let's talk about anarchy. Since it does look like we've got some time here, I want to go into a video that I think is actually pretty interesting that discusses the kind of the origin. And heads up, by the way, this will be, we'll most likely be stopping this and intermittently talking about it. But for the moment, let's go ahead and get this playing, and I'm going to jump in and make some points. Now, again, this goes over some of the history. Now, make sure you watch this as sort of benign. It's not that this is advocating for any kind of communist government or fascist government. It's simply showing you how these things have evolved. And that's what we're talking about today. And my point would be how historically these always get hijacked under the guise that they convince the people they need some centralized power to maintain the thing they think they've built. And so you could argue it starts in a good place. It's hard to know that for sure. But so this is about just highlighting how that has gone. And that's one of the things that I can't stop seeing is how it intersects with a communist or socialist mindset, because you're talking about something that should be everybody should be able to do what they, something that would work for everybody, let's put it that way. And how it's easy to see how you could convince somebody that would be what, not me, that scares me, but the idea that some people would feel that would be the right path. But so that's the stopping point. I think that's where we draw that line, that there is, once you begin to rationalize any centralized power structure in the sense of a government that ultimately rules over, not, like a, whatever the right word would be, like a parliament, I guess, of individuals in a community that fluctuate between and ultimately decide. Like, you could even argue that in itself would become something like that, but that's the line for you to decide, or for the communities to decide, with the point being that when it becomes something that, like, we need to elect leaders. to be able to dictate these things or make this say that has to be the line for me. And history shows me that that's always where that goes wrong. So let's go through this video and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Anarchism is a difficult ideology to define. And anarchism of a sort was present in many movements and ideologies throughout history. From the Taoists in ancient China through to anarchism currently being practiced in Rojava in northern Syria, where communities are attempting to establish autonomous, bottom-up direct democracies, where anyone can vote on any issue. Philosophy professor Nathan Jun defines anarchism as a universal condemnation of and opposition to all forms of closed, coercive authority, political, economical, social, etc., coupled with B, universal affirmation and promotion of freedom and equality.
So there's a couple points I want to make actually already, which I find interesting. Let me go back just 1 second.
Democracies.
Right. So this is interesting. So the idea of, let's say, the autonomous zone. I can't speak to these specifically. I haven't had the time yet to look through, like in Syria, for example. And by the way, don't be scared away about the idea that they happen to be in Syria, that they're not all just terrorist bad guys. If you listen to the corporate media, the point is that these are people trying to take advantage of a bad situation and create their own functioning society, if that is the reality, but that's how he's presenting it. My point is the dangerous idea of people like Peter Thiel, for example, as I will talk about more. The idea that, and by the way, that we talked about in my interview with Etienne, which is interesting, is that, 'cause generally it is being presented as Prospera, being presented as a libertarian, utopia. And that's definitely how the media is framing it. But if you look at, first of all, Peter Thiel, who's the primary funder of it, if you look at the actual way it's working, if you look at the way that it's encroaching on other territory, you're looking at the way that they illegally put this in place using a U.S. government coup, pretty sure it's not libertarian by every stretch of the word. But I just forgot what I was going to grab. Oh, the Prospera thing. That's what I was going to grab for you guys. But so my point is that using this, the illusion of what we're wanting, right? Like that's what really scares me about this, is that we're at a time right now where there's a lot of possible change. And so what worries me is that is always historically when these power structures they see an opportunity in the problem, right? And so all of a sudden they go, okay, well, they're calling for independent media. They recognize corporate media as a bunch of liars. So what do? Well, we manufacture a new independent media. So that's the mainstream alternative media. Now, that's not just, you guys can decide who you think is part of what I would call something that is not necessarily legitimate. And there's different levels of that, to where you could say, those that are aware that they're being used in that way, or those that don't realize they're being funded by something. My point on this is not to call anybody out, but really just to recognize that governments will take advantage of these situations. Here's the article I was discussing. And step in when there's that opening and say, oh, okay, so you want libertarians? Okay, well, here, check it out. Here's a new city. And isn't that what you're all asking for? A private idea where there's no government? Well, at the end of the day, it's basically the same thing for me. As you dive into this story, we're talking about a obviously not a libertarian, a statist who ultimately used the U.S. government, the point is the U.S. government committed a coup in 2009 in Honduras, put in place a government they wanted. And I'm not even saying good versus bad or right versus wrong, who right, whether the people want either of them is not the point, but that the U.S. government used illegal tactics to put who they wanted. Then through that government, they allowed this autonomous zone to be built. That's where the point comes into the video. And that's what they're calling it. It's basically, by the way, the autonomous zone point, that's like right out of the Sustainable Development Goals. That is the whole point. And that's my worry about how this overlaps with the Trump administration. But the idea being that this comes down to place that is being put in through government statist action using coercive measures, legal actions. Then they put this in place. Now, when they tried to put the autonomous zones in place, the Constitutional Court ultimately ruled no. So then, and this is all on the record, they ultimately removed many of the judges and put more in place that were amenable to their idea. And then, hey, what do you know? They got the bill passed. And so from that point forward, they built this. Now, over the years, because I honestly think the U.S. government is stretched too thin, they've, again, not good or bad or right or wrong, but a government is now back in place that is not the one the U.S. government wants and are now saying you're not allowed to be here, have removed that law, but their company, Prospera, that's on, I think, I forget the name of the island. But anyway, they're saying, no, we don't care. We're not going to leave. Okay, so obviously you can see that they don't agree. So they're not there under some guise. It's not like they're being told by the current power structure that they're not allowed to be there. They're staying anyway. I get the mind as the current government is saying that the U.S. government is currently planning another regime change for Honduras. That they just said this over the last couple of months. And I think personally, my opinion, that's why they're not acting. They know I think they're going to get that power control back. But the worst part is they're suing Honduras now, the company, Prospera, and the company around it, under the guise that they broke this contract. But ultimately, it was an illegal contract to begin with because of the way it went down, in my opinion. But either way, they're suing them for something like $11 billion. The entire GDP of Honduras is like 30-something billion. New York Times believes that they're going to win that. So what happens when they win? What happens when their Thiel's company effectively takes control of all government assets, or many of, or just enough to be able to be the actual ruling structure in Honduras? Well, the government doesn't go away. They're just kind of a figurehead at that point, and they ultimately have the resources and the ability to continue to expand, which, by the way, is part of what's happening. Crawfish Rock, which is next to this, is being told that they're being told they're going to be absorbed. That's not what libertarians would hear. You're encroaching. You're literally taking land. And so the problem is that this is what I see as an issue, using what we want. I hope I'm wrong. In anything like this, I always hope that I'm wrong. I would love to see actual libertarian cities and the way that would work in reality. But so back to that point is that I'm seeing a lot of this come up.
Create a successful
Wrong one. In this.
Vote on
In these parts around the world where they're talking about the autonomous zones. And so all I wanted to say on that is that I'm worried that this could be another aspect, especially in a place like Syria, where we know that there's a lot of foreign government manipulation, that this could be a way to set this up to fail. Just consider these points. So what, again, the core of this conversation is about principles, not saying, well, these are the principles we say we believe in, but this works, so we're going to kind of ignore that one, or, lesser of evils or whatever. So when it comes down to these ideas, at least for me personally speaking, that's where I think this has to be. This hard stance on what we know we believe and sticking to that. And so the moment these things start to look afoul of what you are told they're supposed to be, don't support it anymore. I mean, I think that's a no-brainer. So let's keep watching this. There's a point right after this I want to mention.
on any issue. Philosophy professor Nathan Jun defines anarchism as a universal condemnation of and opposition to all forms of closed, coercive authority, political, economical, social, etc., coupled with B, universal affirmation and promotion of freedom and equality in all spheres of human existence.
Now, right there is a good way that I don't think I was, I missed some of these points, I think, when I'm discussing like what the difference would be between, let's say, a free grouping of people, which that's one of the differences, who would exist as sort of a, whatever word you want to use, a committee or whatever. That's probably better for people that would rightly be worried about a parliament idea. The point being that in a free society, a libertarian society, an anarchist society, where you would have some kind of a committee that would be rotating people to make choices, this is the difference between why what we're discussing as a problem versus that, which, by the way, that in and of itself could eventually become this. And that's the line. We have to make sure that we're always on guard, staying vigilant. But as he says, have you heard him? Universal condemnation. This is one person's definition of anarchism. Oh, here, let me move this real quick so you guys can actually read that on the screen if you're watching the video part. To all forms of closed coercive authority, political, economical, social, etc., coupled with universal affirmation and promotion of freedom and equality. So the point is that we're talking about coercive authority. The first part, the condemnation of that. Being that is a central part, using violence to force, even for what you see as good things, what you want to take place. I would argue that whether you have a committee or whatever you want to call it, that's clearly not how that's taking place, but eventually could become that. So that's the vigilance aspect. And so this goes back a long way. Derek made that excellent point. I mean, which, by the way, I have to reflect on that and go back and research the idea that whatever that was, it brings me to mind of like the, what's that movie with Tom, I forget the name of it, but that one where it's going back to the samurai times and kind of intersecting with the kind of Civil War times. And the idea being that what Derek was discussing is the idea of the Gatling gun. At the time, it was like, everyone's going to be destroyed. Like every time there's been an advance, even the cannon, you could find writings about the idea that when the cannon was first described, they're like, we're going to end the world. And same thing being discussed around nuclear weapons, and we just keep going. But that when the Gatling gun was something that was developed, as Derek was saying, ultimately somebody, I forget the name he mentioned, was writing about how this will, how are we going to be able to defend against the government? I mean, look at where we are now. So as Larkin was saying, it really it comes down to it's your choice, obviously, but peaceful resistance. The idea of having the numbers in the sense and just a saying, we will not comply. I mean, it's funny how we can all, from pretty much every perspective, make that a mantra during the COVID-19 illusion, but then not recognize that when it comes to the most important, when we're literally voting for the people that did that to us, which hopefully you're not, by the way. But the idea that you're saying that, well, we will not comply, but then we're going to bow to this because somebody in another ideological group told me that's what adults do. I think that's pretty sad, quite frankly. But, I shouldn't be being negative again, because I really do want to stress this idea that, as I've said before, my opinions when it comes to voting. And now clearly, I mean, the general idea of authority, but the idea is that I will respect somebody who does believe that. And I will tell you, I'll talk your ear off as long as you let me about why I think you're making a bad decision, why I think this is not in your interest. But if you believe that, just like I might believe something that you wouldn't disagree with, like I can respect that. The sad thing is there's so many people out there that, I mean, everyone I talk to, even Republicans, Democrats, diehards are saying they're both terrible, but he will do less, or I'll get better things from that, or he, or, back and forth. I don't even know what to say to that. It almost makes me it makes me sad, because I don't think that's what those people would do in any other conversation that had to do with their principles. But for whatever reason, this is such a sensitive spot for people. They fall prey to this. And that's what social engineering does. It's important to think about.
For much of history, the term anarchism was, and for many still is, a derogatory term, rather than the name of any movement or ideology. But towards the end of the 18th century, William Godwin began to define anarchism as an ideology for the first time. What is now referred to as classical anarchism was popularised across the course of the 19th century, when most terrorism in the world was also perpetrated by anarchists. King Umberto I of Italy, for example, was assassinated by an anarchist in 1900.
Which, by the way, is an interesting point to think about, right? The idea that, even today it's the same idea, but like being framed as terrorists, but in technical terms, that's what that would have been at the time, using violence to achieve political ends. And so that's the idea of us not being violent, and it's not being coercive even in response. But it's interesting because that it's the ebb and flow of how this has gone throughout history. Now, I wanted to make a point really quickly to the mainstream I was showing you earlier. It looks like some people might be new in the chat, and I just want to make sure you're clear on how the whole structure is today. So again, this is the main conference, and the main page is here. These links are included beneath on all the pages we have put out. And I have it on right now on the main website page for TLAV on the right-hand side and on the article we posted today. So if you want to watch the speakers, if not like later down the line, but right now while they're live, this is where you can do it. And you can use Ryan 5 to get a discount on it. And so my goal, which I was kind of joking about earlier, is for everyone, if we get down to 0 viewers, that's a success. I want everyone to be listening to what they have to say. And so this is kind of just the point about having the kind of, in the spotlight background interviews after the fact for the TLAV audience and for us. And, feel free to donate to TLAV while you're here. But the point being about getting people to watch the conference and understand where they're coming from and the ideas they have, because I'm telling you, it will open your mind. And so this is where you can find the information on this conversation for that mainstream. Here's the civil page, the CIVL, and I believe that was .com. And here's the actual page where this is playing right now, playing live. And so the point, though, is that ultimately you can click here and watch the main conference where they'll be speaking. You can check out this page we put out this morning. Oh, no, excuse me. This is the original one. This is just a page on our website, which has the embed to this stream TLAV side by itself. And then here's the main page I put out as the article today, which has all the videos to, but still just the TLAV stream, all of which you can access in there in a link to the mainstream. So just be clear, these are two separate streams. And the whole point of why it's on a paywall is because it's this is about raising funds. It's about trying to, get attention to the movement. And that's why my side of this is free for everybody. So you guys can get some of this. And while over there, you can get access to them later if you'd like. But if you want to watch them live, make sure you support the movement. Make sure you support what Howard's doing, ATN. Make sure you support what Larkin is doing. That's the idea. So I just want to make sure that's clear so no one's confused on the overlap and why that one would be behind a paywall. So make sure you support it, guys, because that's honestly, that's one of the hardest things we're dealing with today. As I think ATN and I were talking about before, is that it's I mean, you guys all know this. It's an uneven playing field. We're in a game where the people, like the centralized power structure, essentially have the ability to suppress, to ignore, to channel using algorithmic manipulation today, who sees what and when, how viral it goes. And this should not be regarded as conspiracy theory today. This is a very obviously provable reality. They're telling you they're downgrading, whether it's Twitter or whatever else. And so the problem is that we have to do everything 3 times as hard to get one step forward where, but you know what? It's worth it. Even though we take negative consequences in our life for continuing to take these stances because it's threatening to the power structure. It's quite obvious. But just to wake up one person, to save one person's life during COVID-19, I will sit with that the rest of my life and I'll be proud about it. Right. So make sure you support what they're doing. And I recommend that you sign up for that and check this out as well. This will be live. You can watch this on TLAV for the rest of time. So I saw some people commenting about that. I wanted to make sure I commented on that in general so you know what's going on there. All right, so let's get back to this. And I believe we should have somebody coming in to speak with us pretty soon here.
Height of the French Revolution in 1794, Godwin published an inquiry concerning political justice, which, while not using the term anarchism, is undoubtedly one of the first modern anarchist texts, and influenced the fathers of socialism and workers' movements like Robert Owen and poets like Percy Shelley. Influenced by John Locke's argument that the mind was a blank slate, Godwin argued that men were born equal and that differences were a product of their environment. Godwin was also a utilitarian. He believed that morality was a system of conduct which is determined by a consideration of the greatest general good. At the same time, he believed that man was perfectible, so that when these 3 principles were combined, the blank slate, the greatest good, and continual improvement, and as man became more educated and rational, they would become capable of governing themselves. Godwin argued that property accumulation was an evil that should be replaced by a kind of communism where each is entitled to their share of a common stock, and where communities that governed themselves face to face would replace nation states.
Yes, but you see, again, that may sound good to some people. Some it might sound terrifying, and both are logical. The point is that there's no way to effectively do that, as I see it, without having a power structure. And and again, that some people in this chat may even think, okay, well, that's where we should aim for. We can control it, and maybe that's how histories work. I just think it's time for something different. This is such a fascinating part of this, which is why I brought up with Derek. History seems to always repeat in this way. But there are examples where I think he talks about it, where there's examples where this kind of goes in a fascistic direction. The point is centralized power structures. That's my big point about communism in general or socialism. It seems to be this big boogeyman for people when the reality is government. It's any government. We're living through it right now. Has the ability to centralize power, or has the opportunity to, at your expense, whatever you want to call it. And so that's why I'm focusing on that point is the problem. And so what they're describing here in the video is if you're not allowed to own anything, and the only way you can ultimately do that is to have somebody dictating who does what and how, and enforcing that with coercion.
A technological utopian, Godwin also believed that if everyone took a share of the workload and the innovations of the Industrial Revolution were justly put to use, work hours could be reduced to just half an hour a day. But Godwin was also a gradualist who believed that change would come through careful progression and reform. Next came Max Stirner. Godwin died in 1836, and Max Stirner wrote his magnum opus, The Ego and Its Own, in 1844, where Godwin looked to cooperation and community as the essence of anarchism. Stirner argued for a radical individualism. Stirner was heavily influenced by Hegel's dialectics, the idea that progress occurs through the development of a thesis, antithesis, and synthesis that drives ideas and history. Instead of progressing towards the state as the embodiment of the community, though, as Hegel had argued, Stirner thought that the dialectic of history would progress towards a supreme individual freedom, where each man stood on his own moral footing. Stirner's system was supremely philosophically abstract, but his fundamental point was that we are all egoists. For Stirner, we do everything for our own benefit. Even when we are being charitable, for example, we do it because it makes us look good and will benefit us in some way in the end.
Now, that's the summary point. But the more I look into this, the more, as I was describing it, I think is a bit more accurate. The point being simply that it doesn't always have to be that it's in our interest, or rather that it's because it's something that benefits us. I think like it's simply the idea that something you want, right? So if you believe that you want to, do charity because you want people to have a better life, you're still something for you, even though it's also for them. That's how I view that, because I don't think that if you're saying that we are all, in some cases, yes, the idea being that we're in a bad way, but I think it's more about the idea that that's how we're driven through that. And then that is ultimately why, which is the point I was going to come to, we would ultimately by default, and it's this one of the next philosophers, be moral by not by default, but simply by and large, that we'd be driven because it is in our interest to be that way. And I think that's profound. I mean, at the very least, why would we not want to see if that's something possible? The idea that we don't need to have these power structures, that people don't need to be ruled, don't need to be told, as Larkin Rose puts it, believing in voluntary peaceful order as opposed to law and order. It's something worth really reflecting on. I know it's easy to quickly dismiss these things because we've been growing up around a certain system. I'm telling you, the more you lean into this and at least consider it, even if you end up deciding this is not what you think is right, it behooves you to understand what these things mean and why it's possible.
So morality came from the individual ego. The state then was superfluous because we would be moral anyway to further our own individual interests. Laws and government then are an unjust restraint on the personal freedom of the ego. Stirner famously declared that I am everything to myself and I do everything on my account. For Stirner, there are no rights, there is no transcendent morality. All of these are what he called spooks, invented by the powerful to oppress. I and I alone decide what is right and what is wrong.
Now, here's an interesting point. Now, this kind of intersects with a lot of different conversations. Weirdly, even with stuff that I'm seeing more today, like almost even, and I don't know if this is even meant the same way, but like almost like a Luciferian kind of idea that like through bad deeds, you somehow find something profound. And I think that this is, in a way, just at least interconnected. Like he's ultimately saying that, I decide what's right and wrong, but that seems in my mind to contradict with the idea of being good or moral because it's in your interest. So, this is why these are all simply just different people's perspectives around a larger philosophy, a philosophical idea. Again, I'd love to be able to speak to him today and ask specifically pointed questions about how that makes sense and what he meant by it. But you can read the books and stuff, which I'm, plan on continuing to try to educate myself on. But I do find that point to be very interesting, because there's something inherently, at least speaking for myself, you hear that and you go, ooh, okay, well, that obviously can go in a bad path. But then you can overlap that with the idea that, well, that's everybody's individual decision, right? And as long as you're not stepping on somebody else's personal freedom or invading somebody else, like that's the point. It's your life and your choices with how you want to live. And ultimately it comes down to that moral idea. And so if you're the one jumping in there doing bad things because you don't think it's wrong, well, that society will self-regulate and you'll probably be kicked out of the community. And again, we're not talking about some archaic idea where, hundreds of years ago, we're living in this society. So it's not like we're in farms and pitchforks here. We're talking about having the ability to just use what you currently have to say you're no longer part of our community, as we all know exists in plenty of ways around the world. But I just think that's a fascinating thought, because I see that a lot today being used to justify some of the things we're seeing come out of these power structures. I don't even mean like as a government as a whole, but the powerful entities that are rationalizing like a new way of thinking in a direction that almost deifies the self. Courtney and I've talked about this, and it's a terrifying thing. But just as an overlap, I thought that was an interesting point.
Stirner believed that instead of the state, people should band together in unions of egoists. Workers, for example, should band together and strike for better pay. The state, he argued, only gets in the way. Because we are roughly equal as humans, unions will balance each other out, leading to a kind of egoistic equilibrium. Pierre-Joseph Proudhon published What is Property in 1840, and it would become one of the most influential anarchist texts of the 19th century. His answer to the question, what is property, was the statement, property is theft. Proudhon argued that property that was the result of labour was legitimate, but property in unused land, or property that's profit was a result of rent or interest, was illegitimate. He was involved in a dispute with Marx and deserves praise for his foresight that, and I quote, "the doctrinaire, authoritarian, dictatorial, governmental, communist system is based on the principle that the individual is essentially subordinate to the collective, that from it alone he has his right in life, that the citizen belongs to the state like a child to the family, that he is in its power and possession, in manu, and that he owes it submission and obedience in all things." Thus,
there's there's more.
predicting the horrors of the totalitarian
Right.
Soviet state.
Right. So this is the obvious, historical line here. That so they're arguing from a point of personal freedom, then becomes this kind of dictatorial. You can, I've already made the point many times. You can obviously see how that line connects. But so the line that's been crossed is the creation of a state to enforce that. If you're really talking about a voluntarism idea, then why would you need a state to enforce it? To me, those seem like inherently contradictory things, but it just becomes to somebody who believes, or, let's just say from an honest place, somebody who believes in the structure they think that they want to create for a better world, and that they're willing to do, essentially use force to see that to fruition. That would be, in my mind, a contradiction of the principles. So there's a line right there. But I find this interesting in general, the idea that this is somebody framing what he's talking about. And this is exactly what we're all concerned about. Now, again, this is not just about communism or socialism. You can see how all of these things have similar flavors, but the idea that it is essentially that you are subordinate to the collective. Now, that's one way. That's not even the idea of the government and the state. That's in those governmental structures. That's how they would use that. But you can see that being something that might be argued in one of these. Well, the collective is more important than your individual interest. Now, that's another part that I feel contradicts the idea of this, because, well, arguably you can say, well, then I don't want to be a part of that, and you can move on, which wouldn't be allowed in this kind of a system. You're still going to be taxed by the US government, even if you move to another country. That's how crazy this is. But ultimately, the idea is that the idea of being subordinate to the collective, to me, seems to contradict the idea of individual. It doesn't seem to, it does. But I think the argument from them would be that this is a way to effectively try to remove the possibility of that government structure being put in. But I disagree with that. Err on the side of these principles, the idea of individual freedom, free exchange of individuals, and the idea, like Larkin discussed, that there is fundamental realities that can't be ignored. Whether or not, again, the real world we live in, we do have militia. We do have, even the military still exists. The idea is that there are still people that see themselves as part of the military, whether the government's there or not. Those people would still be willing and able to rally to support what they believe in. And so, it all comes down to that idea that individual choices. And so when you try to make it about a collective, or alternatively, or even across, kind of connected, a state that decides that you are a child of the family, or you're acting in the interest of the collective, all those things aggressively violate what I believe is what all these things are truly based on.
Power and possession, in manu, and that he owes it submission and obedience in all things, thus predicting the horrors of the totalitarian Soviet state in the 20th century. Proudhon wrote that to be governed is to be watched over, inspected, spied on, directed, legislated, regimented, closed in, indoctrinated, preached at, controlled, assessed, evaluated, censored, commanded. Proudhon believed instead in a bottom-up organised federation of communes, where the higher levels would be subordinated to the lower levels. This would be the very opposite of a centralised system. Instead of laws, Proudhon proposed contracts between people and groups. This was called mutualism. Another anarchist involved in a dispute with Marx was Mikhail Bakunin, maybe the most famous anarchist. Bakunin believed that justice was synonymous with equality, so that the freedom of each is therefore realisable only in the equality of all. Like Proudhon, Bakunin believed in the commune, which, while federated into larger units, would always retain the right to secede. His ideas of collectivist anarchism argued for equal means of subsistence, support, education, and opportunity for every child, boy or girl, until maturity, and equal resources and facilities in adulthood to create his own well-being by his own labour. While not a particularly philosophical thinker, Bakunin is best known as the leader of the anarchists of the First International, which lasted from 1864 to 1876, and for his bitter disputes with Marx over the question of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Bakunin argued that rather than
By the way, that I just in case you don't know, they're basically talking about the working class, the people that effectively work or are only able to provide for themselves by their labor. That's the proletariat. And so when they're talking about that, or the point that Derek made earlier, the idea that the dictatorship of the proletariat, in a way, again, maybe they had good intention. Maybe ultimately that could flesh out. To me, it becomes the same idea that I don't want a dictatorship of anything. I don't want any collective or group or individual telling me how I have to do what's in their interest or for the collective, and this is going to be the repeated point all day today, and it's almost ad nauseum. Like, we're talking about today, you have to continue to make these points because people are kind of oscillating, waffling right now about why, again, the opening of why more people are asking these questions than ever before, that is an opportunity to reach people with these questions. And even if they end up voting and whatever else, the point is that you're planting these seeds. We've talked about that for years. And I've never seen a better time for them to possibly grow.
States communism, workers' associations should themselves own the means of production. He argued that authority should be a matter of choice, making the state an illegitimate form of authority. He said, in the matter of boots, I refer to the authority of the bootmaker. Concerning houses, canals, or railroads, I consult that of the architect or engineer. But I allow neither the bootmaker nor the architect to impose his authority upon me. Finally, closing off the end of the 19th century, is Peter Kropotkin. Kropotkin, the eccentric who went from Russian prince and aide to Tsar Alexander II to world-renowned anarchist, was a communist anarchist and a great geographer, whose most famous work, Mutual Aid, was published in 1902. Kropotkin spent much of his life challenging those who thought that Darwin's new theory of evolution as survival of the fittest justified racial and class hierarchy. He argued that rather than competition and the prevailing of the dominant gene, mutual aid and cooperation within species were the defining factors of evolution. He argued that the phenomena of mutual aid and altruism, a kind of natural morality, existed biologically within humans, and so the state was an unnecessary protector of order.
Now, this is where I'm more of the mindset. And I mean, I think it's powerful, again, to look at the other examples in nature, right, of this exact conversation of where it's not necessarily coercive. It's not even like an hive mind idea, but just ultimately that you have different, environments of animals that will work for the greater collective. And not always, not 100% of the time, but the idea that this comes back to you from a human perspective, as this philosopher is talking about, that it is an inherent idea. Again, whether driven by ego or not, because I think there's differences here from what he's saying. I think that side of it leans more into the I decide what's good and bad, or ends up in a kind of more of a communist direction. This is simply about the idea that, and again, a brief understanding of what they're discussing here and looking into it after watching this, that about, that we are inherently good, not, to a person, but that ultimately driven by those things and left to our own devices without the forced coercive law and order, which only really becomes law and forced engagement of those, or I guess just enforcement of those, that without that, the average people would ultimately end up being good to each other because it's in their interest to do so. It's such a simple point. And I don't even understand why there's not even a good argument to make about why that wouldn't be the case, unless you want to make the argument that people are inherently bad. Or even if you want to make it more benign, like it's just we're right in the middle, it's the same idea. You still point out that people would ultimately box out those that weren't efficient or adding to their society, and the same people could enforce to protect those societies, or even a point that I think Larkin made in our interview, hiring private security. Those things, like Brink, for example, has way better track record or enforcement than the police because they're being paid to do so. They have an interest in doing a better job than everybody else. And why wouldn't that be possible? I mean, you're still talking about a community, and you could decide whether, you can go deep as you want, and it's important to do so. But the more you go deep into these ideas, these thought experiments, that's when it starts to kind of fork into different possible ways to believe in different things. That's why my point today is really stressing the origin of again, individual freedom, right? No coercive, no centralized power. And that's why the idea of volunteerism, is how, as ATN is talking about, is something that's really caught my attention. But I think more so it's always like, I like what Derek was talking about. Like anarchism in general has always been more so my point, but the idea of market anarchism as he's describing, it does make a lot of sense to me. But as I've always said, it's more about, for me, the ability, willingness to evolve these ideas and potentially change them. And so I you know me, I'm rarely one to label myself with any of these things, because not because I couldn't, but just because I feel like that boxes people in often, that you choose to almost ignore certain things. Like today, you can find somebody left or right who would 100% believe in something and then choose to ignore it because they find out it's endorsed by Democrats or Republicans or whatever. That is wild to me. That is counterintuitive. It goes against your own interest because of some ideological trap. So the idea that we're morally, like inherently morally good, or whatever spectrum you find that on, I believe that's been proven many ways over. And that without the coercive nature of it, that literally creates a criminal industry. I mean, look at the idea of the war on drugs. I mean, how many times do we have to prove how obvious that's the way that the war is what created the facilitation of that whole process? And the idea of legalizing these things in many places around the world have proven to be the opposite of chaos. It's funny how that always works, right? And so that's the idea, that I think we already know this. And that's what makes this power structure uncomfortable right now.
Kropotkin has much in common with someone like Rousseau, who argued that humans are inherently good-natured, but live under the corrosive effects of modern society. While travelling the world and writing Mutual Aid, Kropotkin observed beetles helping each other carry and bury prey, too big for just one of them to eat, and ants who shared food and water if they passed another in need, eagles that call on each other for aid and who let the elders and the weak eat before the young and the strongest. He saw packs and prides and schools in cooperation everywhere he looked. And Kropotkin also pointed to organisations like the English Lifeboat Association as an example of a voluntary organisation that provides aid without the coercion of the state. As well,
now, one point he made right there that I think is important to think about too is, aside from the power structure, just the idea of living in these technological times, or even before that, right? That we're bound down in some ways by this modern society. Now, everybody has a different opinion on what that is and what society should be like, especially going into this like technocratic age that we're in. It's interesting to think about how that in and of itself might be a contributing factor to why people can't find the peace, let's say, they might have been able to find if they weren't being kind of forced into this structured society. But plenty of people want that. But it's, again, if it was left to your own devices and you had the choice to not be a part of this or be a part, you might decide to do something else. And I think that's interesting because, I mean, it obviously goes to something like the Unabomber conversation, the manifesto, the idea that we can see the building of this problem, whatever you think about that person. Like the logic of what was there is interesting, and that we can clearly see how these things are building digital prisons around us, right? To replace the actual prisons that are around us. But I think that's kind of the interesting point, and that drives us, as we were talking about, I think with Larkin, into a position where we almost feel bound by these choices. That there is no way out. You have bills and you've got and you get trapped into this. Now, what happens when we step into the digital IDs, the social credit? Some places in the world that's already happening, right? So they got a whole nother level there, where now you have to pretend you are okay with these choices because then you get a mark. Then you can't get on that plane or that bus because you didn't praise the state. I mean, this is the logical conclusion in the technological age of exactly what we're talking about. We need to err on the other side of that.
As well as Mutual Aid, Kropotkin wrote The Conquest of Bread, which outlined his views on what an anarcho-communist society would look like. The book influenced anarchists in Catalonia during the Spanish Civil War, and anarchists today still in Rojava. These 5 thinkers provided a rough genesis of anarchist thought that would divide into separate but sometimes overlapping schools. During the 19th century, anarchists would generally either be communists or non-communists. Non-communists, mutualists like Proudhon, usually argued for individual property rights, but equal access to land and the means of production, and the abolishment of rent, profit, and taxation. This was in contrast to anarcho-communists, who would usually argue that the community, rather than the individual, controlled all property, would abolish all market exchange, and would distribute all property by need. In the 1905 entry for anarchism in the Encyclopaedia Britannica, Kropotkin noted that there were 6 main schools of anarchist thought: mutualist, individualist, collectivist, communist, Christian, and literary. Collectivists, for example, argued that a federated system of collective communities would be in charge of the land and the means of production in its area. Kropotkin neglected to include anarcho-syndicalists, which, through unionisation, would put all decisions in the hands of the workers and would own the means of production in the decision-making process. Rich and varied history that is impossible to do justice to in a short video. What I have sketched is just the beginnings of what is often now referred to as classical anarchism. If you want to support Then and Now, then please subscribe below, and most importantly, click the bell here to receive notifications when I upload a new video. You can also follow me on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram in the links in the description below. And if you're feeling really generous, then this channel only exists through the support of pledges on
Now, by the way, I'm just going to go ahead and sit on this side so I don't have to keep moving the whole time if that works for you guys. But yeah, I one person commented on that I found interesting, more so like the history of like European anarchism, is they argue that's more of a fair kind of overview of what that is. But I find it to be fascinating just because there's a lot of different perspectives there, the historical overlaps, the way that it kind of evolved. And again, the thing that really stood out to me was the kind of drive to, whether the organic evolution of this or not, or the power structures taking advantage of this opening, like I said before, how it seems to kind of dovetail with these ideologies that allow for the state to essentially take control. And I think that's the obvious way this has always gone. Now, again, the question is that the inevitable conclusion of this experiment, or is that always the example of power structures recognizing why that is such a threat? Rules, no rulers. Interesting how they've removed the reality of anything that, it's the only ideology that has no place for rulers. And I think that's an obvious threat to the power structure. So this in general, I think, is something that, I am going to continue to evolve my understanding of, and I'm going to continue to investigate and educate myself on. One of the things we're going to talk about coming up is, the idea of historical examples. I think that Walter's going to be coming here next and be talking about examples of the past, how these things have worked and how they have failed. And we can talk about that with him and see, kind of get more of an insight into that background and in examples like I asked Larkin about, what other examples of this happening in the past where it might have failed or not, and in that case, was it because of this? Was it because of that? And I think it'll give us some, insight into how these might work going forward. Now, since we have some time here, I wanted to talk more on kind of this current, the idea of where we are right now with the vote. And I think this is something that, it's obviously a central part of this conversation. And here, just in case people are immediately going to jump to conclusions, to make sure you recognize that Derek wrote articles about both these so far. I think he's going to come out with another one possibly in the next couple of days. And I won't tell you the title just yet, but 4 reasons not to vote for Kamala Harris and 4 reasons not to vote for Donald Trump. And you won't be surprised to find that there's a lot of overlap, Zionist support and on and on and on. But interestingly enough, we're at a time where we're watching this evolve. And every part of this, and this is what's so fascinating to me on all sides of this conversation, and those that are, regular watchers of the show, you've heard me talk about, is that it seems interesting how aligned they are in a lot of ways. And the reason I even bring it up is because obviously the voting conversation is important, and recognize that I think voting in this system is consenting to the continuation of it. But that in the past, it's almost like there's been an effort to really aggressively make, there's always differences, there's always wedge issues, right? But look back, I don't know, however many, a decade, you would see very stark lines between what you would see as these two people. Now, people in the partisanship seem to kind of still feel that way. But when you stand back and look objectively, not at the individual Democrat versus Republican, but the actual politicians, you look at the actual policy, you look at the outcome of that policy over many, many decades, just many administrations. As I've said for a while now, you find it kind of shocking if you're tapped into the partisanship that it seems to be a pretty constant linear progression of main policies. Now, that can either tell you that they're all the same thing, which I actually think is the case for the most part, whether they know it or not, or I can simply show you the true nature of what drives these people, which is the money, the lobbyists, the foreign influence. And they want the same things. And that's ultimately what this continues to do. And so I think it's important to consider this. So let's talk about first the thing we brought up with, I think I mentioned it with Larkin about the burning of the flag. Right. So right now you have this conversation coming from mostly the right, I would say, where I'm just going to scoot this over. There we go. Better to be in the middle. And it's more comfortable for me. Oh, excuse me. So, you have this idea where Kamala Harris and her administration are they're going to give away, they're going to remove your free speech, which, of course, the point that I keep making, guys, if you're going to say that, you're either trying to confuse somebody or you don't understand how inherent rights work. And again, even this conversation is interesting because, as I've said before, the belief, or rather the, understanding of the Constitution is something that I look at as a valuable aspect of the system we currently have. And if we lived in a situation where we did not have a centralized power structure, I would argue that these things can still be outlined as inherent God-given rights. And and these are things that we argue, I would say from a personal perspective, I would argue that I believe it's a personal choice, but they're inherent ideas. And really, when you get deeper with these any number of amazing speakers here, it becomes interesting that these are pretty common core. It's just, that do unto others, right? And if you break down these basic concepts, it ultimately continues to seem that way. But you get into some of them, especially in the Constitution, where you would argue that it becomes some opening, or at least the outline for a power structure. But again, I want to be clear on that. And I brought this up, I think, with Larkin Rose, because again, this is my evolving understanding. We're on this this journey of education together today and ongoing. That for me, as I came up in this, really just evolving my understanding of all of these things, going back to the beginning of The Last American Vagabond, I began early in this as already kind of a contrarian, and already kind of leaning in the direction of these things. But then, my mindset was, okay, the Constitution's important, right? Like this is the revolution, the idea that we pushed away from a bad power structure. Like you can see how that all kind of aligns, but then not seeing what arguably would be a contradiction there, the continuation of a power structure, the state, voting, and authority. But the point being is that from there, I grew a reverence for the idea of the Constitution as inherent rights, not rights doled out to you by a power structure, which is what they want you to think today. These are God, even as they wrote then, they are inherent God-given rights, whether or not they ever wrote that down, whether or not it gets torn up tomorrow, or they pass new laws. Mayberry versus Madison, the point is, in that precedent in the Supreme Court, if it's repugnant to the Constitution, it's null and void. So remember that as they pass laws to say, we're going to take your free speech away. That's my whole point. But as I get into the idea of that, hey, pause there, guys. Howard, how are you, brother?
Good.
Have a seat.
Back again.
I was interested.
I'm the only speaker that you get twice.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
I was just going over voting and stuff like that in general, since we're on that point, and the Trump discussion of burning the flag. And the idea of it being, we'll put you in jail if you burn the flag, and how that's been ruled roundly to be unconstitutional. And the point being that this all comes back to where I was going with it for you guys listening, was that you have the Kamala discussion where they're saying they're going to take away your free speech, which I was explaining why that's not how that works, right? They're inherent ideas, but that both of them are effectively going in that direction. That's where I was going with that, is that so you have Trump on his side talking about anti-Semitism or whatever, and you can have every opinion you want about it. The idea is these are constitutionally protected ideas that you have a right to think what you want, say what you want, and ruled burning the flag is constitutional. And I also went over the interesting contradiction around the Constitution, the government, and where we're talking about today.
And it's the fact that it doesn't seem to work at all.
Right.
Yeah.
We'll touch on that. We'll come back to that. 'Cause this is, I think we talked about this. I'm on this journey of learning about all this stuff. And so I have this reverence for the Constitution that comes from me learning and kind of finding my path along, again, kind of bucking the power structure of Britain, but then coming to the conclusion, it's like, okay, well, this is still intertwined with the state, and so my thought is that, to me, just real quick, is that I think that this is something that is a good thing if we're in this structure, but should we have the ability to build what we want, that wouldn't necessarily be necessary. But let me know what you think on that, because that's an interesting overlap.
So the Constitution is the thing that looks good on paper, but doesn't really deliver the goods. And in my book, I make the case that it was either a scam, in the sense that it was a one-sided contract that was forced on the population. The only meme that appears twice in my book is a meme about the signing of the Constitution, and Washington is like, sign right here where we give ourselves the ability to make up rules and take the wealth of others. And that really destroys, the idea that, several dozen, lawyers and politicians and slave owners on a continent of 3 million people, there are about 3 million people living on the continent at the time, can go into a room and write down on a piece of paper that they alone get to make up rules for everybody and steal the wealth of others, and then have their newspapers proclaim it to be valid. And this is kind of, the subtitle of my book is How Intergenerational Organized Crime Runs the Government, the media, and academia. And I've got we call them a one pager in there. I go the shady history of the Constitution, where I really, break down the fact that the Constitution got thrown out the door. Like once the new government was in place and they had an army of thugs that were willing to use violence on peaceful people, because somebody wrote it down on a piece of paper and was willing to give them a paycheck. Washington and Hamilton, they marched into Pennsylvania with an army of 13,000 people, and they put down the Whiskey Rebellion. And the Whiskey Rebellion was about a tax that benefited large distillers like George Washington at the expense of smaller distillers.
Funny to think about that.
Yeah. But they threw the Constitution out the window 5 minutes after the new government came online. They rustled people out of their house into the snow without warrants. They made, they searched homes without warrants. They made people back then. They made people sign loyalty oaths to the new government, and saying that you're going to be loyal to the government. And now you're signing. Look, you've signed this oath, kind of a thing. Right. And so the Constitution really got thrown out the door 5 minutes after that it got signed, and now. In my point of, and even if you believe they had the best of intentions, and even if you believe that it was legitimate that they did that, the fact is it has been an utter failure. It has failed to limit government in any way, shape, or form. We've got the largest government the world has ever seen, and it has utterly failed to even protect the basic natural law rights of the Second Amendment. They have red flag laws in Maryland and other states where, they're going to take your guns, without due process, whether or not you want it to. And if you don't, they kill you. They shot dead in Maryland. They shot dead the first guy that objected to the red flag law.
And that was Trump's red flag law, right? As well as the bump stock.
I
Pretty
forgot
sure.
when it came into
Pretty sure.
Well, Trump said we take the guns first,
And
like
due
very
process later.
due process later, but first we take the guns.
Yeah.
And so the idea that we're protected by the Constitution, they're really doing whatever they want to do. If you think that you have a Fourth Amendment, try and exercise it at an airport. Try and exercise it in a traffic stop. If the officer says the dog alerted, if the guy gives the officer gives the dog the little signal that he's supposed to alert right now, he's going to alert, and your car is going to get searched. In fact, I actually had it while I was in college, and I was right out of college, and I was on a trip, and we got pulled over, and we were given this is verbatim what the guy told us. He's like, "Look, boys, it was Bumblebee, Texas. You got two options. Number one, we search the car. Okay. Number two, we search the car, but that just takes a little bit longer. And there is no, there is no Fourth Amendment. It's a joke.
Well, what's funny though is that, so going back to the Constitution, but that just cracks me up. I just had to laugh about how stupid that is. It's just showing you, like there's any dynamic where you have a choice. It's like freedom. But so going back to the Constitution, so it's fascinating to me because I'm right there with you. Even to the point of being a failure, whether or not you think that it could have been something good, clearly it did not have the effect that they argued it would. The restriction of government, whether that's because the government doesn't respect it, either way, it's the reality, right? So it's a failure. But so my question though, and again, this is completely perspective, and there's no way how we'd even know for sure. But are you of the mind that this was something that was created and as a outlining inherent rights, right? So something that whether they ever wrote it or not, they would be God-given inherent rights, whether they wrote it down or not. Right. And then just whatever reason was immediately, even they probably, I don't know, who knows, good or bad, they rationalized it or they never cared, threw it away immediately to do the things you discussed. Was that still a positive step in the construct they had? Or, like, let's just say in
Was
the
it a scam or was it a dumb idea?
right.
Yeah,
Was it a scam or was it something they believed in then threw away? Like, how do you frame that in that? Because I feel like there are some positives to it.
So I think it was a scam, and part of the reason that I think it was a scam, and so it's in my book, Government: The Biggest Scam in History. But I make this article, we call them one pagers. I make them a free at artofliberty.substack.com. But I have one called The Shady History of the Constitution, and in it I break down how what they did is. There was an organized effort to hijack a conference that had been called to amend the Articles of Confederation, which I don't believe in the Articles of Confederation either. But like there was an organized attempt to hijack it, where almost half the delegates, a significant percentage of the delegates refused to participate, did not show up, or left early, like, hey, we're not supposed to do this. And then some of the other delegates, they openly said, we do not have powers to do this. If we're supposed to erect a new government or create a new constitution, then we need to go home and be delegated these powers, not assume them ourselves. That's almost like a like a direct quote. They were controlling the information in the same way that the government controls the media and the press today. They were controlling information back then. So there's well-known, like you could just search, constitutional ratification debates and mail tampering and mail frauds. They were censoring anti-federal. There were two different founding fathers. There were the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists. Right. And if you go to the Anti-Federalist papers, everybody's forced, like the victor gets to, write the history books. And so everybody in school is forced to read the Federalist papers. The Anti-Federalist papers are much better, but the Anti-Federalists, the other founding fathers, are saying, hey, this is criminal. These are criminals. Right. They're usurping power. This is a dumb idea. This isn't going to work. This is going to centralize power to the capital city. This is going to be way worse than a monarch. And so, now we can look back in history and go, well, did it work or did it not work? Who was wrong? Who was right? And the Anti-Federalists were clearly wrong. And they were saying that these were conspirators. That's not my, term. That's their term. They were using the term conspirators back then. So their contemporaries believed that this was being forced on them. And, in addition to censoring mail, they also bought off, in one case, in Van Duren's The Great Rehearsal, he claims they bought off the stenographer at in the Pennsylvania debate so that he only transcribed the speeches of the Federalists and did not transcribe the speeches of the Anti-Federalists. Right. And in the Anti-Federalist papers, they discuss how they collapsed also in Pennsylvania, because Pennsylvania was a huge state, a huge and very important state in the in the whole thing, and they collapsed a newspaper that wasn't necessarily pro Anti-Federalist. They were just doing the reporting on what was going on at the ratification debates, and so the Federalists didn't want people to know what was going on. And so they withdrew the quote is they withdrew all of the subscriptions within their sphere of influence, collapsing the paper. The editor was recalled and the paper was put out of business. And so they were controlling the media back then. Hamilton was going back and forth to New York, and it was rough. That's a rough trip back then. And so somebody was like, you need to get back up here. And it just, the whole thing stinks. The second that the new Constitution came online, one of the things they were doing is, so the Articles of Confederation didn't have any ability to tax, whereas the Constitution gave them the ability to tax the population. Right. And so the war government had issued all of these different bonds, and the bonds had sat unpaid, and they were scooping up and they were buying bonds. These Revolutionary War bonds for pennies on the dollar, because we're never going to get paid. I got this bond, I wipe my ass with it, because they never thought they were going to get paid. So so speculators were going out and they were buying bonds. Once the new,
I think you might be needed.
Well, once they got in power, they sent out riders, schooners up and down the coast trying to buy the bonds, and then Hamilton paid off the bonds at 100% on the dollar. And so that was like like one of the first scams of the government. I could go on and on, but don't believe the hype, what they tell you in the government school system.
Yeah, well, check out his book. I mean, we've been talking about it the whole time, and this is exactly why you can, read more on what he's discussing. Well, so of course, unfortunately, he had to run off. He's needed. He's managing the whole thing. Some of the interesting questions I was going to ask him, maybe if he comes back in, we can get into it, is, one of them is, okay, well, so, and this is such a fascinating topic. I think I've discussed this in the past, like the Federalist Papers, the Anti-Federalists, the idea that the way I framed it in the past, I think, is simply as, I think in a very, very short period of time, even if we argue that we effectively got what we think we did from the founding fathers going forward, that it was taken back. I rather the way that I've said in the past is, in that very room, there were people that were ultimately of the mind that we should have the kind of centralized government we have today. And the argument goes that the people who wanted something different won out, but maybe not, right? I mean, like he's talking about, they ultimately went in the direction right away with more of a centralized idea. And so that's interesting to think about, is that, again, maybe it is that these people did have the designs to build this and they lost in that conversation. But again, who knows? Because what he's talking about is that the come to fruition of this, it is ultimately a failure, whether it's by their design or their actions or not. It did not ultimately, to this day, check the power of this government. Maybe it could have. Maybe that's our failure. I mean, who ultimately knows? But I do agree that the idea of the way that went together is contradictory to what we're talking about. So that's why I'm kind of in this middle ground where it's like, I do argue that with the system, but you could argue that's even a cop-out, quite frankly, because we should be saying, it doesn't matter if it's positive in this mindset, it's something and so I get that, but I'm just explaining what my kind of evolution of thought is that I believe that does have its positives, but that if we were able to design something new in the mindset of voluntarism, that would not be necessary. But I mean, these are conversations to be had. And I think that ultimately the other point, which it comes back to them, is that, okay, so you've got people that break away from a monolith, Britain power structure. They break away and they want to create their own thing. Okay, well, right at this point, we're talking voluntarism, right? We're deciding that we want to create this. They didn't have people they were working with or ruling at that point. They were a collective that wanted to ultimately, clearly give themselves some power over some things in the world or their country, maybe entirely. But it's interesting to think about what he's framing is that, maybe the question is, where did they go wrong with it? If you think that they did. So they break off, rightly so, kind of bucking a system that's controlling their lives. And maybe it's only because they wanted their freedom as opposed to giving you your freedom. But at the end of the day, they ultimately created this, which gave themselves some kind of structural power, which does create a government, federal. But if that's what they chose, the point is that would arguably what theirs. But my point is, again, the problem was created when they decided that there was a centralized power structure. And you could argue that they felt it was necessary because they're clearly going to be attacked by Britain, which ultimately happened. So there's not a single answer or solution to all of this. It's about principles. And I'm going to keep coming back to the entire time. And maybe that will be to your detriment. That's the way the world works sometimes. Sometimes standing up for the right thing is not easy. Usually it's not. I mean, that's kind of how I look at it today in general, is that, as I've said many times, what I believe I'm doing, what everyone in that room is doing, will have consequences. Maybe small, maybe large, that we will probably live with for the rest of our lives, assuming something doesn't massively shift in a positive direction, which, we're all hoping for, right? But the interesting part of it is that, whether technologically or platforms that everybody would, that we're almost being forced to use in the world today, I'm not able to, and these are small things. But as we go forward, whether, lawsuits, whatever else, like these things probably will stick with us. But it's worth it, is my opinion, because it takes this kind of action, taking it on the chin in order to make this happen. There's always this kind of level of change, and there's always some consequences to it. But I think ultimately it's a positive outcome. But so I'm not sure when the next one will be coming in, but we can go back to kind of what I was talking about in general, which was the voting point. And that, where we were at is the burning of the flag. And I was going to play a clip for you on that. It's so interesting is, I don't know if you know this, by the way, but so the bottom line is that right now, and again, I understand like the idea of these structures being in a way contradictory to what we're talking about entirely, but from the context of where we are, the Supreme Court has ruled repeatedly that burning of the flag is constitutional. Okay. And so the idea is that this is something that is via precedent or just understanding the Constitution before it has to be done by the Supreme Court. It is something that is constitutionally protected. So same as, let's say, we'll all come to that, just having opinions about people that they don't like. And so from Kamala's side of it, or even just, whatever argument we're making about who's running this, It's ultimately about the idea that they're claiming, she is going to take your free speech away. And that's, by the way, I think both sides are actively in this direction, because I see it as just your government having an interest in suppressing voices like ours or anybody else on all sides of any paradigm. But so the bottom line is that they're acting in ways like speaking up and saying, the Atlantic or all these different other articles. And weirdly enough, not explicitly, aside from a couple of points from Kamala, but let's be clear, 100% believe that that's interest of Kamala's administration. But the idea being that they haven't expressly said it more than a couple times that, that we think we need to regulate this or moderate content. The point is that on Trump's side of it, they may not be saying it exactly the same way, but outright stating that we will remove the Jew hater from the country. Now, again, I will be right there with you to say that I think somebody who has that blind belief. Yeah, bring him on in. That somebody that has that blind belief is a disgusting person, but the point is they have a constitutional right to have it. And so either side of this, guys, are rationalizing the removal of your rights, specifically free speech, because something they don't like, right? I mean, from the Atlantic article, they're saying that, free speech was a failure and so on. At the end of the day, they're both going in the same direction. Just because you agree with one side or the other does not change that. So we've got David Friedman joining us now. Have a seat, David.
Here.
Yeah, right there for you. We're just going to use the one mic. So how are you? How's it going?
I'm fine.
Good. So I was trying to catch some of your presentation, but we had some people coming through. So why don't you go ahead and start by telling us, generally what you were speaking about in there and what the relevance is to volunteers.
Speaking about private institutions for law enforcement, and both about historical institutions in which law enforcement was being done outside of government, what I think of as a feud system, and what were the problems that such a system had to solve in order to work, and how it solved them, about elements of private law in the modern world. I actually didn't get into the fact that there are some embedded systems. There are groups like the Romani or the Amish who have in effect their own rules and their own mechanisms for enforcing them. But I did discuss, among other things, the fact that you have a competitive market for corporate law in the US with the states competing with each other. That's why Delaware is where most corporations are headquartered legally. And the potential for private law and law enforcement online, protected by public key encryption. And I then went on to discuss what was part of the material of my first book, written a little over 50 years ago, which was how a anarcho-capitalist society might function in the future. A society where you had private firms that sold the service of protecting people's rights and settling their disputes, and private courts, private arbitration agencies, where each pair of rights enforcement agencies would agree in advance on what private court would settle disputes between their customers. And it would then be in the interest of the private courts to try to create legal systems that the rights enforcement agencies wanted to buy, and the interest of the rights enforcement agencies to try to buy legal systems of legal rules their customers wanted to be under. So you would actually have a market that was producing laws.
Interesting. So this is such a fundamental part of this. I've talked with Larkin recently about like Brinks, for example, and the idea of like security trucks and being hired by individual communities for security. And so the idea of that is such a central concept. And so are you talking about this in hypothetical future of a voluntarist society, or how we can do that today?
What I was talking about in the final part of it was a hypothetical future society. On the other hand, one of the things I discovered writing my most recent book, which is on legal systems very different from ours, it's basically historical and some current systems, was that a good deal of what I had imagined had existed in various past and even various present societies in a less fancy form than I had worked out.
Okay, good.
I guess maybe the clearest example is that the main Romani group in England, which is a fairly small society where people know each other, currently functions under a somewhat more primitive version of the legal system of Iceland 1,000 years ago. And
can you describe that for me and what that means?
The Ramanshal system is that if you cheat me, you sold me a car and you guaranteed that it would have certain features, and I then discovered it didn't. I then threaten you to beat you up if you won't compensate me. And both of us know that I can easily show the other people in our community that the car has got things wrong with it.
Right.
And the result is that my friends will back me and your friends won't back you. And you therefore either pay me off or leave town.
Right.
And that's a very primitive version of the Icelandic system, where there was a official court system, but no government enforcement.
Interesting.
So if you have done something that I object that violates, there was a legal system. There was in fact a formal legal system, but no formal enforcement of that. And so if you have done something that violates the legal system, you've killed my son, and the legal system says you owe a damage payment of 200, I think 200, maybe 300 ounces of silver for that, which is a lot of money. If you don't pay me, I go to the court system. The court system rules that you owe me that money. You refuse to pay. The court system rules you're now an outlaw. It is legal to kill an outlaw.
Ah, okay. Interesting.
It's tortious to defend an outlaw.
Interesting.
So again, in a more formal system, my friends back me and your friends don't back you.
Right. So it ultimately comes down to, I mean, it doesn't have to be the threat of violence, really, that they would drive it to that point because they're affecting the community structure.
That is, it's always got the threat of violence, but it doesn't involve actual violence unless something goes wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is that, like, it's not under the threat of coercive action. It's really that, you know, it's a structure that's ruled, you're no longer part of us, and that him trying to continue to be would be the, you know, he would be driving that violence, right? So it's you defending yourself, essentially, is what it comes down to.
Well, I don't think that's the way he would see it.
Probably not.
He would see it. No, you're enforcing your rights. You're enforcing a claim you have against somebody who's not. Anyway, but that was the first part of my talk, was really going into more detail on what are the problems that such a system has to solve in order to work. And it's the first problem it has to solve is to make sure it's law enforcement and not extortion.
Right.
To make sure it isn't practical for me to say, I've decided that you violated my rights and pay me off or I'll beat you up. And you need some way of keeping that from happening. And second problem is you need to have some way of keeping me from backing down. Okay. So when I say you've cut wood in my forest, you owe me 50 ounces of silver, I'll go after you. And you say, you go after me, I'll go after you. Okay, right. So you need some way of making me willing to commit myself to impose costs on you. You need some way of protecting the weak, some way in which people who don't have lots of friends who will fight for them can still get their rights defended. And you need some way of terminating feud, of settling a situation where both sides think they're in the right, and therefore neither will pay off and they keep injuring each other. Right. And I have historical examples of solutions, real world solutions to all of those problems. And
yeah, let's talk about that. So first, before we get into historical examples of it, in an ideal situation, what would you present, if you have one, as a solution for that right there? Who would enforce that mechanism, all that you described, in your, like, an ideal situation?
I'm not sure. There isn't a who enforcing it. It's I'm enforcing it if you violated my rights, and you're enforcing it if I violated your rights.
I mean, in this context of the examples you gave last. So let's say you both think you're in the right, and you go to the court, and they don't want to abide by it.
Well, no. If a court is one of the solutions to that problem, okay, that I don't want to give in to you, both because I think I'm in the right, and because I'll look like a wimp if I give in to you when I think I'm in the right.
Right.
But if the court has ruled against me, now I don't look like a wimp. It's, too bad the court maybe made the wrong decision, so I can pay you off. But a different solution, which you get both of them in the Icelandic case, is that the two of us agree on some powerful person who has a good reputation as the arbitrator.
Got it. Okay.
And now whichever us lose can back down without losing reputation, because the arbitrator ruled against him. And if the person who loses doesn't back down, the arbitrator is now part of the coalition against him, which makes that coalition more powerful. Right. So those are two of the mechanisms that we observe being used.
Yeah, I mean, it makes,
if people are interested in this, my most recent book is Legal Systems Very Different from Ours. You can get a late draft is accessible from my webpage for free, and both print and Kindle versions are available on Amazon. And I devote a chapter to feud law, as well as chapters on several of the societies that actually work this way.
Interesting. And make sure all that'll be included in all the show notes and information on the main page, Art of Liberty. So make sure you check out his work. Now, you mentioned one there. Did you go into other historical examples or any more that you could highlight that have worked functionally?
That is, the book is covering a whole lot of societies, most of which are not stateless. It's the central idea of the book is that all human societies face about the same problems. They solve them in an interesting variety of different ways, and they're all grown-ups. And therefore, one ought to take all of them seriously as possible solutions. So that my favorite one, actually, which is Icelandic, is that in the Icelandic system, tort claims are transferable and marketable.
What tort claims again for the audience?
You've killed my son. I'm an elderly man. I have no more sons. In principle, I could go to the court and make you pay me 200 ounces of silver, but I know I'll never get to the court because you've got guys who'll beat me up if I try. However, my neighbor, he's got 4 strong sons who went a Viking in their youth and lots of relatives. And so I transfer my claim to him. He collects the 200 ounces from you. Maybe he gives me 100 ounces of them. Maybe he doesn't. But in any case, you've paid the penalty, and therefore you have a reason not to kill my son. And I like to argue that in this respect, the American legal system is a mere 1,000 years behind the cutting edge of legal technology, because our tort claims are not marketable in general. And you can easily have imagined somebody dents your car, and you don't know who's a good lawyer to take it, even on a contingency fee. But if you could just sell the claim, whatever law firm thought it could do the best job at the lowest cost of collecting the claim would buy it from you. And that would make the system simpler. Similarly, one of the problems with our legal system is class actions. And a better system for class actions would be a mechanism by which you could actually, one law firm or one lawyer could in effect buy up 1 million claims for $10 each, no one of which was worth litigating, and then sue for $10 million on his own behalf.
So that doesn't exist today in the US? You're not allowed to do that?
No, you can't in general. I mean, that I'm oversimplifying because the U.S. legal system, but you can't generally do that. There are circumstances, I think, in which you can, particularly in transactions with insurance companies. But what I was going to say is that people might find interesting legal systems very different from ours, which goes through a lot of different legal systems. Another one which actually has some, oddly enough, features that libertarians might like is medieval Islamic law, because Sunni Islam has 4 different schools of law. They are mutually orthodox. That is, none of them claims the other is heretical, but they have different interpretations of the law that's derived ultimately from the religion. And if you were in a major Islamic city in 1200 or 1300, you could decide when you were signing a contract with somebody else which court you were signing that contract in, and that would determine which school's laws were applying to you. So that's an element. One of the interesting features, which in a way is also appealing, is that in theory and to some extent in practice, medieval Islamic law was not made by the state. Medieval Islamic law was deduced from religious sources by scholars. And therefore, in principle at least, the state couldn't just say what the law is. That's one of the reasons why essentially all of the modern Muslim societies that claim to be enforcing Sharia are not, because what they are enforcing is some set of state laws which are to some extent patterned on what the religious law was, but not, I think to some extent it's not true for Saudi Arabia, but I think that's the closest thing. And it's true in a variety of other ways that medieval Islamic society is an interesting society, but there are lots of interesting societies. I mean, I start my book with Imperial China, and that's an interesting system. I go on to Periclean Athens, which is an interesting system. I look at Jewish law and Muslim law, both of which are interesting systems with a good deal in common between them, as you would expect, given the history, and then a variety of other systems, including some of the American Indian, the modern Amish, the Romani, who are still more or less a separate society.
Menominee?
Romani.
Oh, I was gonna say because I have this Indian tribe in my background.
The Romani, commonly called
Oh,
gypsies,
right.
but they prefer the term Romani, and gypsy also is the label of a style of life which is engaged in by some non-Romani and not engaged in by some of the Romani. So
which one of them? So you mentioned the Amish discussion. So which one would you argue we should, like, right now, emulate? What's interesting is you have the Oh, go ahead.
I don't think there is a best legal system.
Okay.
That's one of the questions I always get. What's the best legal system? Because what works is going to depend on a lot of the characteristics of the society. That a society of relatively small communities where everybody knows each other is going to have different options than a society of mass millions of anonymous people. And, you might be able to get the same effects in different ways, but at least what I thought was interesting was not trying to say who's right and who's wrong, but how did this system work? What problems did it have? How did they deal with those problems and so forth? To take one example, which I thought was quite interesting, the earliest of the Germanic legal systems that we have evidence of is the Visigothic system. And in the Visigothic system, they had a problem, which is how can you use torture to get evidence without getting fake evidence?
To this day, that's a problem.
Yeah, that's right. And they had a solution. It's not a perfect solution, but it was a sensible solution. And the solution was that you could only torture a defendant if there was information that you had and he would have, and that an innocent defendant would not have.
Got it.
And therefore, you only you only believe what he tells you if he gives you that information.
Right. Confirm it. That's interesting.
And we in theory we still do that.
Yeah.
It's has the same problem for us as for them, which is that if the equivalent of the police, the people who are doing the torturing, are sure the guy is guilty, they can leak the information to him in the process of questioning him. And that, I suspect, also happens in modern police interrogation for the same way. But I thought it was interesting that these are people, I guess, a little more than 1,000 years ago. I think it's probably 1,300 or 1,400 years ago, who faced the same problem. And being intelligent people, they came up with the best solution they could, but that solution had problems for them and for us.
Yeah, most definitely. Well, it's just so fascinating to see the evolution. Like you're talking about, it's about learning from these and trying to understand them as opposed to deem them good, bad, right, or wrong, because we can learn going forward. So thank you for taking the time to talk to me. And I hope people will take the time to check out your work and the speech you just gave, because it's important to really understand these things so we can make rational choices. So thank you for being here, David.
The speech ended with a PowerPoint slide showing my other things I had written that you could use as sources of information.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for joining me. Yeah, definitely a fascinating conversation. The idea of how these different societies have functioned over time, and the idea of whether we're talking about a structure that still is like, for example, the idea of just like the violence part of it. Well, it's interesting because you could argue that there's contradictions in that to what we're talking about today, but at the same time, it's individual action like he's talking about. But his ultimate point is fascinating because it's like, just trying to understand how these attempts have been made throughout history, and the benefits, the failures. And really what he's showing you is that there are examples of this, working essentially. And why that's worth learning from, and I do think that we tend to oversimplify what we believe is possible and what we see as what only works today. And even as we were talking about earlier with like these potential places in Syria or wherever else, I mean, there's a lot of these things shifting around the world. And I definitely find that worth considering. So I believe I was at the point about talking about the flag video I was going to play for you. So as I was talking about earlier, for those that maybe just be joining, we're still going to be live for another couple hours or more, I think. And so the point being is that I'm going to be jumping back and forth between people coming in to chat in the spotlight. We're going to be doing interviews after their talks, but it'll probably be jumping back and forth between some of the points that I want to discuss while we're waiting. And I think ultimately that was where I was at here, is that this conversation overlapped with the idea. Let me move in my video here, from both of them being from the same perspective, don't vote for either or any. But the idea that I was saying is ultimately from a free speech perspective, both of them are actively trying to find, I would say, put it this way, create the justification, the rationale for the average person to want to agree with removing the rights of the people that they think you should not like or disagree with or are a terrorist entity or, all these different narratives, which again, I get into this a lot online today about the conversation of, for example, people that right now with this exact conversation, actually, it was this video in particular, or the one about the guns or closing up the internet, which I played all these. If you haven't seen them, it's very public stuff. Donald Trump saying things that should contradict what you think he stands for. Same with Kamala, by the way. But the point is, people say, oh, he's talking about the terrorists. I said, okay, well, it's pretty subjective today, right? As sort of like, and this is a Republican I'm speaking to, sort of like wearing a red hat, right? Or all those people on January 6th, right? Where I am an advocate for the idea that these people were abused, manipulated. Not, there's plenty of examples of people playing against everybody, but that at the end of the day, it's about subjectively saying that's the enemy, which, as we've talked about with many people today on the videos we showed, examples going back as far as you can look of how this has always been the way. Like, they're the terrorist group, they're the bad guy, they're the other, they're the dehumanized entity that we can do whatever we need to protect you, even though it's about protecting the power structure. So ultimately, again, the point is, well, they're talking about the terrorists. Well, first, how do we know that? How do we know what he's thinking, what he means when he says that? It's all assumption. So obviously, I'm not I'm not someone who's usually going to lean into the promises and the hopes of billionaires and technocrats. I think that's probably a bad thing to do. But so if you can see that Republicans, for example, were broadly deemed to be anti-Semites and racist and white supremacists, which I'm of the mind is aggressively incorrect by and large, because they wore a red hat or because they believe in Donald Trump or because they said MAGA or whatever these stupid things are, how does that person not step back and say, okay, at least consider that this person is doing the same thing in reverse? Because realize, that is the obvious reality. You've heard them say it from their own mouths. Elon Musk, for example, saying we should be deporting people that have those flags, or Donald Trump saying explicitly that we will get rid of the foreign jihad supporters. Really, all he's meaning by that is people that support Palestinians. And there's been times where he says foreign entities, and that's what they lean into. But there's, by and large, most examples where he's talking about simply people supporting Palestinians. Not Hamas, but Palestinians. Or, as I said before, a clip where he says, we are going to remove the Jew haters from this country. And again, that's what I was saying on the end point, is that I agree completely that if somebody is broadly saying, I hate these people because of what their religion is, like Zionism, for example, that they're disgusting, that you have a right to say you're a bad person. I believe that, and I think you're gross, but you have a right to say those things, and I'll protect your right to be able to express those things and believe those things. That is a fundamental reality of the constitutional right of free speech, and all these things. So it's amazing to me that comes back around where he will say, in the way they like to hear it, the way they want to explain it, get rid of the bad guys, and they cannot rationalize how that could be lied about. But then the next point is, okay, let's just say he means that. Let's say he means it. What happens when the Democrats get in power? Well, that's the same ability. Are we not recognizing that we seem to oscillate between the two sides of the same part of the government? It's interesting. But my point is, I think that somewhere in them they know that. And it all comes back to, well, it's about right now, right? We don't do it now, we'll never have X, Y, and Z again, which happens every single year. And Elon Musk seems to be the parader of that right now. But lest you think I'm only going after one side of this, my point is always that it's both. I look at it as no matter what side you ultimately pick between the false duopoly, it will effectively create the same things in the context of what the empire truly wants. There will be minor differences, different flavors of different authoritarian control, but that's always what it comes down to. And so this part of it, I think, is very clear. Now, here's a clip that I wanted to play that is recent. Decentered News put this out, which goes over that point. And actually, I'll share the tweet showing you what it says first. So this is the tweet from Benny Johnson shared that is showing Donald Trump simply saying, I would like to suggest that we put in a bill, if you burn the American flag, 1 year in jail. Now, again, don't remember that this is something that's been roundly, repeatedly deemed to be constitutional. And there's a part in this clip right here that shows Ron Paul making this point decades ago, saying that this is something that we already know is constitutional. And even back then, they were trying to argue a year in jail. And now we're just replaying these same things over and over.
Shit, did you watch the flag burning thing? Wasn't that great? Boy, if everyone showed their true colors then, didn't they? The court ruled today that burning the American flag as a form of political protest is a right protected by the First Amendment to the Constitution.
People acted as though the Supreme Court approved of flag burning. You know what I mean? Does that mean we have to burn our flags? What did they say that we had to? No! It's not what they said. They said that perhaps if somebody wants to burn a flag, he perhaps doesn't need to go to jail for a year. Pretty harsh on their part, huh? Does that mean we have to burn it? They said we should burn it. They didn't say that. They didn't say that. Does that mean I have to go out now? No. Listen, read, think. Well, I don't get it. I don't want to burn my flag. Then don't! People snapped over this. Did you watch that? People were just, hey buddy, let me tell you something. My daddy died for that flag. Just really? Wow, I bought mine. Yeah, they sell them, at Kmart and shit. Yeah, he died in the Korean War for that flag. Oh, what a coincidence. Mine was made in Korea. No one, and I repeat, no one has ever died for a flag. A flag is a piece of cloth. They might have died for freedom, which, by the way, is the freedom also to burn the fucking flag.
Exactly.
Right? Burning the flag doesn't make freedom goes away. It's kind of like freedom.
Today, the U.S. Supreme Court said that the state may not criminally punish a person for burning a flag as a means of political protest. In an unusual coalition, liberals William Brennan, Thurgood Marshall, and Harry Blackmun joined with conservatives Antonin Scalia and Anthony Kennedy.
And I don't approve of flag burning. I don't want to burn a flag, but if somebody wants to burn a flag, what business is it of mine?
Bipartisan.
Is it my business if someone wants to burn a flag? Is it? No, it's not. Is it my business what other people read or watch on TV? No, it's not.
Justice William Brennan for the majority. The government may not prohibit the expression of an idea simply because society finds it offensive or disagreeable. That would dilute the freedom that this cherished emblem represents.
And he said, if there is a bedrock principle underlying the First Amendment, it is that the government may not prohibit the expression of an idea simply because society finds the idea itself offensive or disagreeable.
You can't make the flag into a sort of a religious object that's so sanctified that it can't be used in public protest.
Two Reagan appointees, Antonin Scalia and Anthony Kennedy, both conservatives, provided crucial votes for the 5-judge majority.
And I would like to suggest that we put in a bill, if you burn the American flag, 1 year in jail.
We do not need more legislation like this. The real attack are on our liberties. The real attack in this institution is the attack on the Constitution. And this does nothing to address it. All we need to do is pass a flag amendment, and it's going to solve the problem of the attack on the Constitution, which is continuous and endless. I would like to point out that the word desecrate is a very important word, and we've talked about it all day, but we haven't yet defined it. It means to deconsecrate. What I'd like to know is when we had consecrated the flag, we're holding the flag in the highest of esteem, and yet liberty is really what should be on the pinnacle. Liberty in the Constitution, but to deconsecrate something means that the flag was consecrated. I'd like to just read what that means. It says to make, declare, or set apart as sacred, or such as a church, to set apart for the worship of a deity. Who and when did we raise this flag to this level? Have we deified the state to this extent? When we undermine the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, we undermine liberty, and then we diminish the value of the flag.
Well done clip by Decentralized News right there. And we mentioned before the word, desecrate or, to consecrate the flag and so on. I mean, these are important words. But so the point to make, obviously, I do not see the same threat. Like, for example, it wouldn't surprise me if despite the threats and Kamala Harris's opinions that, the entire left perspective that somehow the free speech experiment failed, that I would even argue that if it came to something like that, like let's say they went to the flag discussion, that they would err on the side of pretending they care about that right. But my point is not that either side has a different opinion, that it's about using coercive measures to keep you in place, using coercive measures of any dynamic to keep you under the boot, under the thumb. And so if they're coming at this from a free speech perspective that has to do with the flag, you can have another perspective coming at it from something entirely different. And it really amounts to the same point. And they use that tactic often to keep you thinking that there's somehow a gap between these two sides. And I frankly don't think that's even remotely the case. But if you understand whatever the logic, whatever the justification, that it ultimately amounts to them saying, if you do this, if you say that, you're not allowed, you're not welcome, that's the point. And it doesn't matter what it ultimately is. All of those things, no matter how offensive, no matter how much you disagree with them, are protected as constitutional rights. You have a right to express your opinion. Hey, Howard, come back in.
Because I think I left my phone here.
Oh, yes, you did. There you go. It's been buzzing. There you go.
Hey, while I'm here, I might as well just say hi again.
It's funny. I was just going over the I finally got back to the flag video, so I was playing that. We're talking about the burning of the flag.
Oh yeah.
And just the same point, making about what I was saying is that it always comes down to, like, I guess the hypothetical point is that I can see like the Kamal's administration or the left saying like, oh, well, you have a right to burn the flag because free speech, but not that they care about free speech, but it's about the illusion of that difference. It really comes down to using a coercive measure to keep you in position, keep you in place under the thumb. And so whether they're coming at it from, you can't burn that flag, or you're not allowed to say this or criticize this group, it all amounts to the same point of controlling what you can do and say.
But also there's a little bit of kind of chumping the popularity because it's so important. It's so holy.
Right.
It's so, that we just can't burn it because it's literally a holy thing. Can't even touch the ground.
Right.
You can't throw it away when you get done with it. You have to bury it. It's craziness.
Well, on that different note about the flag itself, I agree. Well, it's funny. When I was like elementary school, I remember going like, doesn't this weird, even as a kid, like the I pledge allegiance, like, I'm like, this is strange. And I got the craziest, like, sit down with, talk to you, like, you're not allowed to. And I just, and it from that point forward as a kid, I'm like, okay, I won't talk about it again. But then I grow up and I'm like, yeah, that's weird, because it is, you're like in a monotone, like, we praise this. It's a very strange dynamic. And I think that we have just become so accustomed to it that it is like this special idea. But that's what Ron Paul was just saying. I was just playing that this implies that it is a sacred religious idea. And I think that is inherently what they're pushing with everything they do without saying that, which traps people in this mindset where, like the flag itself, you're not allowed to, or interestingly enough, though, while you have examples of them themselves doing that, like police with their special flags, with their blue line, or like, they're doing things that if we did, they would say we were desecrating the flag, so it shows you that they don't even have respect for it at the end of the day. I don't think in the sense that they claim they do,
Right. You know what? I'm actually jealous because I wish I had recognized this at that age, but they had me hook, line, and sinker.
Oh yeah.
They had me. So I was, like I see, like, I'm not special or anything. And like, I believe I stand on the shoulder of giants. But when I was a kid, I was a Cub Scout. I was a Boy Scout. I'm embarrassed to tell you, I used to make a muscle when I saluted the flag. I remember, like, very distinctly making a muscle. Like I was so into it.
Yeah.
And I loved I had a Cub Scout uniform. like I literally, like I remember, like I got all excited on days that I got to, dress up in my Cub Scout uniform, days of our like meetings and everything. And when you're a Cub Scout, you get to salute the flag. You don't have to put your hand over your heart. You actually got to salute the flag. And it was like, you can now, now I see, okay, like this is how they get them hooked. It's like all these like little privileges and things like that when you're a kid are a huge deal, And so, but yeah, they had me hook, line, and sinker until somebody explained it to me. And then once somebody explained it to me, to our point of our earlier conversation, I'm like, oh, I'm out. Oh, they're running game on me. It's a scam. And once you realize it's a scam, I don't want to be chumped either. And so like I was out, but they had me hook, line, and sinker. Absolutely.
I don't want to pretend even for a moment that I was somehow aware or awake at that point in my life. It took a long time for me to, it was more about like the way, like, it seemed like from an objective perspective, it's like, this is strange. We're all like monotonely pledging to this thing. Like, it just seemed odd. Not that I really grasped what it meant. That took me a lot longer to like look back on it, but I just think it's funny. My point wasn't even so much about the fact that I thought it was weird, but that the way they responded to it Like, oh, you better, you're not allowed to, it's something weird like that you reflect on back. And it's like, so it's just the status mindset. Like, it is a religious symbol. You're not allowed to do that,
And there's all kinds of videos online where when somebody sees the flag being disrespected, where the people will resort to violence, and they will physically begin beating up people or steal the property of somebody else because they were about to desecrate the flag right in front of them. Well, that's not your flag, dude. Like, you're not saving freedom by stealing that person's freedom to do with their property what you did. It's ridiculous.
And the violence itself is a crime, right? So you're committing a crime in order to
freedom.
Yeah, right. Well, I was laughing about the Hicks clip saying the same thing. He's like, well, like, my daddy died for that flag, for you to have that freedom. He's like, well, isn't that the same freedom to burn the flag? I'm missing the point here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And so a lot of statism, one of the things I like about voluntarism is it's logically, morally consistent, and it's logically consistent. Whereas there's all of this, disconnect, which is a lot of, I believe, the religiosity that is being, it's feelings, it's people's feelings, and that feeling that you have for the flag, just to point out, there's a award-winning documentary that I cannot recommend highly enough called Theaters of War. Are you familiar with that?
I don't think so.
I forget the group that made it, but it's only been out for a couple of years. It's called Theaters of War, and essentially what they break down is that Hollywood has a relationship with the intelligence agencies and the Department of Defense, and that they have been financing and providing equipment and military bases to shoot on, and and sets and extras and everything, to over 1,000 movies and 1,000 television shows. And so Hollywood, the DOD and the intelligence agencies then have script control. And so a lot of times, they'll want to shoot a war movie, or they'll want to shoot a, historical piece, or, something that involves a military base or whatever. And they go to Hollywood, or Hollywood comes to them, and they actually, the DOD has an office in Hollywood. And you go to the Hollywood office, and they say, give us your entire script. And so you give them your entire script, and then they begin changing, including changing history, the history, in many ways, you can't understand Vietnam without understanding the My Lai massacre. You can't understand Vietnam without understanding, we had to destroy the village to save it. You can't really understand Vietnam without understanding the fragging of officers. You can't really understand Vietnam without understanding the anti-war movie of Sir No Sir, which is another great documentary that talks about the Vietnam War, ground to a halt because the soldiers refused to fight. There was widespread, we're not going to do this anymore. We're going to jail. We're not going to, allow you to be, we're not going to be used like this. And so they just sit there like, oh, My Lai massacre didn't happen.
Yeah. Right.
Fragging doesn't happen. No, and literally they'll rewrite your script. And so a lot of people, the ones that that get the extras and the bonuses and the investment and get to, like, Top Gun, to, okay, we'll give you F6, unrestricted access to fleets of F-16s to shoot war scenes and everything like that. You've got to do something like we're only working with the directors that understand how the game works, and the game is you're going to product place the flag for us in moments of high positive emotion. So a film typically is traveling like an emotional arc, and when it gets to the apex of the arc, whether it's Rocky winning against the Russian or whatever, and he drapes himself in the American flag, when it hits that apex, we're going to now drape ourselves in the American flag, or we're going to show you the flag overtly or surreptitiously, and if you're not willing to do that, you're not going to get the F-16s. You're not going to and the directors that know, Michael Bay is probably the most famous version of this. I mentioned this yesterday, but I think I have one with me. And so this is our little uncensorable flash drive
Put it up here.
that comes with the book. And it little swings out. And one of the videos that's on this flash drive is In 12 Michael Bay movies, he had 469 product placements of the flag. And in this clip, and we have it for free at government-scam.com/liberator. Everything is, we make it available for free. You can go to the drop boxes and you can find it. And it's at government-scam/liberator. You can see the video that I'm talking about. But what they do is they just show the couple seconds that like a clip of the movie where it's on scene, and then there's an arrow and it points to the flag. Because a lot of them, your brain sees it because your brain sees everything, and so it's just a couple of seconds. It's going scene to scene to scene, and then sometimes there's 5 arrows on the screen, and it's going ding 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 ding, and most people, they have no idea that this is going on. They have absolutely no idea that this is going on. So when you see somebody beating up, when they get so violated, what is, why are they getting violated? Because the government's running these unethically manipulative, techniques on them to secretly imbue them with this warm and fuzzy that they don't even really know why they get it. But you watch 1,000 full-length movies and 1,000 television shows, and it's all been woven into the the plot where the government's the hero. Right. Government's always saving the day, even if the government is, and it's not just like sometimes it's Top Gun, as like the obvious ones, or Tom Cruise is always Rip, but sometimes it's FBI agents Mulder and Scully.
But still battling the government, but the good government.
The good government fighting the bad government, and the good government always wins. And but like a lot of it is, it's like in I forget the Walking Dead movie. It's just the sheriff's deputy. It's just the sheriff. And
they carry that through the whole series for the most part. Like the sheriff and son, sheriff, the hat.
And so it's the government is always the hero, whether it's the local government, whether it's the president of the United States flying fighter jets to save the world from invading aliens. The Secret Service agents are always, it's like craziness.
What I found crazy on that note, when I first found that, so I think it was an article somewhere on some independent platform, but talking about how many movies that like the DOD is involved with. Toy Story is one of them. And things like that. I'm like, what? And I don't know if you're probably dead on. It probably was a flag somewhere, but I'm wondering, is it like the action figure? Like what in the world? It's just your point. They'll take any opportunity to get you as young as possible to influence you in this direction. It's terrifying.
And I think a lot of it is, also they get that script control. And so whatever small part they play, they have the ability to maybe sharpen up the government's image just a little bit, and just a little bit here, a little bit there. And all of a sudden, you got a nation that, for the most part, turns over half their income, semi-voluntarily, half their income in either overt taxes, covert taxes, and inflation. And when I say it's funny, people are like, I don't do half my income. I'll go, yeah, you do. So, everybody knows the 1040. But what I found is that most people have never really done the math on what I call the covert taxes. And the covert taxes are every time you pay your cell phone bill, every time you pay your cable television bill, every time you buy an airline ticket, every time you buy a beer. If you're a smoker, you're paying ridiculous taxes on those cigarettes or cigars or whatever it is. I could go on and on. I bought an airline ticket to London a couple of years ago. It was a $400 ticket with $800 of taxes and landing fees, $1,200 ticket. And $800 of it was taxes and landing fees and airport fees. And it wasn't all, government. There was, some legitimate fees. I don't mind. Yeah, you got to pay for the use of the gates and the airport and things like that. But a lot of it was taxes, and amazing. And people, because they never see that in a way, they see the thing, they don't understand it. But we're, semi-voluntarily turning over, unless you're fighting against it, you're semi-voluntarily turning it over. And so, they're doing that because they think it's legitimate, and they have this warm and fuzzy about the government.
Obviously I agree with that. But do you think it's the majority of that group or what's a larger group? The ones that believe in it, or the ones that just know they'll get in trouble if they don't and are happy, or at least okay with that existence? I'm feeling that might be more.
I've never thought about that. But it's either way, those are the people that are going what I tell my son. I got my son here, and what I would tell him is, the difference between a free man and a slave is, are you resisting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
A slave is somebody that waits for somebody to come and save him. Whereas, like a free, back in the days of chattel slavery, there were kind of two different flavors of slave. It's like, oh, this is the way it is. This is the way it always is. My dad was a slave. I'm a slave, and it's natural. They're not going anywhere. They're, somewhat content with their life the way it is. But then there's another kind of slave that's not a slave. I mean, they're a slave in the sense that they are enslaved. Okay. They're enslaved, but they're not a slave. They're not slaved up. They're not broke back, and they're, saving a little portion of their food, their hardtack, or, whatever. And they're, squirreling that away. They're stealing the master's clothes off the clothesline, like things that won't, so they'll have something to wear on the way to the north. They're networking with slaves at other plantations to try and figure out, how do you get to the north, and like, where can I, hide out, and everything like that. And so that's the difference. So they're not slaves. They're enslaved. But they're not slaves. Yeah. And then that dynamic continues today, and that, are you resisting? And you don't have to be doing what you and I are doing or anything like that. But I try and throw sand in the gears of the government every time I get, almost every, time I get in an Uber, we're going to have a talk about I'm not going to force it on the guy, but I'll kind of throw it out there, of money losing value or whatever. I always pay in cash. And when I give the merchant the money, one of my things is, I always say, I like to pay cash, so then you don't have to share it with the lying, thieving, stealing government. And then everybody's like, yeah. But it's that little, it's like sand in the gears. And if enough people throw enough sand into those gears, eventually the gears seize up, and the machine, the machine of oppression doesn't work.
Yeah. This has been a running theme of a lot of the conversations here today. And what we're talking about is that, there is a point at which peaceful resistance, or whatever you want to call it, would become so insurmountable. Like the point we made earlier is that in a protest, let's say they're violent or whatever, the police wanting to stop it, once it passes a certain number, that they know based on what they can deal with, they know they have to back away. We're not able to actually arrest as many people or whatever. Right. Same point exists in this dynamic, is that if enough people simply just go, Larkin put it, he said, well, eventually, you may get some statists that are beating people up and knocking, eventually their arms will get tired. Right, we're all just like, we're still not moving, and
I'll give you one more example, then I'm going to pop out and grab lunch. But in the Porcupine Freedom Festival, which is the annual kind of camping festival of the Free State Project in New Hampshire, and I've got an article on the Free State Project at artofliberty.substack.com, but there's over 10,000 plus libertarians and voluntarists that are trying to repeal laws, get libertarians elected to government, and promote freedom in New Hampshire. A couple of revenuers, tax collectors, showed up at the Porcupine Freedom Festival a couple of years ago to try and collect the meals tax. So New Hampshire doesn't have this. They don't. Oh my God. So there's a video on YouTube, and I forget the name of it. Tax collectors at Freedom Fest, or you'll probably find it there. They got surrounded. They got mocked and made fun of, and they got run off, and the tax man has never been back to PorcFest. And so if you have enough people, you win. It's checkmate, game over, especially because we have morality on our side. I mean, we have the moral high ground. And so that's the last thing I'll say about that.
Enjoy your food, brother. Great talking to you so far. Yeah, I love that. It's such a great point to think about. And again, it's really been a running theme about a lot of what we talked about today, is this breaking point for the power structures. They are very, very aware. And look, when I say that there's a number, it's not some analogy, like maybe at the government versus the whole country number. But even then, I argue that even we're talking about doomsday scenarios, we realize our government games all these things out. They have a general number. I mean, look, I'll put it even one further, knowing that they have documents they've released that basically frame America as their enemy, or there's many of them. America, like in the America battlefield, I forget the name of it, but different sections of the military have released these over the years, talking about sort of like the future of warfare, dealing with domestic terrorism and so on. So I guarantee you they have some kind of a number. Like if this many people stand up violently or otherwise, ultimately we don't, or as more specifically, actually, not violent, resist in a way, not peacefully, more specifically, but I guess you could make it in both ways, that they would say that it would either be not feasible, that reevaluate, come back from a different position. But again, the point is made more specifically about like police enforcement and how that can be broadened out. It's enough people simply stand back and say, I will not comply. And there is a level of power to that. And I guarantee you they know about that. But yeah, it's an interesting conversation today. Really some powerful stuff to get into. I was going to ask you one more thing. Oh, it is about the taxing conversation about, I can't remember now. Well, I'll write some stuff down and come back. But I think what we're going to do is ultimately, I'm going to break off here for a minute and go touch base with everybody because we've gone so far about 4 hours. And I believe we're going for another 2 at least, I believe. So I think we're going to have some more people coming back in. I'll have Derek coming in here. I believe James Corbett is doing a Zoom, video part of this, but he's not here in person, so I don't believe we'll get to talk to him today, unfortunately. But I have some clips I'll play of him. Actually, this one I want to start with right now to be able to break off for a minute is actually James Corbett interviewing Etienne or Howard, his pen name being Etienne Boti squared. I'm probably mispronouncing it again, but it's a pen name based on a philosopher in the past. The point being, we're going to basically break off and handle some stuff out here, and I think I just lost the thread there. I was going to say, ultimately we'll have a lot more people coming through here, and we'll be doing a couple more interviews. And the final panel, which make sure you stay tuned for, which will be still on the stream, but will ultimately be on the other stage. So it'll be streamed through. So I won't be able to necessarily be here at this spot, but I'll be streaming over there, and we'll be doing the tough questions for volunteerism. And so I've got a few things. And on that note, by the way, if you guys want to put some stuff in the chat on any of them, I might miss them, seeing how many people are in the chat. But if you want to put some questions in there for later, which will be in a couple hours, the hard questions, right? What would you ask? And we've already gone over some of them, who will build the roads? What would you ask somebody making these arguments, right? Whatever we're talking about today, whether it is about Derek's conversation of exit and build, what would be your tough question? Like, especially from the skeptics, this is the whole point. So if you're watching and you understand a lot of this, but you're like, it's just not possible. Okay. So what is it in your mind that isn't possible? And let's talk about that, right? Put these conversations in the chat. Let me know the questions you might want to ask. A lot of it centers around foreign policy, commerce, like these things that I personally find the answers to be quite simple, but they are good questions because most people feel that exposes the whole thing. But when you walk it through, especially with people like Larkin and Derek, they have the answers to this stuff and how we can effectively, and like the point, the joke that it's actually always said, I already brought up once today, who's going to build the roads? Well, the point is that seems like sort of a gotcha. Well, if there's no government, how's that going to happen? Well, again, the point is that it's just an illusion. You do that. Right? These aren't people working at the White House that come and build these roads. They're average people that work at places that get paid by the government, which ultimately the point would be whatever structure you have in these areas would ultimately decide to pay the same entities, or as David was talking about, the privatization of it all. Right. And I think that's important. So what type of questions come to your mind about that discussion, about the idea of the privatization of things and whether that maybe contradicts something? The idea of anarchy in general, authority being an illusion, that voting doesn't count, anything. Really, the idea is the tough questions for what a society like this would be like. So make sure you put those in the chat. I'm going to play some, basically what you're going to hear for a minute, and I might not play all the way through, but I might jump back to it later, is Howard's presentation, the slides from his book, which I really recommend you take the time to listen to. It is, and especially if people have never heard of this stuff, this will be something that might change your mind. And this is James Corbett interviewing him. Oh, that's where I was at before. Came back to my point finally. James Corbett interviewing him on this clip and talking about the book and the visual aspect of it. So go ahead and take a listen to this. I'll be back shortly.
I would just kind of start out by giving the audience an overview of myself. I'm a technology executive. I've been an operating executive, board director, board advisor. I'm been a consultant to Fortune 25, 100, 500, Fortune 500 companies. I worked on Wall Street. In my youth, I ran a national third-party political campaign, and I worked at one of the big four think tanks in D.C. I used to live right outside of Washington, D.C., in what I like to call the Silicon Plantation of Northern Virginia. And I was a member of D.C., Maryland, and Northern Virginia's largest CEO network. So I've been very blessed to have seen government up close and personal, so close that you can smell it in the summer, especially when Congress is in session. And in my day job, I help Fortune 500 companies learn at the speed of light. I help distributed organizations learn faster and with using a variety of technologies. I am, of course, a voluntarist. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm an organized crime researcher. And I have developed something that I call organized crime theory. And the executive summary is that government was never designed to serve and protect anybody. It was always a technique of intergenerational organized crime, going back to monarchy, which was the original organized crime, where you either give us your stuff or we hurt you. And that the mandatory government schools have been controlling the information that the population receives during their formative years to indoctrinate the acceptance of government by slipping it to kids as an indoctrinated pseudo-religion called statism, using unethically manipulative techniques. The subtitle of the book is How Intergenerational Organized Crime Runs the Government and the Media, and that's the big secret, or one of the big secrets that the book exposes, that it is the government and the media working together. And I take it back to at least 1700s in the book, but there's just it is a control of perception operation. And so the book came out of my thinking about how do you get out? How do you, cost effectively expose the organized crime system, to a point where you can create what I like to call a libertarian or voluntarist redoubt, where the government has no power by widely exposing its criminality and illegitimacy in a single state with a low sub 1.5 million population, ideally New Hampshire. And the way that you get around the monopolized media and their algorithmic censorship of the DARPA internet is by sneaker netting a physical book, a flash drive of evidence backing up the book, and a to be determined documentary to hundreds of thousands of homes within the state, driving people to town hall meetings. And I think that that's doable for about $3 to $5 million, and we could do it in 2 to 4 years to engineer either secession or 15 to 20 to 25% of the population that is engaged in peaceful civil disobedience and noncompliance. We're not paying taxes. We're not withholding taxes for our employees, and really just exposing the scam of government to a point where enforcement just doesn't work, where when the order followers come out to try and enforce the edicts of the government, they're kind of laughed at. They're like, they made you shave your head, you're in a costume, and people understand how the scam works, and it just doesn't fly. And then we take that state and we turn it into a laboratory of liberty. And so that's the way that I thought that we could do it. And so because I teach people how to learn at the speed of light, I realized that visual learning is the key to waking people up. And for those of your audience who are not familiar with visual learning, the eyes are actually outgrowths of the brain. 30% of your brain, the cerebral cortex, is devoted to vision versus 8% to touch and 3% to hearing. 40% of the nerve fibers that are attached to the brain are linked directly to the retina. The eyes are actually stalks that grow out of the brain. And 65% of your friends and family are visual learners. And by visual learners, those are people that come to insight or come to understanding when they see information faster and to a deeper level of understanding and to a faster moment of insight than people that learn auditorily or kinesthetically. And so the eyes can register 36,000 visual images an hour. but you can really only understand 400 words per minute. So if you want to wake somebody up, if you've ever had a friend or a family member that you just weren't able to like explain how the system works or how they control the media or how these organizations are all linked together, etc., using visuals helps 100% of participants. It takes the brain only about a quarter of a second for the human brain to process and attach meaning to a symbol. By comparison, it takes an average of 6 seconds to read 20 to 25 words that say the exact same thing as the image. You can generally get a sense of a visual scene in about a tenth of a second, and 70% of all sensory receptors are in your eyes. And the final thing that people need to understand is that people using presentations are 43% more persuasive, according to one study. And there's something called the picture superiority effect, where ideas presented graphically are easier to comprehend and remember than those that are presented as words. So if you want to expose this to friends and family that just haven't gotten it, this is the way to do it. And so then I sat and I pondered and I said, okay, well, knowing what I know about how humans learn, how would you design a book to wake people up? And you would target the 65% of the population that are visual learners. But it's not just that, it's that a picture book expands the percentage of people who will engage with any book from about 10 to 15% of people to 35 to 50% plus. Hard copies are impossible to delete, and many people won't read screens at night, which is the prime time if you want people to spend time with important information. And then finally, you can use visualization to make something that was previously invisible now visible using visualization, and we'll get into that in a little bit. And then the final tool and technique that the book uses is to leverage the innate human capacity for pattern recognition to expose that the U.S. is using the same techniques as the Nazis, Soviets, or East Germans, or that the organized crime media is using religious symbolism to give the political puppets the appearance of holiness. And so we're using all these different techniques, and then we're backing up the book with a credit card size flash drive with all of the evidence in a variety of formats to satisfy different learning preferences. And so now, without further ado, I thought we would get into the book. And so really, the first part of the book breaks down 20 plus techniques used by what I like to call intergenerational organized crime to create the culture of slavery, tax slavery, and then I like to show how it manifested in each time and place. And so what I'm doing is, in the black section right here, I'm explaining what that technique is, and then I'm showing how the technique manifested in Nazi Germany, the U.S. government, Soviet Union, and East Germany. And and I start out with the flag being the indoctrinated the artificially indoctrinated holy symbol. And then everywhere you see the hypertext links in the PDF version of the book, which is available for free when you download one of our Liberator flash drives from our Dropbox at government-scam.com, you can actually click through to find, short videos showing how, and as one example, the flag has been product placed in, hundreds and hundreds of times in just 12 Michael Bay movies, where the video just strings together each 1 to 2 second version of the flag on the screen, to where it becomes really, really apparent that Hollywood has been, not just product placing the flag into movies that are frequently financed by the government, the Defense Department, and the intelligence agencies, but they're actually using a technique called anchoring, where they build the audience up to a moment of high exhilaration, and then boom, they show them the flag. And so if you were to click through the second link second link, you would see a scene from the movie The Martian, where Matt Damon is escaping Mars, and the whole movie builds up to this one critical scene. And is he going to make it? No, he's not going to make it. Yes, he is going to make it. Then boom, we cut to Earth and everybody's waving American flags. And then we cut to Mission Control, and there's giant American flags on the backdrop, and they've built you into this moment of high exhilaration. And then boom, they show you the flag. This is the reason why the National Basketball Association has the American flag on the backboard, so that you psychologically associate the goal to the flag. This is why the NFL has the flag on the helmets, where the players are forbidden to remove them.
And just to spell it out for people, we should point out that this is the proof that visual symbology and showing people something rather than telling them it can be so effective, and they know this. That's why they are putting this in Hollywood productions, in the NBA, in NFL, why they are constantly trying to associate certain symbols with certain feelings, so that you will then adopt that feeling when you see that symbol. That is the point of visual learning, is anchoring people to certain visual imagery, which is exactly what they're doing.
Absolutely, and it's one of the signs that the whole thing is artificial. And we'll get into that in a little bit, but we'll continue through the techniques. And then the second technique that I cover is, all of these organizations, the Nazis, the Soviets, and the East Germans and the US, all have a social contract that nobody signed, but everybody is expected to be a party to. And then all of these are running mandatory government schools employing the Prussian model of education. And for those that aren't familiar with the Prussian model of education, the Prussian army was losing on the battlefields of Europe. They came to the conclusion that it was because individual soldiers were making individual decisions. And so what they did is they got everybody together and they put them through an unethically manipulative program where they fed them both statism and obedience training. And that's the reason the obedience training is why you have to raise your hand to go to the bathroom. It's why you walk in line, why they have the red, yellow, green troublemaker boards, why they're using collective punishment, public shaming, things like that within the schools to achieve obedience. And also they're sliding the population, this pseudo religion called statism, by using the common prayer, the Pledge of Allegiance, and the national anthem, the Prussian model of education, government-affiliated scouting programs. And so, as we go along, you'll see that it is a playbook, and that if the United States is using the exact same playbook as the Nazis, the Soviets, and the East Germans, then maybe what we haven't been told, maybe we haven't been told the entire truth about what's going on at the very top. But the fourth technique is youth programs to teach citizenship, blind obedience, and state flag worship. And so, it's a religion, and they're sliding it to the population using all the tools and techniques of an unethically manipulative religion or cult. But there's really two different tracks. There's one track that is for the taxpayers, who will then tithe and kind of semi-willingly give their money to this group that is running game on them. And then there's another program for what are widely known as order followers, where now we're going to kind of take the kids, put them in the uniform, the single form conformity, and we're going to begin to give them awards, Cub Scout adventure loops, Boy Scout merit badges for learning and demonstrating their conditioning, how to salute the flag, how to caress the flag. You can't let the flag touch the ground. When the flag dies, this holy object can't just be thrown away. It's got to be buried. And so they're going to be slowly conditioned into this program through the youth program. Now, when the kids get a little older, now it gets kind of creepy. Now we're going to militarize the kids. And so now Cub Scouts, Boy Scouts turns into, in the United States, the Explorer program, JROTC, ROTC. Now we're going to take the kids, we're going to segment them away from the school in the summertime, or for outings or weekends. We're going to put them in the uniform. We're going to shave their heads. We're going to begin to teach them how to kill. And I break down some of those various programs. pledges and oaths forced on the kids, thousands and thousands of repetitions. We've got it. The Soviets had it. The Nazis had it. And the East Germans all used the same technique. Military and police artificially glorified and celebrated. And again, there's some blue hypertext link for those that aren't familiar. The U.S. government has been caught paying professional sports teams. At one time, it was over $53 million a year to do the flag worship and the militarism and the statism at the stadium events, which is again another example of the artificiality of the system. It has to be paid for. It's not real. They all use political rallies and politician worship. And so it's a religion, and we're going to use all the tools and techniques of kind of the religious revival to bring the faithful together. And then the faithful typically engage in politician worship, not understanding that the system is using, knowledge of human psychology to exploit most, but not all humans' biological desire for a leader or father figure and inclusion in the artificially created tribe, i.e. the country. And when I say artificially created tribe, I don't think there's people in Alaska don't have a lot of, in common with people that are in Florida. People in Oklahoma don't have a lot in common with people in Maine. And the thing that was supposed to unite the United States was freedom and liberty. And if we don't have freedom and liberty, then what we've got is an artificially indoctrinated pseudo religion, being tied together to tax farm the population. I break down the use of propaganda. Another hypertext link, the CIA and the Department of Defense direct involvement in 800 plus major movies, 1,000 plus television shows that we know about. The Department of Defense has an office in Hollywood. And so, this is why the government is always the hero, whether that government employee is FBI, CIA, DEA, ATF, the President of the United States flying fighter jets to protect the planet from invading aliens, or even the Fish and Wildlife Service and air marshals have been made superstar, super agents in some of Hollywood's movies and television shows. They all use manufactured news and the overt or surreptitious control of publishers, editors, and reporters to create an artificial reality. And so the most famous example of this is the CIA's control of the press, which is popularly known as Operation Mockingbird or the Mighty Wurlitzer, was exposed publicly in the Church Committee hearings in 1976, where it came out that the CIA was paying hundreds of reporters and editors for the product placement of agency propaganda. That goes on today. There have been contemporaneous reporters that have come out and said that they have been paid to write articles for the CIA, or the CIA gave them articles that they put their name on. And I have examples of that in the book as well. They all use manufactured terrorism. They all use false flag events, manufactured intelligence and lies to start war. They all use political assassination of rivals, whistleblowers, and dissidents. And in this case, I've got a list of kind of U.S. for those following at home and on the radio. I'm displaying a list of victims suspected political assassination and public political assassination. And in the list, I've got, of course, Jeffrey Epstein, but I also have Thomas Bowers, who was Trump and Epstein's private banker, who committed suicide supposedly a couple of weeks after Jeffrey Epstein did. They all use political temples dedicated to the state and its deity. And for those that are, following at home, the Lincoln and the Jefferson memorials, we're going to take kids in the United States. It's generally around middle school. We're going to take them to Mecca, Washington, D.C. on a class field trip that is either low cost or price supported, or they just drove you out there for the day if you live in Virginia or Maryland or wherever. And we're going to take you into the cathedral of the Capitol that looks like the Vatican for a reason. And we're going to take you into the temples along the Potomac, and we're going to show you the deities, and it's going to be very, very hushed and very, very reverent, and they're all using the same technique. They all use monopoly government fiat money to steal value secretly from the population, and unbacked fiat paper tickets issued by a private central bank, where Fed-backed banks are allowed to create money out of thin air using fractional reserve banking, even though it is inflationary and it's stealing the value out of everyone else's money. And this right here is the source of much of the organized crime system's power, is the ability for these banks to create money out of thin air. And that is how they've been able to monopolize the media into this handful of firms that we'll get into, here in a second. They all wiretap and spy on the citizenry, which is how you know they're good people. They all use torture as policy, which is how you know they're good people. And they all run secret prisons, for-profit prisons for victimless crimes, concentration camps and black sites, which is how you know they're good people. They use conscription. They use manufactured enemies to unite the population under the government. They use paid political violence at the rallies of their political opposition. And that really is the first part of the book. And then that is just to expose the historical pattern. Human beings are really good pattern recognition machines. And when you see that historical pattern, you're like, hey, wait a minute, that's a playbook. They're running game on me. And that really, really opens people's eyes. I've had people have life-changing experiences just flipping them through the book. And so that's the first part of the book. And I'll open it up if you had any comments on anything I just said.
I think this is an object lesson demonstration in how this information can be presented in a visual format that will let people understand it in a different way. And I must admit myself, as I say, I know most of this information, but seeing it presented in the visual format really did put it into a sharper perspective. And as you say, visuals are more likely to stick in people's minds. So as people who are following along with the video will have seen, of course, you put those pictures of what you're talking about together, and people will begin to see the association that otherwise could be described and explained to them, but they wouldn't really understand in the same way. So it's exceptionally effective. Would you like to continue going through the visuals, or should we turn to the question of how people can get this book?
Well, I want to break down a couple of more, because I think one of the main things that I do, or some of the main visualizations in the book, will explain to people and give them a deeper understanding of how the media has been monopolized. And so the second part of the book, which is on the screen now, I call them one-pagers. And they're a deeper dive into a particular topic. And for those following at home on audio, this one is called Propaganda Using Religious Symbolism. And you may or may not have noticed when they come by one at a time that the mainstream media, which I like to call the propaganda arm of organized crime, is constantly using trick photography to give the presidents and the other political puppets the appearance of holiness, by, capturing them with with signs and symbols behind them that make it seem like they have halos or penumbras, or they're, photographing the president in front of a Christian cross, or in front of Jesus, or, some, other political figure. And if they, but most people have never, noticed it when they come by one at a time. But if you throw 36 examples in front of somebody, then all of a sudden the brain is like, whoa, I never noticed that as they came by one at a time. But again, this revelation of the method, this pattern recognition that's innate within human beings, it's like, boom, hey, they're running game on me. And you'd be surprised how many people see this and get visibly upset and angry when they realize that somebody's running game on them. I break down the religion of statism. I break down in a very kind of visible way. And then the other thing is, in the PDF version of the book, anybody can, click on, this book, The Most Dangerous Superstition, and bam, here comes the PDF version. Or you can click on the short video, Statism, the Most Dangerous Religion, featuring Larkin Rose, and then the video will play. And so the book is a multimedia, presentation of the evidence, and just in addition to just being, 2D of the video. I break down the shady history of the Constitution. I break down the shady history of the Pledge of Allegiance. But really, the thing that I wanted to bring everybody's attention to, and I break down the secret of public government school indoctrination as well in one of the one-pagers. But the main one I want to get everybody to, I also break down the private Federal Reserve and the theft of fractional reserve banking in a way that's very, visually evident. But for the sake of time, I wanted to get to this one that I call the propaganda matrix. And so if you tell, this is an example of making something that was invisible to the majority of the population now visible through visualization. And so what I'm going to do is, this is just a fraction of the chart, but I'm going to go to the entire chart. This is from 2006. It's a little dated, but there's actually more concentration of the media now than there was back in 2006. So it's still absolutely relevant. I found this particular visualization to be the most powerful in waking up my friends and family. And so if you tell your family that there are 6 companies running hundreds and hundreds of subsidiaries to give everyone the illusion of choice and the illusion of diversity of information, they may or may not believe you. But if you show them a media ownership chart, all of a sudden it's like a bullet through the brain, and they're like, holy crap, there's 6 companies running hundreds and hundreds of subsidiaries to give everybody the illusion that there's all these different sources of information. And it really, brings it home that this is how you could use the media to sell COVID, or to sell a war based on lies and manufactured evidence, or sell the population on giving trillions of dollars to private banks and private company through the TARP and the TALF and the bailouts, because the media has been monopolized into 6 companies running hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of subsidiaries. They're all operating as a cartel, and it is deception and distraction on every single screen. And so that visualization really makes, what was invisible now visible. And then right after that visualization, I have another visualization that was done by Swiss Propaganda Research in 2017 called The America Empire and Its Media. And I'll just flip over to the large format here, because the first chart showing the 6 companies and the hundreds of subsidiaries, that's the ownership of the media. That's the physical plant. That's the printing presses. That's the radio stations. That's the satellites. But this visualization, how could the media organize itself into how do you communicate across the message of the day, the lie of the day? How do you get it across dozens and dozens of ostensibly independent media outlets? Well, this visualization, The American Empire and Its Media, breaks down how they've got dozens and dozens and dozens of the top reporters in the world, the editors, the publishers, the folks that you see on the nightly news, have all been working together in 3 different organizations: the Council on Foreign Relations, the Trilateral Commission, and the Bilderberg Group, who, by the way, Jeffrey Epstein was a member of all 3 of these organizations. but they have maneuvered their membership into all of the key reporterships, publisherships, and editorships at publications ranging from Fox News to the Wall Street Journal to NBC News to The Economist to Time Magazine to Times of London to the Washington Post to CNN to CBS News, Time Warner to ABC to Disney to ESPN, you name it, they're on this list. And anybody can take a look at it, and it breaks down who the people are and what their affiliation is and which of these organizations that they're in. And I'll just kind of zoom in a little bit for the audience that does have video, and you can see Fareed Zarqawi. Here he is, Bilderberg. Bilderberg Council on Foreign Relations and Trilateral Commission is one example. And you go over to Fox News and you've got their exact same hosts being in the exact same organizations. And so is there really a difference between CNN and Fox News and any of these others? Or is this organized crime using monopolization of the media as a way of controlling perception? The final visualization that I'd like to show for the day is, so who are these organizations? The Council on Foreign Relations, the Bilderberg Group, and the Trilateral Commission. So I break that down in the next one pager. And then I have this other visualization. This one is from 2010, and it was put together by a now defunct organization called the Fund to Restore an Educated Electorate. And this is a chart showing how the exact same three organizations have not just maneuvered their members into the media, but it's the presidency, it's the vice presidency, it's the Council of Economic Advisors, it's the Federal Reserve System, it's the cabinet, it's the Central Intelligence Agency, it's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, it's the Chief of Staff of the Air Force, it's the Chief of Staff of the Army, it's the Chief of Staff of Naval Operations, the Marine Corps Commandant, the 9/11 Commission. Here's a list of probably 24 college and university professors. Here is a cabinet, and these are going back in time. And so for those that can see the visualization, this list goes back in time. And so if you take a look at secretaries of defense, Gates was Council on Foreign Relations in Bilderberg, and before Gates there was Rumsfeld, who was Bilderberg, and then his lieutenants, Doug Fife and Richard Pearl, they were Bilderberg, Council on Foreign Relations, and before him was William Cohen, and he was Council on Foreign Relations and Trilateral Commission, and John Deutsch, who was his deputy, who went on to be the head of the CIA, was Bilderberg, Council on Foreign Relations and Trilateral Commission. So now all of a sudden, you begin to realize House of Representatives, Senate, Export-Import Bank, International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, the National Security Council, the Federal Reserve System, the federal judiciary, and interestingly, here at the bottom, it's the money center banks that are profiting from the ability to create money at thin air, even though it's inflationary and stealing the value out of everybody else's money. But here we have Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, Bankers Trust, Brown Brothers Harriman, JP Morgan Chase, Citigroup, and Fannie Mae as just a small smattering. And so now all of a sudden, not only have we made something that was invisible visible, but now we've exposed the pattern. And the pattern is Democratic administrations, Republican administrations, it doesn't matter. Going back decades, every single major key position of political power in the United States has essentially been held by the membership of these three organizations. And it goes to unions, it goes to religious leaders, university presidents. This is the quote unquote deep state. And when I say deep state, I mean organized crime, because I believe that the terms deep state and New World Order and globalists and elitists, I believe these are purposefully unhelpful, purposefully undescriptive terms that are being used to to mask the term organized crime, because the FBI and the FBI can't do anything about the deep state. The FBI doesn't have a department of doing something about the deep state. The police don't have any way of dealing with deep state. But if you call it organized crime, then now there's an expectation that our law enforcement should be acting against this obvious, you can follow the money. You can see how they're making money. You can see how these organizations are all connected. And then the final visualization, I'm gonna just kind of tease the audience with some as we go by. But I'm going to just take the final thing I'd like to, and I've got quotes, from whistleblowers. I've got to do a lot with memes. But the final visualization are some Venn diagrams that many people may have seen, on geeke.us, showing on one side of the Venn, it is a position that the individual had in the federal government. And on the other side of the Venn, it's the position that they had at Amazon or Goldman Sachs or the pharmaceutical industry or Monsanto or JP Morgan Chase or Big Oil or Boeing or the news media. But now you can see the person in the middle. They're going in and out of industry to the federal government and back from the federal government. And it's the organizations where the federal government is handing, in some cases, in case of Boeing or others, hundreds of billions of dollars of taxpayer money for weapon systems that we don't need to fight imaginary enemies that they created with lies and manufactured intelligence. And so that's it. The rest of it is some of the funniest memes in Liberty. And you can get the book at government-scam.com. The book is backed up by a credit card sized flash drive that we call the Liberator. And that Liberator backs up all of the evidence contained in the book. And so I'll open it up to your questions or comments. But if you have ever been interested in waking up your loved ones or friends and family and just haven't been able to do it, I may have a very, very powerful tool to put into your information war arsenal.
How do you create a successful Liberty community? So I want to welcome everybody to Liberty on the Rocks.
For those of you in the audience unfamiliar with voluntarism, it's the idea that all relations between people must be voluntary.
You can decide for yourself if you're a fan of law and order. I am not. I'm a big fan of voluntary, peaceful order.
Our local government is executing World Economic Forum agendas through the UN Sustainable Development Goals.
If you're voting for, or advocating, or supporting government, then you are number one voting to rob your friends and neighbors who disagree. You're advocating violence as a solution to socioeconomic problems, and you're legitimizing the system that is enslaving you.
I'm trying to make an impact nationally and internationally, but one of the things I do wherever I go is I want to make an impact locally. And so I got plugged in with a local Liberty group, and I met a whole bunch of really, really amazing people that were already working towards liberty in Sedona.
Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Then we have a responsibility to do something about it.
They have to frame it in such a way so that the well-intentioned good people cheer for evil.
No one gets to use violence or extortion on anyone else. No one gets an exemption from morality, especially the government. And no one gets the ring of power because there isn't a ring of power.
Do it again. And we're back for the Liberty on the Rocks 2024. If you haven't seen that before, and really, I mean, it's there's more of the conversation, by the way. James Corbett asked some really poignant questions on the beginning and end. And, if you haven't taken the time to listen to how he breaks that down, it really is powerful. I mean, the information is absolutely sound. It's backed up by source material. You can verify for yourself. And it just paints a picture that is, not necessarily going to mean you're going to completely change your worldview, but it is impossible to deny. And I think it definitely reaches people. So that's why I think that's important for you guys to see. And that this is kind of the general point, like as his book, The Government, Biggest Scam, as well as the Larkin Rose conversation of just the biggest, being the most dangerous superstition, as being authority itself, and kind of looking at these things in one, it really does, it's profound. And I think that a lot of people will realize that as moment that they give this some time to get into. Now, so we're going to have a few more speakers. And the timing, I'm not sure exactly when they'll be dancing in here, but we also have a couple of the people that might jump in. Hakeem Anwar from Above Phone, who's here as well, kind of hosting the background electronics and everything. He's here, and I wanted to get him here for a minute. He'll come in when he's got a minute. Just to talk about that side of the technology side of it, maybe talk a bit more about his phones and the upcoming TLAV laptop that they're working on right now, which I'm pretty excited about. But since we have an open here a moment before we get some more people that coming through, and I believe we've got a couple hours left in general, I wanted to go back in. I mean, obviously the voting conversation is it's important, whether you think it's an illusion, whether you think it's not. It's an important conversation for both those reasons. So obviously with the upcoming selection in my mind, I wanted to make sure we went a little bit further on that conversation. And I did want to, if we have time, play a little bit of an interview that Derek recently had. That in its own right is an important example of how these things are supposed to happen, right? How like we've always talked about, that it just because you disagree on something, especially when it's political, does not mean that it has to be you are the enemy or just hatred, as opposed to just having an amicable disagreement, even if it's on something that is foundational to your belief structure. My point is, as always, the whole irritating objectivity conversation is that it's always important to consider, and it always could be possible that you may be wrong. You may be missing something. I may be wrong. I may be missing something that would change my perspective. And back to one of those other conversations, if you're of the mindset that you will refuse these things because they're painted as the other side, you'll never end up making that realization or allowing yourself to see it because you've trapped yourself ideologically. But, the point is the debate that they have is it's not only is it getting to a lot of great information kind of from both points of it, the discussion of whether, the lesser of evil, the whole premise is about the lesser of evils and whether that is, legitimate. It's not for one candidate or the other necessarily. Derek's premise being that they're ultimately consenting to the problem, but the idea being that they are essentially leading to the same thing. And this is my point as well. And that either way you go, it amounts to the same problems we're discussing. And then Ian's discussion, Ian Carroll was who he debated with, was about that ultimately a lot of agreement, but that it's in the interest of Americans to vote for Trump in this context because it's just a little bit less bad, which is literally the argument. But he does a good job breaking these things down and giving you his thoughts on it. I personally think Derek, obviously I agree with his perspectives, and so it's easier for me to see the light in that. But the point is not just that it was a good debate, but that the information is important, but the way they did it. And so that is kind of centering around voting. And so I'm going to play that probably when we get a minute here after I discuss some things. But I wanted to go back to this in general and just discuss where we are right now. Right. So right now, people are all, beginning to line up or get ready to or early vote for the same problems we've all been discussing. We just discussed the idea of the flag conversation. That's obviously one of the big ideas around, the idea that they're going to somehow, if you don't vote for one, the other one's going to take away your free speech. Again, we went over that and the idea that that's not necessarily how that works. But the idea that these things will ultimately lead to the same point, same direction, no matter which way you go. But just reminding you about this idea, the idea that this is an unconstitutional act and that they're arguing because they disagree with it, therefore it's okay, which is what they would scream afoul about from the other side. And it goes both ways, again, both ways. Here's something that the Solari report, Catherine Austin Fitts, put out. And this is one of the parts that really worry me in a larger sense, is like, for example, we can see that both sides of this are actively, again, your government in a general sense, advocating for a biometric control structure, biometric wall, digital IDs, all of them, which if people, if you listen to what we talk about, these are primary concerns for the world right now. There's plenty of other things to get into, plenty of other things that are concerning, but I believe this is paramount to where this is all going. And so when you see stuff like this, again, the point being that clearly, openly, the Democrat perspective, or specifically Kamal's administration, are advocating for all of these things. But I find it interesting that people on the side of supporting Trump don't tend to acknowledge it as much. So here's what Solari report put out. Trump promoted national ID on Rogan. This is recently. which is not exactly the same as digital ID, but that's where this goes. That's for one of the pieces that get you into it. I'll touch on the SAVE Act, which I've talked about plenty of times before. I'll just grab that for you, because this is, a Trojan horse in my mind. Using the idea of stopping illegal voters or any people without citizenship or whatever the context, without voting, or even Americans that just don't have ID. The point that they argue that this is necessary to save us from this, even though Massey already had made it clear that even if this passes, it will not even remotely have an effect on this current election. So if this is the end all be all, if we don't do this now, we're all going to die, or no free speech after this, well, then this doesn't seem to line up with that mindset, which I don't think it's about that, obviously. Using two-party illusion in an election to usher in digital IDs. Now, if you forget this, the point is simply that the ID 2020 discussion or real ID are both completely, unquestionably immersed with digital IDs. If not, that is the point. And so the SAVE Act simply makes it about real ID compliant identification. Now, yes, there are different points in there. For example, the idea of birth certificate, which again, the point is a lot of people today don't even have these things anymore, don't feel like they need them because we're being edged in that direction. But with the digital driver's license aspects from the Biden administration, and that's the larger point, both sides building you into a position where the outcome is what they're driving from for the government, but they both point at each other. So again, the digital driver's license discussion is about setting up a reality where ultimately you have, they say you were going to put your driver's license on your phone. And at first it always starts with something that is, benefiting you, but it will very rapidly, if not immediately, become you have to for the interest of everybody, whatever. And so then what that says, if you read into it, is that ultimately that will then become your identification, and the physical aspects of it will then no longer be valid at some point. When that happens, probably faster than we think, you then have the SAVE Act in place. When, if and hopefully not, that passes. That means then that the only legal aspect of it is the real ID compliant identification, which requires digital ID. So, of course, the Republican side of it is going to say, well, we didn't. They're the one that stopped the other possibilities, and that is true. Whereas the other side will say, well, there's the one that passed the legislation that made that compliant. You can see how obvious that is. And this is every topic we can point to for the most part. So that's important to consider on how that drives you from an illusion of a binary discussion. And I'll include this, by the way, that we've talked about right here. Debunking the false binary with the Independent Media Alliance. This was on September 19th, where we had a great breakdown with about 6 of us talking about the idea of the false binary and the two-party illusion. So I'll include that for you on that conversation. Now here is where I want to go with this. So going forward, she says, the next step to total control grid, along with vaccines. This is what the central bankers want and need to get complete control. Looks like the establishment factions have agreed that Trump is their man to lead patriots and conservatives into the digital concentration camp. So that's a big statement coming from the Stoll report. Obviously, I agree with that. My opinion is that he is the selection, which I know is hard for some people. I definitely could be wrong, but people feel like that is cutting at what they believe they have that this is, what's the point about the flag? This is some kind of almost like a religious practice. Like it's something that is sacred is the word I was looking for. Voting is the point. But I believe that has been stolen from you. Now, obviously, in an actual representative government, or a voluntarism to say, I'm going to actually ask one of these questions when we get to the panel about voting in general, right? Obviously, the point is that that's something that could take place if that's what this is the committee or the society decides, right? But I think today what we can prove, and this is so fascinating to me, is we can see this on whatever side of the conversation when it benefits them to point it out. Well, the other country stole it. Russia manipulated election. Oh, well, they lied about it. They stole it using the machines, which, by the way, we're now seeing the Dominion thing happen yet again. Happens every time. And they both know it exists. They both pretend it isn't there until they want to point at it. But the overarching point, if I lost my train of thought, which I always do. Well, the main point being is that all these things are coming from both sides to drive you into this position. I was making a point there, but you know how that works for me sometimes. As I always love to say, they say that is a sign of high intelligence, but I find that hard to believe. But ultimately, so that's what it was. The point of them stating, so the vote being stolen. So I believe quite strongly that this is something that has been removed from you. Now, in an actual representative government, I believe it's paramount, right? The idea of actually involving yourself in the decision-making process, should that be the world you live in, I think is important. But today, we don't have that in my mind. And again, for many different examples, I think they make that clear when it suits their interest. And so if we know that, and what's weird is it seems like everybody at some point is willing to acknowledge that, to consider that. I mean, there's 1,000 different ways they love to point at the other side, willing to do all of that without realizing they're simply pointing at their government. So we all know this. So whether it's the voting illusion or the idea that they're choosing who goes next, we have to start at least considering these points. And I said the same thing as, there's people in my audience probably find this a lot redundant because I say this on my show all the time. But for those that are new, the idea is simply that we can clearly see the idea of choosing for the interest of the agenda. Like, for example, during COVID-19, I believe quite strongly, even going back to Hillary Clinton's emails from WikiLeaks, that they argued and said he needs to be on that final stage. Of course, they argue that means they thought they would win. I don't know how we argue that they didn't know everything else that's already behind the information. Look at how it ended up. But that ultimately they decided he would be there because in my mind, it was the best way to pacify the conservative gun owners, militia members that would have been the most resistant to what they rolled out. Can you imagine the reaction of the Republicans if exactly what happened in Trump's administration happened under Hillary Clinton? I mean, do I have to tell anybody on how completely different that would be? And I mean, exactly the same words, exactly the same actions, but it was Clinton. Do I need to convince anybody of that? I mean, that's obvious. So that alone should prove the point. That doesn't make sense, right? It shouldn't be about the it's about the action, about the policy. So I believe that's what's happened. And I believe that's likely what's going to happen again. I hope I'm wrong. I'm not necessarily that he doesn't, that one or the other. I just hope that I'm wrong about who they are. That ultimately, whoever is, I hope I'm wrong about them because I think they're both driving us in a dangerous, I haven't even gotten into the foreign policy part of it today because it's more so about the internal aspect, but, the undeniable reality of Zionist influence over our policy in this country. It's not a racial point. It's not about Jewish people or Christian people or whatever. It's about the idea of a political ideology that is without question has overwhelming influence, if not control, over a lot, if not entirely the policy of this country. It's amazing that we even have to debate this stuff with even MSNBC has made points about this. So whatever we're talking about, we have to recognize that we're in a spot where something other than you is influencing, if not choosing, what this outcome will be. And now Solar Report is saying exactly that. Trump is their man to lead patriots and conservatives into digital concentration camps. Now, you could argue that doesn't mean necessarily being put in as president, simply that he's the one, the Pied Piper of that party. But that's how I get the sense that's what the meaning is. You can decide for yourself. This is the theory that you need a digital ID system to stop election fraud or secure border is absolutely not true. Ask the folks who ran these things before digital tech existed. Alas, Rogan agreed. He does not see the trap. Trump does. He is marketing it, of course. Of course, the whole thing with the Joe Rogan experience, it's just simply that he has his own show. He can run it the way he wants, but but when you're interviewing people like this, that has a political impact, you have a responsibility to at least ask some difficult questions, something about the COVID-19 warp speed operation or whatever, but doesn't seem to be happening on really any of them. What about Vance and his pharma connections or the idea of the whole technocratic aspect? There's so many things that should have been pointed to, even in a casual way. Or how about the absurdity of him talking about his ear and not acknowledging the absurd, no mark. Yeah, we're just going to let that. It could simply mean that he decided to overplay what happened for his own benefit. Or it could mean a lot more than that. To the assumption about what that then means, of course, of how you deny those things in some people's minds. Are you saying it didn't happen? Are you saying it was? I don't know. But I sure as hell know that it wouldn't heal that fast. But, we can talk about that all day long. But digital IDs at the border. And they're all advocating this. Trump himself, which actually I think I have actually, I'll grab that really quickly, have advocated for this explicitly. And the scary part about this is how, try to find it real quick, just how constant this is. Here it is. Even though this is absolutely contradictory to what we would have thought was not like the Republicans themselves. Again, if this was put forward by Hillary Clinton, it would have been argued that this was exactly what it is, something that is taking away freedom, something that is working both ways. It's not just about immigrants. It's about coming and going. And here's what he said, in case you forgot.
We will finally complete the biometric entry-exit visa tracking system, which we need desperately. For years, Congress has required biometric entry-exit visa tracking systems, but it has never been completed. The politicians are all talk, no action, never happens, never happens. Hillary Clinton, all talk. Unfortunately, when there is action, it's always the wrong decision. Do you have a...
Right, and if you can't see the play right there, I don't think you want to. As simple as saying that she couldn't do it, so then we should. Because we're not her, right? Okay, so you just completely got turned 180 into supporting the thing that you, in any other context, would have been outright screaming about. during the COVID-19 conversation, the focus on how this was all going, everything, the technocratic overlap. It's amazing the willful disregard. Now, again, don't forget my opinion is I genuinely believe most conservatives are pretty aware of this, whether they still choose to vote or not. That's a pretty interesting part of this conversation, that they will point these things out or be uncomfortable about his support still to this day about the deadly shot, but still somehow decide to choose because they think they've only got two choices. My point, though, is that it's not as all one-sided as people want to pretend it is. There's a lot of conservatives that are very, very skeptical about this stuff. The problem is the team sport politics Republicans that would go along with this no matter what.
Notice, in my administration, we will ensure that this system is in place. And I will tell you, it will be on land, it will be on sea, it will be in air. We will have a proper tracking system.
Why is that something anybody would be advocating for? Because you've been convinced that it has to do with illegal immigrants. Which, if we want to get into that conversation, the obvious reality is there's a lot more going on there than just some bad people that want to take away things from you. Like, despite ignoring the U.S. government influence, the policy that creates these things. As we said before, we saw that from Syria, we saw that from South America. We're going to see it right now from Lebanon and Gaza, and they're already starting to make them out to be the problem, despite the fact that their foreign policy has created this problem. But this is the way it goes. It's happened for a very long time. Either way, regardless of how justified you think the problem is or the need to act, I don't want a government entity choosing to do things for the interest of me, even though it's against my interest. The idea is that this is a removal of your freedom, a removal of your liberty under the guise that it keeps you a little bit more safe. Well, you know that old saying, all right? We love to pretend we believe in the founding ideals, except we forget what they told us. And I'm talking about from a conservative perspective. Now, we talked about the flag conversation, calling it, desecrating the flag. I wanted to point one more thing out that I didn't say on that, actually right here. So what's interesting is I keep pointing this out, is that we have Donald Trump in 2015. I believe that was the accurate date. The point, it's ultimately about just an older video where he said, and I'll play it for you, right, that we need to shut down the internet, work with Bill Gates. And people will say that's unconstitutional. Those are stupid people. I don't know why it's shockingly offensive to the idea that people, again, Clinton or Kamala, of course, they would scream about it, and rightly so, because, again, Kamala and the rest are making similar points, but not as explicit as that. Again, I believe they're both driving in the same direction. But I found it interesting that people, as this has been played, continue to say, oh, that's old, or is suggesting he's changed his opinion, or that it's out of context. Okay, well, let's play that one along with the one that was just spoken in 2024, and it's the exact same point. And this has to do with the flag. So here's the first one from a while ago.
Because we're losing a lot of people because of the internet. And we have to do something. We have to go see Bill Gates and a lot of different people that really understand what's happening. We have to talk to them, maybe in certain areas, closing that internet up in some way. Somebody will say, oh, freedom of speech, freedom of speech. These are foolish people. We have a lot of foolish people. We have a lot of foolish people.
I just don't know how that's not that's wild. Now, yes, of course, maybe he changed his mind. Nonetheless, it should be alarming that that's something he would even put forward along with Bill Gates and the rest of it. But of course, the argument is, well, that's not the case now. Well, here's 2024.
The American flag down. They were writing Hamas on the bell outside of Union Station. What does a Donald
And
Trump
by the way,
do?
before we pretend that that's actually reality, you know how obvious it is, how many times we've seen Zionists literally spray painting Hamas or KKK, like these things, certainly possible. I would never argue it's not possible, but absurdly how contradictory that is to exactly what these people are what they're protesting for. At the very least, you have to, the idea that because it's there does not therefore mean it's the group that you want to demonize. But, Fox and CNN, the rest of them very actively play their roles in all this.
If he takes office to these people on the street.
Rarely have we seen anything like this. And I think
Oh, no, it's very common. We see it all the time in this country and around the world, but it's always important to make it seem like some unprecedented problem.
you should get a 1-year jail sentence if you do anything to desecrate the American flag. Now,
There you go. Completely unconstitutional. We already went over this. It's literally a Supreme Court precedent. It is your constitutional right. The problem is what you're going to hear next, that we will make it constitutional.
people will say, oh, it's unconstitutional. Those are stupid people. Those are stupid people that say that. We have to.
No, it is unconstitutional, Donald Trump, and you know that, or you don't, and that's even more alarming. So explain for me how it's not alarming as hell for a about to be president telling you that you're stupid for pointing out something that is unquestionably objective fact. Right? No matter how you look at it, just because you don't agree with it does not mean that the Supreme Court has not, they've roundly ruled that is the case. And it obviously is when you understand what these rights are outlining, the inherent rights. So he's calling you stupid for acknowledging the truth, and then goes on to say,
work in Congress to get a 1-year jail sentence when they're allowed to stomp on the flag and put lighter fluid on the flag and set it afire. And when you're allowed to do that, you get a 1-year jail sentence and you'll never see it again. And all over the world, Putin and President Xi of China, all over the world, they're watching this. Kim Jong-un, he looks...
Just tapping into the fear-mongering idea that they, like, what? They're looking at us like we're, like, I mean, the idea being what? Because that's resilient, if you want my opinion. Like, the idea that is like kind of what the rest of the conversation in this room has been from Howard and the rest of them. That, well, ultimately, if the people are truly anarchists or voluntary, we ultimately would be the biggest resistance to things like this. Whether or not it's the interest of the government, it's in the interest of no government. So all he's doing right there, which who knows if they pay attention, if they see these things or not, is recognize that these are people that are upset with their government, which, yes, obviously could be exploited, but realize that most of these people are upset with all of these authoritarian governments for the most part.
At us like we're a bunch of babies. They see that wouldn't happen in their countries. It's impossible for that to happen in their...
That's ridiculous. Now, obviously, just like what he's trying. So explain for me the logic of saying, look at how bad they are, in which that's not even what he's saying. In fact, he's saying, look at, they wouldn't let it happen. We need to be more like Russia and China. That's what he just said. He didn't say that explicitly. That's what that means, though. So you're saying they wouldn't let it happen. So you want to be more like the groups you keep pointing at as the counterbalance. It's illogical. Do we want to be more authoritarian or not? That's the question. And that's what he's pointing at. We, in his mind, yes, we want to be authoritarian where it suits our specific interests, no matter what your rights are. That's not about freedom or liberty.
Their country, where we look so bad to the world. That was a disgraceful display yesterday.
It's pretty alarming to me, and it should be. But I thought I had in that clip. But if you look at the full conversation, what he says is, we will make it constitutional. Now, that is the kind of thing that is obviously concerning, because you have to understand an important part. This is what we've talked about so many times. If understand Mayberry versus Madison, it is a Supreme Court ruling. The precedent stands that it is anything repugnant to the Constitution is null and void. It's a basic reality. And I've made this point many times about the idea of the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, which is simply just the first 10 amendments. And again, these are amendments. And the reason they're valid is they do not contradict, they are not repugnant to anything that's in there. And the point being is that because of that ruling, or just the understanding of these things being inherent rights, the idea is they can't just be legislated away. They're simply outlining what would be there, whether or not they wrote this down, right? So the idea that he argues you could just make it constitutional, not only is that completely inaccurate, it scares me that he either knows that and lies about it, or even worse, doesn't understand why he's wrong. And this is a person that they're pointing to as the defender of liberty against people trying to take away your rights. Do not take this for support of any side. It is the state. It is government, and I do not support it. But that is so alarming that people that believe they're fighting for liberty are standing with an authoritarian, literally trying to take away your liberty. This is how this all works. You know, and so it really just kills me. You cannot pass a law, no matter if every single person in government across the aisle, all the government, decide to vote for it. If you look at the law and it's repugnant, if it contradicts, for example, the First Amendment, which it would, then it would be null and void. Now, here's the interesting part about this. Just because the government's not going to care. The government right now, as it stands, I don't even think is really acting in the interest of Americans, if it ever was. So this law would pass. It'd probably stay there. That doesn't mean that it's legal or constitutional. Again, that's confusing for some people. Just because it's a law does not mean that it's constitutional. Perfect timing. Come on in, brother. We got Hakeem joining us here. Let's have a talk.
Hey, what's up, everyone? Ryan, good to be here.
Yeah, thanks for joining me, man. So I was just kind of going off on the idea of voting in general, obviously, because it's coming up, but the idea of the argument that Donald Trump, or anybody for that matter, could make, like, so the burning of the flag being an inherently constitutional act has been ruled that many times. He just says, well, we'll make it constitutional or unconstitutional rather. I think I said that wrong before. But so he'll make it unconstitutional to do that is what he's trying to claim. The point is that's not how that works. And so I was just talking about how
that's kind of a paradox. Let me
Exactly.
do something unconstitutional to make it unconstitutional.
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't even think of that. But yes, exactly. And that's the problem. But so we can get into anything you want to talk about, but I wanted to make sure that we talk for a minute about because actually we've had a lot of interest in what you're working on, both for just in general above book and phone, but also for the upcoming TLAV thing. I got a lot of interest about that. Yeah. So what's going on with just above in general right now? Where are you at on that? They're getting a lot of interest because this crowd is really interested in that, and I think they're rightly so because it's an important step to take. And I don't know. I just told him the other day the first stream I ever did with the book, the new above book went really well. I'm gonna start folding that in. So. Yeah, if I'm able to do it, so can you guys. So what's going on?
One successful stream, and Ryan is converted to above book, which makes me really, really happy. I'm slowly going through all my freedom friends who are doing the work, because that's the most important part. We can't just get a piece of technology and say, "Oh, I'm super private now. I'm gonna buy drugs off the dark web." No, like why don't we try and serve humanity? So it's exactly. The type of work that Ryan's doing, and also our friend Derek, that's I want to make sure they're protected on their software. Right. And so my name's Hakeem, and you guys have known about us for a while. We first came on September, I want to say, of like 22, and it was a really monumental interview because that was the first time we actually did the interview with Ryan. We gained a lot of new customers, and we were like, oh wow, this may actually work. And so for us, it was just like, okay. So the people who resonate greatest with this idea are the ones like living it and absorbing the same information. So we've been doing really well since then. We have around 3,000 to 4,000 customers now, and we sell phones. We've got the laptops. Ryan's got one of the new laptops, the Above Books too, and these are all built on open source software. So open source software to taking an allegory to government would be like open governance or, voluntary governance, where you at least have to talk about your ideas and convince other people to see what you're doing. Instead, no, all of our software is built behind closed doors, and you have to guess at what it does. So, people are really digging it. And I think as time goes on, we see how bigger the technology, how big of a part it plays in this surveillance apparatus and to squash out our freedoms. It's being used. So hopefully we can all use better tech.
Absolutely. Well, that's awesome to hear, guys. So you guys played a central role in helping this succeed. So good, outstanding. Well, so in general, Hakeem's a really smart guy, guys. And if you've seen the conversations we've had, like even the last one we just had, it's like if we were there for a specific thing to talk about. I almost want to just make the whole interview about that deep. It's just there's some interesting things. So I want you to make sure you check out his work and what he's talked about in the past as well. Because today we're going to talk about specifically. We can get into anything, by the way. If you want to jump into some crazy stuff, I'm down. But let's talk about starting. The general point. And so where would you place yourself in this kind of general idea as libertarian or no label at all, of all anarchy? Where do you feel you align with all of this, and when did you first sort of start seeing this as a viable concept?
Yeah, for sure. Well, I got disillusioned in college. I had a mentor and a friend who just turned me on to how some of these things work, like the military industrial complex and like big pharma and stuff. And I was like, okay, this is a massive waste of resources, and it's evil at the end of the day. And we're all bought into it. But I didn't really start thinking outside the box until after I'd gotten involved in Freedom Cells for a bit. And then I met Derek Bros and started working with him in early 2020. And I remember seeing this video. Our city was locked down where we were at, and he was in Mexico at the time. And he was like, "Oh, I'm out here." And there's no signs of a pandemic. So if it kind of clicks something in me, is like we have a choice in the way we want to live. And so part of that is migration. And so it kind of kicked off this whole journey. But thanks to him, thanks to you, I've been exposed more to like the agorist philosophy, which I think I ascribe to, but I also call myself an anarchist in the more like the actual meaning of the word, which is out without rulers. And I think that makes sense because I was like, I hate being told what to do. Just say I get triggered. I get triggered by it. So we're all here triggering each other and figuring it out. But also I'm aware, like I won't throw everything out with the bathwater, because it's kind of interesting, right? It's like without groups like the U.S. military and the DoD to figure out things like GPS or radar stuff, we wouldn't have some of the things we all use like equanimously today, like our maps and things. So our lives have changed thanks to some of the things they've built, but it doesn't mean they're not evil, or it doesn't mean there aren't better ways to do it. So I do try and keep a foot in both worlds. I wouldn't go as far as Derek and say I don't have a bank account. But right. And I think eventually we're going to put, I see a big push factor. I feel like it eventually, either through economic collapse or just things getting bad enough, we're going to be pushed to agorism or anarchism or some of these ideas, which is exciting.
I agree, man. I that's what one of the things we keep talking about. Yeah. One of the things we keep talking about today is that more than I've ever seen are beginning to entertain these things. And I think that's exactly the point, is that it's just becoming, it's impossible to miss because of a lot of different things we've come through. Yeah. But so it's great to hear that, you know, Derek in general, in the influence on that work, and just shows you that the time, the effort that you're putting in, whether you're listening here in your own channel, you know, people are listening. It is reaching people in general. But you know, on agorism and anarchism, you know, what do you see as the differences there? Because that's kind of my journey right now, is, you know, not that I'm looking for a label necessarily, but just understanding kind of the nuances between these different ideas. So what would you say is the difference, really, why you would say more agorism than anarchism?
Yeah, well, I don't think, you know, I wouldn't consider myself an expert, but I would think like anarchism is like the lowest common like denominator. Like the characteristic is you don't tell anyone what to do. There's no coercion, and that's it. That's pretty much it. Then agorism is more of it has thought out more how the economy would work, how our interrelationships would work, and it's just gone a little bit farther into the structures that would need to be created to respond to the state. So in the Konkin's work, you know, he talks a lot about independent insurance companies or independent enforcers and all these industries that would pop up. But I think in like general anarchist literature, they kind of leave that agnostic, right? It's up to you. Go ahead and figure it out. Just don't force your thoughts on anyone.
Right. Which is obviously the central point to all of this, you know, is it's free exchange between free individuals. You know, and that's just, it's amazing that we even have to argue that that's something that's needed, you know, but it's just an interesting overlap with where we are with the election and all these people that are, you know, advocating kind of what I was just talking about, like arguing about who's going to take your freedom and liberty while they're voting for somebody who's literally talking about taking your freedom and liberty. You know, it's just this contradiction inherent in everything right now, you know. So how do you see this going with the election and everything coming up? Where do you think, you know, any thoughts on where that's going to go? And, you know, the idea that whether maybe there won't be another election, or like all the hype around it. Where do you feel about it all right now?
Wow, yeah, there's a lot of predictions on doom, and you know, who knows, they could be right. I try and distance myself from anything that's bringing across these fear-based emotions, and at the same time, you know, it's a possibility. So try and be prepared for every situation, but don't let it bum you out, because really, we're completely, actually, I forgot the name of it, but it's this effect of we're getting so much fear porn, we're getting so much bad news from all over the world. It's designed to keep us in a state of depression and complacency, because we just don't feel like we have any power of it. I think as soon as you turn the TV off and you start focusing on your hometown and what's going on there, you'll meet some cool people. I mean, we're here in Sedona. There's a ton of locals. We're having lunches prepared by people who are local from the area who drove in, right? And within here, we're transacting with. I mean, it feels good. I feel like I'm safe. They could burn the world down, but you know, I feel like I'm good here. And there also might be some of us that are like, well, I do think with all the predictive programming in play that it's in place through TV shows and with this election, they definitely want us to like fight, and maybe they will do a false flag. Yeah. And, you know, that happens. It happens all the time.
Totally. Well, I mean, this is one of the main thoughts, is that, you know, it's not even a secret. The idea is that there's new things, new technocratic kind of evolution, digital IDs. And the point is that it would be the easiest possible way to effectively bring that in by having that kind of a paradigm shift, like literally burning it down so that can be, well, don't worry, we're here for you. Here's the solution. So yeah, it's an alarming thing that we can see. And I think that's the best way to look at it, is, you know, just don't, whatever your choice is, voting or not, don't let the fear drive your thoughts. You mentioned, you know, like cortisol is one thing that I always talk about, the idea of fight or flight. When you're in this emotional state of fear and anger. Like you're just at this peak. Your emotions are driving your thoughts.
Right.
And actually, if people know, as we talked about during COVID, your cortisol level, like your immune system, basically shuts down while that's happening, and it's like focused on just survival.
Right.
And so you get, if you keep yourself there, which there's studies that show that people that work at like office buildings, like they basically just stay in this state of fight or flight all day long, you're getting sicker.
The coffee doesn't help. The lack of sleep doesn't help. The screens don't help.
Right.
I mean, it's really cool what Freedom on the Rocks is doing. Well, just because of the community it's based around, and you were there yesterday. We got to check out the biocharger meditation and the harp. These are really important aspects of staying sane in a crazy world. And people don't take that time to rest. Even alternative thinkers like us, maybe we're too focused on the next big story and getting caught in the details, and really all the answers lie within. So like, this year for me, it's been really special about relearning the self-care, relearning the meditation, because you are going to need that inner guidance and power if we want to make it through the struggle.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like you're needed.
Sounds out on the stream. All right, let me be right back.
All right. Come back whenever we talk about the TLAV laptop. No rush.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Nice. I like this. It's just like a free flow.
Yeah. No. Get Howard again. Sit down.
You just jacked my seat. Is the sound actually out?
It is sound.
Close it all the way.
The sound's out.
Awesome. Well, how are you?
I thought since I'm here, I'd just jump in and
Yeah.
So we had some difficulties. Dr. Walter Block didn't show up, and he was going to talk about how you can build the roads, which has become a kind of a voluntarist trope of like a joke. Got to have government, or who's going to build the roads? And so, the idea that the roads wouldn't get built is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, right.
And so I jumped in for about 10 minutes to explain that people want to get from A to B, and they're not just going to stand around scratching their head. And like, how are we going to do that? I mean, and so like it's almost funny, but you get it a lot. We get it all the time.
I actually just addressed it, because that is always the question. Like, and they treat it like a gotcha moment. And my point is the same thing about like military. It's the same example.
It's good. Okay. I honestly, somebody did like.
No, I got you.
All right, well, I'll let you jump back in.
Well, we are live, so 1 second. So, so the point being that if the military is the same conversation, right? Is that ultimately, it's that people, the idea being that who's going to build the roads, the military are still individual people.
Yeah.
So let's just say the government is gone, like Larkin put it, if everyone just goes, well, we don't accept your authority, then it ends up being a bunch of old men in a room saying they have authority over you. They have no enforcement arm.
Right.
And so it's the same idea, is that if all of a sudden we're without government, well, the people that might feel the need to stand up and defend you, like the people that already do that, are still there.
Right.
And the ones that build the roads are the same ones, so that's all. It's an important point.
I'm going to tell one little story, and then I'm going to let Hakeem jump back in. One of the stories that I told earlier today was I was running a Tough Mudder with my son and some other people and a group of friends, and some other people got thrown together onto our team. And one of the people on our Tough Mudder team was a venture capitalist that built bridges. And so he was nice enough, we're all talking and hanging out and everything. He's explaining like his business model. And in essence, there are places all over the country where, getting from point A to point B, if there was a bridge there, it might shave off an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. And so they're actively looking for some place where if they were to put a bridge up, people would make the economic calculation of, would you pay $5, $10? How many people are doing it? And wherever they can find to put that bridge, they're going to build, the invest their own capital, build the bridge. And so not only do I believe people would be doing the exact same thing for the roads, but like where, there's people that are like, I'll get you to point A to point Z. Sure.
There's a profit motive for sure.
There's a profit motive to deliver and whereas the government, will just throw up a road or a bridge, and it can be shoddy if it is shoddy, or, whatever. Because you're spending your own money and investing your own money, you have you're aligned with the interests of the consumers to have the absolute best bridge, and for it to last as long as humanly possible, and have the road last as humanly possible. Versus, a lot of people that are working for the government. Well, why don't we put in a shoddy road, and then we'll buy another one in a couple of years, and I'll give you a kickback, and you'll do that.
The lowest bidder is usually what gets
the
taken.
lowest bidder, and so it just, the idea that there wouldn't be roads to me is kind of laughable. And then the final thing, just on the quality of the roads, if you've driven on the roads, the government's not doing like a very, very good job. And so I'm nomadic, but I'm living in Memphis, Tennessee, and a year ago or so, a bridge inspector comes to inspect the bridge, the famous Memphis, bridge that goes over the Mississippi River, and he's doing an inspection of the bridge, and he literally calls 911, and he's literally on a phone with 911. He goes, "I'm the bridge inspector for the bridge, and you need to stop traffic on this bridge right now." And yeah. And he literally gets patched to the sheriff or the police chief or whatever, and they stop traffic on the bridge because that's the quality of the government's roads and bridges. And anyway,
or the upkeep as well. Like, so that whether that's good in the beginning or not, the fact that they don't care to make sure it stays that way, right? So your point is the community would effectively have the interest in making sure that happens.
You got it. Absolutely. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Akeem. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Howard. All right. So let's talk about the upcoming TLAV laptop. Huh? How's that going? I got a lot of interest in that right now. I've gotten 4 emails in the last couple of weeks about people going, "When's that going to come out? What's going on?"
Yeah, no, the laptop. We just kind of need to figure out what the TLAV community is interested in terms of software. So I know we got you starting to use the laptop, and just hearing from you, like what software is important to you. I mean, we'll look and we'll evaluate a few different options and just see if they're consistent on their privacy principles and whether they're easy to use. And we could put that on the laptop, no problem. And yeah, we've done one other laptop before. That one we packaged a local AI model inside of it, so you could ask it questions. So we've done cool stuff like that. But yeah.
Never mind.
Not for yours. No AI for Ryan. You do all your writing without AI.
I never use AI for anything. Well, I mean, the only thing I would say I use, and I don't know if you would technically, I think it's considered that, is the Brave. You search for something on Brave, and it always pops up that like AI thing. And sometimes I read that and point at it, but that's my point, is I don't consider that the same thing.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, no, it's interesting, right? How everyone's kind of shifted into all the AI. But I mean, I think that with any technology, AI, it's pretty powerful. I've seen some of what it can do.
Yeah, there's definite positive benefits to this stuff. I just worry about, like many other things, how it can be used. But the same point that Howard just made, like the internet itself was started that way, and it's effectively a tool to push back with. So I'm open to that possibility, but very concerned about how it could be used.
Yeah, absolutely. We are too. And then there's all these devices now that do have AI chips in them. And so you have to think about, if you're using the proprietary operating system, is it taking a picture of everything you do, like Microsoft said they're going to with a recall picture? Is it happening on a Mac as well? Is there any way you could really tell either way? So these are things we all ask ourselves when we're coming to we're releasing this product. And so our operating system is Linux. It uses something called Arch Linux, which is a really, I would say, one of the more advanced forms of Linux, because it's very customizable. It can be just a simple terminal prompt with nothing, like no additional modules, or it could be a fully fledged operating system. So you can kind of, you can create your own experience with it. And we went for something that was full-fledged. But with that, you have access to one of the largest software libraries on Earth, and it's called the Arch User Repository. And I really like it because anyone can package their own software and publish it. So
open source kind of like, so this is where, on my experience, you go to that spot and it gives you, like, you search for something and it gives you all the possible options.
Yes,
exactly. It's
their Arch User Repository.
Yeah, it's extensive is the point. I'm just a lot of different options.
There's a lot of different options. Sometimes too much at times, but that's part of decentralization. That's part of anarchy. Really, here
and I would
all the choices.
I would add too that also comes along with a level of risk. You may end up choosing something that you didn't maybe do your due diligence on, and it turns out to be not what you wanted. Today we look for someone to blame, but it's your choice. I like the choice, the freedom of choice. I think
yes, you have the freedom to fuck it up for yourself. Absolutely.
I want that. That's
yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, so this Arch User Repository, anyone can go ahead and package their software. So like, let's say you have a game you like. If you know how to build it and a place to store the software so other people can build it, you can write this thing called a package build. And what I like about it, no other Linux distribution does this easily, is you can just publish it to the Arch User Repository, which every Arch, Arch instance has the ability to pull software down from. So it's one of the only Linux distributions where it's first and foremost community-based instead of like something like Ubuntu, right? They manage the sources and repositories for mostly everyone's computers. So we picked it on the reasons like those. It also does mean what I described, because all the software is getting updated. You're getting the most cutting edge version of everything. Sometimes that does mean things break, little things here and there. But that's why what we're doing, I think, is really special. We're continuing with, it's like a living, breathing operating system. It's changing, and so we're getting the updates ahead of y'all, and we're checking if things are working, and we're always guiding our customers too. So right now, if you get the Above book, which you can find on the abovephone.com website, we have a bunch of them in stock. We don't necessarily have the TLAV edition quite yet, but Ryan and I are going to collab on that.
Absolutely. Well, so, I mean, give me your email or whatever you would like. If they have something they're interested in and want to give suggestions, where should they reach out to?
You can use the chat forum on abovephone.com. It's that little button in the bottom right-hand corner. That goes to me. That goes to the team. And yeah.
Okay, so abovephone.com. That way you can check out the things as well. Man, check out our interviews. I'll have those included on the show notes when we're done. So yeah, so I'm excited about that, man. And I really think that it's, not just it's cool in general to have a tailored thing for, to some degree. Like it'll be basically just how I would choose the setup with the amount of memory or the software I would like, or this,
if I could pose a question, it's like everything you would need to be a really good investigative journalist and maybe do a 4-hour show every day. What software would you need to do that?
Right. Well, that's up for you to decide. I have no idea.
That's up for you, for us to decide. Right?
Yes, right. I mean, I wouldn't have them off the top of my head, but giving that information, what you as the expert would think is best, that's what I want, And so this is the cool part about this, is that he is building this out for that mindset. And so if it's interested, if you find it interesting, and I hope more of you out there want to start a podcast or a channel, or, just care to investigate stuff, and you want 400 tabs open at the same time. But ultimately that's on the way. And, it'll support both Above Phone, which is important, as well as TLAV. And so we're looking forward to that, man.
Yeah, there's another project I share just a few bits of content. So I do, I wouldn't call it journalism, but investigative tech reporting. And I recently did an article on the IRS attempting to trace Monero, the private cryptocurrency. So if you're interested, you guys can check that out on our Substack. That's tbot.substack.com. It's like a 4,000-word article, but it's pretty crazy because you can see how hard they're trying to co-opt these different cryptocurrencies. With Bitcoin, they don't really bring it up because they didn't need to. It's all publicly transparent on the blockchain. But with Monero, they actually had to try. And so there's a deep dive into an investigation that showed like there are weaknesses in Monero. They're very small, and they've kind of all been patched since 2022 with the Dandelion update. But it's just really interesting to see at the highest levels, the IRS spending $20 million, Chainalysis, the FBI, probably intergovernmental organizations. This is the resources they have to trace these transactions, and they're having such a hard time. And so the story I have, it's like, all right, it's the government, it's their millions of dollars of fundings, it's the smartest cryptographers and technologists versus a bunch of Monero nerds and nodes.
And they seem to be winning.
And they seem to be winning. And we seem to be winning. So yeah, there's more people outside of the system that that you would think, especially in the technology space.
Well, it's an interesting point. You have to let me know if you have to go. I'm not sure if you're on a time limit, but today, would you argue that the cutting edge technology, outside of like being the government kind of like headhunting some of the best people, do you think that exists in the field of people that don't want to work for the government, or is the government just picking up all the best people in your mind, in your perception?
Yeah, it's not yet. There isn't that. I mean, unfortunately, technology in general, right? It's like when you're a software engineer and you're studying to be a software engineer or computer scientist, you get groomed to going after the biggest companies. Right. Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, Google, and lesser so that have learned that these companies don't care about us. But, thanks to these layoffs, these massive layoffs, record layoffs, I think we had 100,000 people laid off in tech in the first half of 2024, which was ridiculous. Wow. So I'm hoping that there are enough of us that are unemployed and on the internet searching for answers. I'd actually like to do more work focused on getting these people actually building projects that are helpful to humanity. Right. But, I do think the government would like to poach everyone. But now they do most of their computing through these private companies, right, to build out their surveillance system. So it's a little interesting, and I think they're at a holding pattern. I think that everyone is seeing the shortage, the shrink coming, and taking their resources back. So I mean, this is the perfect time if you have a friend who works at a big tech company or it just laid off from a big tech company, you know, maybe tell them about some of the things that we're doing and have them reach out to us.
Yeah.
And also, yeah, like let's turn them on to open source software.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting is that I was speaking with David earlier about the privatization side of it, and the idea being that, you know, as much as it shouldn't have to matter, you know, in a perfect idea that, you know, people should want to do this because it benefits everybody, a profit motive is always, you know, whether, you know, in a positive direction, like if you can find somebody interested with, you know, good intention, which is always subjective, but, you know, that would be willing to create a dynamic that would make it in their benefit financially to do it. Because I mean, a lot of these people might even want to do this, but they err on the side, like I think a lot of people do, what's going to give them the best paycheck, take care of their family. Sure. So how, you know, is there anything that jumps to your mind about how you might be able to, you know, not open source, but crowdfund, or, you know, anything that could create the flow that might draw in those people that are looking for something right now?
Yeah, most definitely. You know, there are many different cryptocurrencies aside from Monero that you can go put together proposals. I know there's like Cult DAO, but yeah, most cryptocurrencies that have DAO based infrastructure will allow you to submit proposals that could be for your work. So one of the ones I'm more familiar with is like with Monero Research Lab. There's a statistician who actually gave his thoughts on our article about the about this video of chain analysis analyzing Monero and the work that he was doing. So I think, what was it? It was something like 160 Monero. So he like kind of here's a statistician. He's like, I usually get paid $150 an hour. Let me convert that to Monero. Here's how long the project is going to take me. And then he submits a bid and he kind of gets it in chunks for his proposals. So it's really cool to see that kind of work, especially because this guy is anonymous. Like, I have no idea who he is. Yeah. Right. So for other people to do that, I mean, you do need to kind of be in a specialized science, but hey, you can start looking at some of these sources. And I would also say that technologists need business people just as much as business people need technologists. I consider myself a little of both, but I have a lot of technologists working behind the scenes to keep everything we're doing smoothly. And you do need that monetization aspect. So, I mean, I think it's the season of entrepreneurship. If it's not just technology, it could be anything. The sky's the limit.
Yeah, outstanding, man. Well, anything else you want to leave us with before you break off? Any thoughts?
Yeah, I'll give one last thought. This is the first time I've talked about it publicly on air, so this is kind of cool. But I'm working on a solution to harmonize the radiation coming off of these phones in a case. So I can't speak on details yet because we're performing our own studies, but we're going to have a scientific based approach to see if we can improve some of the bio effects of our radiation coming off of our phones, because it's a problem with iPhones. It's a problem with Android phones. It's even a problem with above phones. You know, as much as I wish I could say above phones don't have radiation, it's not true. They're pretty modern phones, and unless you're using them with the Ethernet, they put out that much. But health is a really important aspect. I really like the people here because we're talking about our LED screens. We're talking about the some of these dangerous parts we have to watch out for. So just stay tuned. Sign up to our email list, abovephone.com. We also recently put out a webinar called Open Source Navigation. So this is something I think you'll get a kick out of. It's building your own maps that you can do on Above Phone. You can put your own points down on a map. Once you've visited enough places, you never need to connect to the internet or connect to Google. You have all the points on your map, right? Love that. So we have that webinar up on learn.abovephone.com. Go ahead and check that out. And yeah, thanks, Ryan, for having me.
Outstanding. Well, I'll definitely keep you guys up to date on this as well, but make sure you check out and follow them on the site. I was just going to point this out as well. I pointed these out before, and I'm not going to advocate the company or anything, so I'm not even remember the name off the top of my head, but you guys can find these. It's just a little black pouch that opens and you stick your phone in. Like, the front pouch is just to block the radiation, but the phone still works. The back pouch blocks it and blocks it out. And I always have my phone in there when I'm not working, you know, and it's like that's the kind of steps you have to take to start. But that's really exciting to know that you're working on something like that. And so the case itself would effectively block, or hopefully, the radiation and turn it to a positive, or just block it?
It's going to reduce the bio effects, right? It's going to reduce the effects on human systems, which is, it's kind of hard to study. It's hard to measure objectively. Yeah. A lot of these things that are coming out weren't accepted by peer review science, but you know, there's things that measure your aura. There's things that use Kirlian photography to see actually like the life force emanating out of you. The only way we can with our rudimentary sensory organs that we have. But it's a really exciting time. And yeah, so it'll be a case that you get, and hopefully it'll make things better. Also, I also want to mention, we got you off of wireless at the studio, right? Didn't we?
Yeah.
Yep. So Ryan, I love Ryan because he walks his talk, and he's not just interviewing me. He's switching over to Linux, and he's switching over to his above phone. So please give him some kudos for that, and send us your ideas on what you want on the TLAV laptop.
Outstanding. Well, thank you, brother. It's always good. Always fun talking with you, man. I'll see you soon. Oh, I think your glasses right there. Yeah. So what he was talking about really is the point of switching in the studio from the Wi-Fi setup and effectively changing it, which it's not complicated, but I didn't know how to do this and I'm worried I'm not going to be able to understand it or something. But all it was simple is just going to accessing the actual technology side of it and turning off the Wi-Fi, which is a little tab button you flip, and ultimately changing it to where the Wi-Fi doesn't go off, but ultimately the Wi-Fi plugged in still works. Come on, you come in if you want. Oh, gotcha. Oh, perfect. Okay, come back when you're done. That Derek just popping in. He's going to jump in here when he's done, and after he gives his speech. But so it's the point being that you can plug directly into, the Wi-Fi thing, so you're not getting the worst part of the Wi-Fi, radiation. But apparently, it also dramatically reduces the ability for someone to, manipulate, hack in, and so on. And, there's a little small downside that sometimes if you need to connect to Wi-Fi, say for a newer computer or something, you have multiple computers. I just went through that. Then you type in your password, turn it back on and turn it back off. But it's little things like this that I wasn't even aware of. I mean, I probably could have just figured that's possible, but I wouldn't even tried it without him showing me how, and ultimately walks me through it. It's very simple, but it's just this weird resistance. Like just on a side note, a friend of mine, and you guys, if long followers of the Last American Vagabond will remember a writer we had called Tim Bryant way back in the day. One of the people that actually helped build this platform with me and another person named Anthony Tyler. We basically, they were writers, but they were just two of the earliest people working with this and writing articles and really helped kind of drive this in a certain direction. The point is that Tim ultimately ended up writing really, really early. Like if you guys read this and made decisions financial based on what he was saying, you're probably rich right now. It was, I don't remember the dates, but I'm talking years before you were hearing about Ethereum and all these different things, arguing how it was going to be a new direction, whatever your thoughts on it. I'm not necessarily advocating, simply saying that he saw that and was trying to convince me to get invested in this. I mean, at a time when if I would have put in $100, I would have a hell of a lot of money right now. And I just didn't understand it. I mean, I to some degree, but I was like, well, I don't know. And I put it off and I put it off and I put it off. And finally, eventually he got me to end up getting some Chainlink, which, as you guys know, the story, which I think is, continuing, whatever your thoughts on it, to go up in some cases, was one of the saving graces for this platform at a time when we were kind of in that middle ground between doing this full time and not. And the money I made from that saved this platform. And so it's just one of, again, signs about how these things can be useful and also be a problem, the internet's kind of thing. But that overarching point is that, I wouldn't have done that small, easy thing with Wi-Fi if he wouldn't have showed me, but it's a benefit at the end of the day. But again, to the point of the crypto is that, he's, as far as I know, a millionaire, lives somewhere else. So if I'd have listened to him back then, we'd be running this platform on a lot different style right now. But I guess the moral of the story is just be, willing to put yourself out of your comfort zone, because you never know how much it could benefit you, and it's like, I used to say this all the time, and it's much less my lifestyle today just by default because of a lot of things. But, when you put yourself outside of your comfort zone, that's where life happens. That's when you truly begin to see things that, if you only do what you're comfortable with and you're safe, you never really challenge yourself and you never grow. I think that's important. All right, well, let's go back to, I kind of forget where we were, but I think we were talking about this. I'm sure Derek will be coming in when he's done, but so we can keep going through the point about the voting. And so I'm sorry this is disjointed for those who are following along, so you kind of lose point to where I was at on it. But the overarching idea here is that we can see that, Kamala, Donald Trump, just all of your government are in different ways advocating to remove your rights. Like, that's not up for debate. And in this case, the worry for me was that Donald Trump was calling people both in 2015 and in 2024 stupid if he pointed out that an unconstitutional thing, or rather a constitutionally protected act, is constitutionally protected, i.e. burning a flag. Whatever you think about it, it is constitutionally protected. That's a fact, objectively. And he wants you to think that it's not, that he doesn't agree with it and therefore will make it constitutional or unconstitutional. Sorry, I keep mixing those up. The bottom line, though, is that's just not the way it works. Their inherent rights, God-given, is how they outline it. And regardless of whether they ever wrote it down, that's the reality, as I've said many times today. So the point being is that him saying that is alarming, and it should be. So here, going into the next point again, just recognize that, and this is not the one I was looking for, but I just grabbed the first one. There's many different platforms right now that are arguing, that this is a problem. So it's not just a right thing. The right seems to be saying it in very blatant ways that scares me, how many people screaming about fighting for liberty and freedom don't either want to or acknowledge it. But the risk and the threat is just as strong from the other side of your one government. But this one just simply says, what conservatives mean by freedom of speech. I mean, it's such a stupid, this is kind of why I argue that on one side of it, you have an argument that I can clearly give you the logic, objectively show that is a bad thing, is unconstitutional, or, for him saying that you go to jail for burning a flag. But there's some nuance to it and people don't see it if they don't know. But this is just blatant. This is literally going freedom of speech is a problem. Like, it's mind-blowing. Even people who would, let's just say, agree with that, who think somehow that we should change it. And you know what? Here's what I always say about that. If you want to have that conversation and you want to make a valid argument for why we should change these things, even though I argue it's not how that works, let's talk about it. I'm always willing to hear out your logic and your mindset. I'll disagree with you if I want to. But the idea that we don't acknowledge, even from the right, like that you scream that Elon's saving free speech, well, you're literally engaging with what is limited speech. That's the only way to look at it. So when I see stuff like this, my point, what I was getting at, is that even Democrats who maybe go, okay, maybe they're right, maybe there's some logic to this, they can still acknowledge, if they're not dishonest with themselves, that it is a constitutional right. And the Supreme Court has ruled that. So when you read something like this, or rather the point, that was the flag, but the point that, freedom of speech is an inherent right. So when you read something like this, what do you think that does to somebody who is, on the fence, or rather sees them both as bad, like it seems everybody does? Probably, which, by the way, I've never seen more Democrats deciding they're going to vote for Donald Trump or a Republican. I think that's what by design, and again, I hope I'm wrong. I hope Trump's going to save the world. I just don't think that's the reality. So when you have them writing articles like this, it's almost meant to be, in my mind, like belligerent, like just clumsy, like on its face, like something that even if you agree with, you're going to go, that's great. That's wrong. That we know that it's not the way it's supposed to work. And I just think that's pretty obvious. Now, here's something I want to go over with you guys. Now, I put this out again recently. You might remember I did a show about this a while ago, and I also had something written that I republished on our Substack on Halloween. Actually, I didn't realize that. So the conversation here is about, it's one of the many points around the idea of solutions, if you will. Not necessarily solutions, but when we talk about the idea of voting, and we talk about how, in our opinion, based on the facts, it does not appear to be legitimate today, and that ultimately you're consenting to a broken system. So one of the things when people go, well, then what do we do? Which ultimately these things are two separate conversations, right? We should not need a solution to be able to acknowledge and act with the information that there is a problem. Now, my point is that if we go through the conversation, which is, I've had these with many people before, and we're on agreement with everything, that they're stealing your vote, usually in their mind they're looking at one side or the other, but it's still your government, or that they're illegitimate, blah, 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 or the voting machines, or the Russia stole it, or they cheated, whatever. And then we come down to, okay, then it seems to be illegitimate, at least in some part. What are you going to do? Oh, I'm going to vote. What else are we going to do? I just don't understand that. Like, you could say, I don't know, but the idea that you're just going to fall back into doing what now, look, you may disagree with those points, but I'm talking about people that would agree with me about everything and then still go, well, what else? I know people like that. I just don't understand how it's I think social engineering to make that sound logical. And so the question is always, instead of, well, we'll have to think about this and find a different solution, is like, well, what else should we do? And then if I don't somehow fill that gap, it becomes, well, okay, well, then we're going to fall back in comfortably into our comforting suffocation that is called voting today. One of the things that I do propose, and sometimes it's just not, the conversation is a gigantic one, and I really want people to come to their own minds about what else they should be doing. It's not my decision to what else you have on the table. That's almost looking for another authority figure to dictate what your choices are. You should decide. But it's about abstention, right? And again, right now, actually, Derek is speaking, and we'll talk about when he comes back in, the idea of exit and build, which again is one of the most primary things that I point to in this conversation. And I'll let him describe the nuances of that, about whether it's about building new societies or just pulling yourself out of broken structures, voting with your dollar. It's a whole mindset, and it's about standing with your principles. Abstention is something I've talked about a lot. And I think it's fascinating to me, and also scary, how few people are aware of what it is, and how it has been stolen from you. So we're talking about the idea of going back to the founding fathers, or really any number of international examples of a voting process where you ultimately can say yay, nay, or I abstain. And there's a lot of reasons for abstention. We see it with the UN votes all the time, but it's never, at least in my experience, dictated on what your logic and why you abstain. But you can abstain out of protest because you think that the selections are not the full picture. You could abstain at a protest because you feel like it's an illegitimate process. You could abstain because you're not sure. The bottom line is it has always historically been tallied and shown on screen next to the other choices. Now ask yourself why they don't want that. I can tell you why. Because in every single election, for as far back as I can look, the largest voting bloc in every election are people that do not participate, usually 40-something%. Then, of the people who do participate, I know you guys have heard this many times, the largest voting bloc, without question, every single time are people that register as independent. And then they oscillate somewhere back and forth or maybe choose third party. And yet, nonetheless, we still get pushed into these two choices as if that's all that matters. To me, that's obviously illegitimate. And so the point is that you can abstain and have that tallied. They wouldn't want that because then it will demonstrate that they, exactly what they would point out about other countries they want to demonize. Look at how few people participate in the election. Well, guess what? When they made that point about Venezuela, they made the point about vote low turnout and support and percentage-wise. This absurd point was France made that point about Venezuela. And at that moment, Macron had lower numbers in both. And yet we can't point out that contradiction. I'm sure somebody in the world noticed that in the media. Nobody cared. So if they would tally this and mark down the abstentions, it would begin to show a picture of people who are not in agreement with this entire process. And that would hopefully reach more people, and that would cascade, it would snowball. And as always, I'm never of the mind that these people act in your interest. It would become an opportunity. The opportunists out there, maybe the lower rung politicians that want to make a name for themselves, the TV person that wants to get an insight, they would start pointing these things out because then people reading the room, they see that people want to support it. Same thing's happening with Israel right now. Do you think the media just woke up today and realized there's a genocide? No, they finally started to say these things that have always been provable because they recognize the writing on the wall. That's opportunism. Maybe some of them care, who knows? So that's the idea here that I think is monumentally important, is that, and again, I write an abstention if you think that if they're not counting it, it's sort of a moot point. But good, go in and vote, abstain. I think that's important. I'm of the point where I used to think that was the right path, but ultimately now where I'm just not participating at all, because even the abstention doesn't get counted. So to them, it's illegitimate is my point. So I want to read through this for you. Actually, you know what I'm going to do really quickly? I'm going to play this clip right here that I have lined up. I'm going to go check on one thing coming up for the final panel. And when I'm done with this clip, I'll come back and go through this. I mean, I really hope, I know it's a different, you know what it is most people tend to look at this almost like you're giving up, right? That you're like not participating. And it's not, it's the exact opposite of not participating. Abstention is voting, but it's something that they just don't want you to see. So when you frame it as not voting, it shows you the illusion that it's something that is clearly, I argue, dangerous to the whole structure. But so we'll go through that. I hope you're willing to consider these thoughts. I find it powerful. And it also has other discussions. And it's a good article to share with people that want to act like we're not proposing solutions. One being that even if you think that, I believe that the voting situation is completely hijacked, but if you believe it is something you should do, I support that, especially if it's local voting. I still think that's very much possible, that there are local levels, school boards, sheriff, that can make a difference. But you see, you don't get that on a 240-character tweet or whatever we're talking about. If you assume that all we're saying is one versus the other, people get trapped in that. So we'll come back and we'll read that in a second.
For the last few years, I've had this sense that everything I learned as a kid about how America's government works is completely wrong. But I had no idea how bad things actually were until I saw this one graph. Researchers at Princeton University looked at more than 20 years worth of data to answer a pretty simple question. Does the government represent the people? Now, this is what they found. This axis here represents public support for any given idea. On the left, at 0%, are ideas that not a single American wants. On the right, at 100%, are ideas that everyone supports. This axis represents the likelihood of Congress passing a law that reflects any of these ideas, from a 0 to a 100% chance. On this graph, an ideal republic would look like this. If 50% of the public supports an idea, there's a 50% chance of it becoming law. If 80% of us support something, there's an 80% chance. You get the idea. Now, most Americans would probably agree that, with a few exceptions, we should be as close to this ideal as possible. Unfortunately, the way America actually works doesn't even come close. Take an idea that nobody supports, literally nobody, and it has about a 30% chance of becoming federal law. Now, take an incredibly popular idea, the most popular idea this country has ever seen, and there's also about a 30% chance of it becoming law. This means that the number of American voters for or against any idea has no impact on the likelihood that Congress will make it law. Put another way, and I'm just going to quote the Princeton study directly here, the preferences of the average American appear to have only a minuscule, near zero, statistically non-significant impact upon public policy. So if you've ever felt like your opinion doesn't matter and that the government doesn't really care what you think, well, you're right. But there's a catch. This flat line only accounts for the bottom 90% of income earners in America. Economic elites, business interests, people who can afford lobbyists, they get their own line. Look at how much closer their line is to the ideal. When they want something, the government is much more likely to do it. And when they don't, they have the power to completely block it from happening, no matter how much the rest of the country supports it. They get what they want, and guess who ends up paying for it? We pay for it with the most expensive healthcare in the world. We pay for it with a tax code that's a complete mess. We pay for it with internet that's slower and more expensive, with wasteful spending, a floundering education system, a catastrophic drug war, and 1 in 5 American children born into poverty. Almost every major issue we face as a nation can be traced back to this graph. How does this happen? Well, just follow the money. Right now, it's perfectly legal to buy political influence in America. Here's how it works. Let's say a big bank wants a law that would force taxpayers to bail them out again if they repeat the exact same reckless behavior that crashed the global economy in 2008. Not exactly the most popular idea with the public, and Congress knows that. That should be the end of it. But that's where the money comes in. It's perfectly legal for our bank to hire a team of lobbyists whose entire job is to make sure that the government gives the bank what it wants. Then those lobbyists can track down members of Congress who regulate banks and help raise a ton of money for their re-election campaigns. It's perfectly legal for those lobbyists to offer those same politicians million-dollar jobs at their lobbying firm. Then those lobbyists can literally write the language of this new bailout law themselves and hand it off to the politician they just buttered up with campaign money and lucrative job offers. And it's perfectly legal for those politicians to take the lobbyist-written language and sneak it through Congress at the last second. So now you've got a law that greatly benefits the banks, and the whole process can start over. This is how a bill becomes a law. A special interest hires some lobbyists, those lobbyists collect campaign contributions, offer jobs, and then write the laws that Congress then passes to help those same special interests. This happens every day on every single issue with politicians of both parties. In the last 5 years alone, the 200 most politically active companies in the United States spent $5.8 billion influencing your government. Those same companies got $4.4 trillion in taxpayer support. And that's trillion, with a T. And that's just the top 200 companies. Never mind every other special interest, every union, every trade association, and every billionaire. Every single one of them can use their money to buy political influence. You know, there's this idea out there that this only became a problem after the Supreme Court's Citizens United decision in 2010. But the data goes back almost 40 years, and the results are clear. Corruption is legal in America. And as long as it is, anyone who can spend money to buy political influence will. The solution here isn't rocket science.
I'll leave the, that'll be included, by the way, for you to check out. But he goes over the same things we've discussed in general, like, taking money out of politics. The idea, though, is, again, in this context, about considering the problems, the obviousness of how that works. And I argue, and that's the reason I kind of stopped short right there, is that solutions through the system is one of the issues of today. Like the idea that voting is somehow going to fix the problem of a broken system. The classic idea that the only way to not lose a rigged game is to not play. Or the only way to win a rigged game is to not to play, or however the saying goes. So I think that's important to think about. But how in the world we ignore something like that? You know, and again, you can ignore the study. There's been plenty of others that found similar things. And that's a Princeton study about, you know, that we are an oligarchy in this country, and that, or rather the government is in this country, and it's not a democracy if we ever think that's what we should want anyway. Mob rule is not ultimately even what this country was designed as, constitutional republic, or, you know, the idea clearly though, is that it's unquestionable, whether you're talking about statistics, whether you're talking about, I mean, every aspect of this, it's not up for debate. We are being cheated. We are being manipulated, gamed, as Howard puts it, without question. And, you know, and we can see the striking reality of, even if every person in this country wanted something as much as they've ever wanted anything, it can have a 0% chance its lobbyists simply decide so. I mean, and we, again, the point is not necessarily foreign policy today, but realizing the overwhelming influence of Israel or plenty of other countries on the outcome of the policy here, or, you know, big pharma, or any number of large lobbying groups that are not acting in the interest of Americans, who have direct influence over the outcome of policy. You know, and that's an alarming reality. So I was going to get into some points from, oh, actually, I wanted to point this out first, but I'm going to play some parts of the interview with Derek before he comes in here. And I did want to do one update really quickly, guys. So for those that tuned in from the beginning, if you've been sticking out an almost 6-hour stream, good for you. You're a rock star. The earlier part, we had a little issue with the audio cable that was connecting to the other room. We didn't really get to figure out why that happened, but it looks like ultimately the shift is going to be that when we do the panel, which I believe is things have shifted a bit. There was a speaker that didn't show up, so I'm not sure exactly when it's going to start, but I'll keep you updated. The point is that when that happens, this stream is going to end, and I will be going out there to host the panel. So unfortunately, that was going to be on here, but just because of the issue with the technology, it's not going to be. So if you want to check that out, either jump over and get a ticket under Ryan 5, or ultimately wait for this to come out later, which you'll be able to check out down the line. And I apologize for the inconsistent information. It just ultimately is the idea that this cord is, the audio is cutting in and out for most of the time. And I just feel like it's not worth that. You know, it's ultimately important that you guys get the information. So make sure you check that out. So let's keep going on the point around voting specifically. Now, this one is an interesting point that Casey Wright shared. And this goes back to the idea that we were talking about earlier. Let me grab that really quickly. Here we are. Okay, so Casey Wright, and this is in regard to abstention. He says there are, oh, well, actually, you know what? I forgot. I wanted to read this first before we get into it. And so the idea here is about abstaining. I'm trying to get my mind back on where we were before we get into it. Well, since I brought it up, I'll read this. It's a short, and then we'll get into it because he makes a good point. And then I'm going to go into the reality of that. But he writes, there are 8.2 million registered voters in Michigan. This year's primary, just over 2 million votes were cast. This means 6 million registered voters chose not to vote. But we did not hear about that. No, his point is different than what I'm going to get to, but think about how incredible that is. I mean, how obviously that's the point of independent, you know, the largest voting bloc not participating. Again, and I argue most of them would be it's impossible to know, but my opinion is that most of them are not, I just don't care, are people that are outraged about where we are, that want to abstain, but they can't, or any number of different things. And I think that's the largest issue. But then again, of the people that do, the largest block is always independent. And so, but if we're staring at this, and yeah, this is only the primary, but it still matters. 8.2 million and only 2 million cast. Does that sound like some kind of, I mean, that's not even technically democracy. It's not mob rule. It's a fraction of the majority. That's pretty concerning. But I think that, you know, again, it comes down to the idea that these things, in my opinion, aren't even actually aren't influencing the outcome. That's, I think, a provable reality. But even if you think they are, how does that make you feel? I think that's the thing, that even if you believe this is the real process, it shows you that it's not actually the group. It is not the picture we tell ourselves about how this is supposed to be going, which is why I think it's important that we at least consider other options. So this is a great article from the Free Thought Project. Dear America, if voting made any real difference, they wouldn't let us do it. And I grabbed a little excerpt from this. It says, even if you vote or not, your party wins or not, the police state will continue. Constantly voting for the lesser of two evils has manifested into an inevitable cycle in which the government gets more powerful and the people get poorer. But don't take my word for it. Just look at the current state of America. Now, before we go forward, just that main point to start with. The idea of, it's a basic mathematical reality. If you're always choosing the lesser of evils, which is not a new conversation, happens every time. That's the same point you get every time. Like, this is the most important election of our lifetime. But what happens if you're always picking the lesser of evils, which means you only get two bad choices, which clearly means that they're not the best possible choices? Well, it's an obvious downward decline, which kind of makes sense why we're here where we are. And so that is part of that manipulation, as well as the fact that, as it says, has manifested into an inevitable cycle in which the government gets more powerful. You continue to consent. They continue to throw the people, the easily manipulated entities. Now, whether that means they're already involved, or ultimately, I think one example possibly is that Trump, his hubris is easy to manipulate, whereas Kamala, I would argue, is just a complete aspect of the machine. Where like I can consider the aspect of Trump being somewhat of an anomaly, but I think it's whether or not that's the case. And there's plenty of evidence to suggest the opposite, that he's just as much a part of the machine. It's simply pointing out that you could easily manipulate him, which I think has happened many times, by playing into that hubris. But the lesser of two evils is a situation that is guaranteed to trap you in a cycle. Like, I think even Jimmy Dore made a point, which I do think is a valid point. It makes sense. It's logical. But when you stand back and recognize that doing this every year, which is ultimately what happens, is a guaranteed way to keep the cycle going, which is the point he said. Okay, so right now, which is interesting because it's falling on deaf ears, it seems, most Republicans, but rather Republican teams for politics, which is that ultimately that right now, Biden's administration with Kamala, as much as they're kind of just framing it as Kamala's administration, which we know that's not how vice presidents work, that ultimately they're committing the genocide, right, with Israel, 100%. That's not a question. Now, objectively, Trump is not. So that's an interesting point, right? Okay, so if you're going to hold them accountable for what they are doing, and objectively one of the worst things I've ever seen, the argument would be to punish them for that, to vote for the other side because they are the one, which it makes sense. But the problem is that obviously Trump has said clearly he will continue this. He told them to finish it. He told them, everything he said, unless you want to hear the opposite, is obvious what he's talking about. Continue what you're doing. And he's even said that exactly. But yet I get it, that one is doing it and one's about to. Okay. But the problem is that if your logic is simply to vote as if there are only two sides to the other side, well, guess how that teeter-totter works? Next time it'll be they're the bad one because they're they're the administration. And guess what? All the bad things keep happening. So now they're the one doing the bad thing. So let's vote for the other side. I just feel like that's almost like a, eye for an eye, like, term makes the whole world blind. Like, that's how that feels. Like, it's going to ultimately create a position where, we're exactly where we are. But it says, he makes the point in the article, but don't take my word for it. Just look at the current state. And this was 2018. It says 50% of all American workers make less than $30,533 a year. Now, it's probably gone down as far as I can tell. But it says, in the meantime, however, the politically connected elite made up of the 0.1% have increased their wealth by more than $1 trillion in the past year. Now, it'd blow your mind. I don't have the number off the top of my head. The amount of how much more transfer of wealth took place during COVID-19, CARES Act, Trump administration, and continued into Biden's. It says $1 trillion also happens to be the same amount of money that the U.S. taxpayer has had placed on their backs in the form of government debt in the last year or two. Coincidence? Probably not. It says, quote, but if the Republicans keep the House, we will make America great. It says, right? Or, obviously quoting a Republican, it says, if the Dems don't take the House, we can finally have nice things, right? Wrong. So when you both sides of these arguments, it says the reality of the situation is that no matter who gets elected, these politicians have already made a Faustian bargain to keep the police and warfare state in power. It's an analogy being a deal with the devil. And it says, in today's political climate, it is no longer a question of which party is in power or which party will usher in totalitarianism. Instead, we have reached a point of simply waiting for the hammer to finally fall. 2018, Donald Trump ran on the platform to make government smaller, get America out of these endless wars, cease the chaotic and out of control spending, and rein in the overreaching executive instead. He's continued wars, increased spending, followed in his predecessor's footsteps in using his position of president like a dictatorship with executive order after executive order, more recently threatening to alter the very Constitution with one. Look at that. That's happening today as well, ladies and gentlemen. It was happening then. The bottom line is that executive orders are not, it's so crazy to me that the argument becomes so self-fulfilling. Like, so the argument is that, well, we live in democracy, so it's about the people's will, except the other side doesn't believe that, which I don't know how that would make sense in a logical situation. But let's just say, for sake of conversation, that somehow makes sense logically. Well, the idea is that they're not doing that. They're passing executive orders. Obama was bad. Trump made it worse. I mean, the point is we've been making this point and writing articles about this for a decade or, years, simply saying that this is the rule by executive order, which is really an illusion in and of itself because they're only meant to be, apply to the executive branch, but they use these things to basically pass laws, which are not legal, not constitutional. And so they continue down this path. And the argument is, well, because the other side. Well, that's exactly what they say in reverse. Who knows? Maybe one of them are right. The point is, it doesn't matter objectively for you and your existence. The point is they continue down this path. And even if it is only one side driving it, the problem is, well, they step in and do the same thing. That's the point they make about foreign policy. It's like, okay, if you're telling us they're the bad guy and look at what they just did, look at who they just killed, and then you go, well, we're going to do it back. Then all you're telling us is you're the exact same thing. There's no moral justification in doing the immoral thing back because they started it. We're not in kindergarten. I mean, this is the problem, is these are very, very powerful people that are actually making those arguments, using white phosphorus or cluster bombs because Russia did first or because whatever, constantly. And the same point here, they're doing the same thing, therefore they are the same thing. There's just no way around it. Obviously, the why of it matters, but it's about the outcome of policy. Politicians lie. It says one could make the argument that Trump is not a politician. Now, this is past the quote from the article. One could make the argument that Trump is not a politician, never has been, and is truly out to buck the system and bring about an era of change. While that is debatable, more so today, I would argue from my obvious opinion, it is also possible, which I still agree with. However, as I have said many times, and this is me writing this, abstention is a legitimate political stance, not a cop-out, to take in the face of such overwhelming collusion and corruption. It is important that every American honor this nation's true values by following their heart and voting for who you truly believe in, even if that may be no one. It's amazing that these are so logical that you'd be driven to take an action that you do not agree with because you're supposed to. No, you do what you believe, follow your principles. The concept of abstention dates back to the founding fathers and the creation of this country. An extensive paper written by Grant M. Hayden entitled, which you definitely should read, which that was one of the things that started this article for me, Abstention, the Unexpected Power of Withholding Your Vote. It breaks down this idea and shows how this practice has been used throughout history in just the type of situations Americans currently find themselves. The quote, it says, in some cases, people abstain when they are indifferent among the electoral choices, meaning they just don't know, they can't pick, so they choose to abstain. Or when they judge the benefits of voting to be outweighed by the costs. Now, it's amazing. You would never hear that basic argument because it would be framed as un-American. In fact, except that we love to talk about the freedom, except when that freedom contradicts what we're supposed to do, right? You have the freedom to do what else. You can't burn the flag, though, because that's what I don't like. Well, you have the freedom goes all the way around. The bottom line, clearly, is that the benefits of voting, I argue today, are wildly outweighed by the costs. And it says the underlying assumption is that abstention, unlike voting, is neutral with respect to the outcome. But while the contours of the right to vote have been the subject of a tremendous amount of scholarship across many disciples, abstention, despite its obvious connection to the right to vote, has been almost completely ignored. It's exactly what I was talking about. That's not by accident. It's sort of like the point that I always make about that is like jury nullification. You probably don't even know that if you haven't heard it before. And the simple reality is that you may not know that in a jury, and I'm sure there are different, whether it's a specific high level. The point is in most juries, I understand it. The reason I say it like that is I would imagine there's different types of political dynamics or rather court dynamics where that might not be possible. But in a general federal case, you have the possibility as the jury to hear all the arguments and have all the facts point in the direction that somebody is guilty, but actually object with the idea that this should even be a crime, let's say. And you as the jury can find that using jury nullification that they should be dismissed. And nobody's even informed of that. In fact, there was articles, or rather the whole thing we covered about a person standing out on a public sidewalk in front of a courthouse holding a sign that says something like, learn about jury nullification. And they arrested this guy on a public sidewalk. And the point is simply that I'm very convinced that there's a problem there, that they do not want the power to throw these things out in the face of what the government wants you to do, or law and order, because that gives you the power. Like anything else in the context that gives the power to the average person, it's something that they don't want you to know about or try to illegalize in general. And this is the point of abstention. Same point. Now, abstaining from a presidential election, or any for that matter, I go on, is your right, for now, despite the clear effort to make it seem somehow un-American, when in reality, it is a quintessential part of American history. When confronted with all the damning information about not only the two pre-approved and pre-selected choices in this two-party system, but the system in its entirety, the entire facade begins to come down. Once we begin to see beyond the deception, it's easy to see the two-faced nature of this political game. A great example of this was made back in 2018, made clear in a video by High Impact Flicks that has now been removed from YouTube, of course, showing Obama, who is clearly a supporter of Hillary Clinton, playing the game while running against Clinton in the past. Same thing we see with Trump and Clinton and all the other overlaps, showing the glaring contradictions between what he says then, now being in 2018, and then before while he was running against her. It's the same thing we see with Tulsi Gabbard and Clinton. It's the same thing we see with any of these. Bernie and Clinton seems to always be around Clinton. The point is that you can continue to see how these people will frame them as, or how even better, RFK Jr. and Trump, or Vance and Trump. Everything you can find in the past makes it seem that they think they're terrible, disgusting, ignorant people. And now they're working together, which maybe you can argue that's a sign of unity. But I think we're smarter than that. And I think the reality is clear that this is not, you can't go on telling me that this guy's going to ruin the country and then somehow convince me that he's going to save the country. That's pretty silly. Now, obviously, he could have been lying in one of those positions, but you can decide which one makes more sense. But here, going back to Obama, and again, pointing out a High Impact Flicks, I give the same nod that I would to what we do. He is objective, nonpartisan, and he's covered these things just like he would there today, but now it's about Trump because he sees that as a contradiction. The problem is people don't care about his past work showing these things and pretend he's out to get Kamala elected because it's the only way these things can make sense to a statist. But in this case, he's highlighting the same contradiction wherever he finds it. Go figure. But it says, so which does he really believe in regard to Obama? Right? That Clinton's the worst or that he supports her? Is it neither, both? Or is it that he has simply fallen into line? Or even better put today, I would write simply that he is part of the system, right? So the illusion was the entire back and forth in general, but when it's in the interest of their control structure, they'll do what's necessary. And it says at the end of the day, when you feel that pressure that is indeed being placed on every American to go out and vote, like we're being told right now, regardless of your understanding, your passion, or your desire, realize that you are being manipulated to fall in line and further legitimize what has become no more than an elite-run selection process, framed absurdly as democracy in action. And if history is any judge, regardless of the outcome, Americans can hope for things to remain the same at best. And at worst, well, I bet that's becoming very clear to everyone. That line is just as strong today, I think. Now, another article from 2018. This one was from sovereignman.com. Politicians now threatening and encouraging violence in the land of the free. And it's eerie, the overlaps to where we are right now, as is at the end of the day, you're forced to choose between two self-serving candidates who will say whatever BS they have to gain or retain power. They have to gain or retain power. People think they can use their vote to get the right person in power. But the truth is, the new guy just turns into the last guy because the whole system is broken. The government spends almost every tax dollar it takes in to pay interest on its debt and on entitlements like Social Security and Medicare. And the government's own projections show the country going only deeper and deeper into debt. So any choice, and by the way, it is shocking to see how much that's risen. Yeah, dramatically under Biden's administration, absolutely. But it during the COVID situation as well. But I think the interesting difference there is the idea of the massive, unprecedented transfer of wealth that came from you to the pockets of the elitist. And then Biden's time shockingly raises the debt. You know, it's two parts of the same problem ultimately. And I think that's the illusion of the difference. But it says, so any choice leads to the same set of dire economic consequences. And by voting, you're saying you accept the current system. I mean, that's the objective reality, even if you agree with it. And it says, you may have your gripes, but you ultimately believe it's fair and it works. The reality is there are far better ways to actually vote. For one, you can vote with your feet. That's something I did a decade ago, the writer says, when he moved abroad. But that's not for everybody. Some people can't just move, but you can also vote with your dollars. As I advocate often, you should take, I think it's the only vote that has any, whatever respect they have for it. They do have some level of respect for the money that is flowing between hands. And I think that's a good way to influence things. It says you should take all the legal steps at your disposal to reduce what you owe the government. If you don't like the candidates, simply stop participating in the system. Stop giving them resources to squander for your benefit, in quotes. Remember, the government spends your money, not theirs. So if you want them to stop wasting money, stop giving them so much. So while everyone else lines up to vote in the midterms, or at this point in the actual presidential election, then proudly posts a picture of their "I voted" sticker on their social media, just remember, there are better ways to make your vote count. Now, before we get into some of those points, logic behind not voting. Now, right, it's pretty easy to comprehend the initial logic behind the pointlessness of voting when you just look at the distinct level of corruption that takes place in government today. It's everywhere. Decades of continued wealth inequality and power centralization don't exactly offer any glimmers of hope that the democratic process is just and represents the will of the people. If that study is not enough logic to point out the uselessness of voting today, just look at the 5 last presidents at the time anyway. The Republicans, Trump, George H.W. Bush, and George W. Bush, and 2 Democrats, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama. With minor adjustments for current groupthink and wedge issues, they all carried on with the same destructive policies. This is the linear continuation I keep talking about. It is just an ongoing process, despite the different flavors they keep going to keep you thinking they're different. They all started imperialist wars overseas and committed massive war crimes. Now, the claim about Trump not doing that, again, so many times people make this point. Or whether you want to argue that he could have had a war should Venezuela have reacted to the ongoing attempts to regime change, or when they assassinated Soleimani, Iran could have, if that would have spun out into a war, which they had every right. I mean, even Israel would call that self-defense when they fight back. Bottom line is just because that didn't happen does not mean that he was not doing the exact same things, or the ongoing bombing of Sudan, which is illegal, or any number of continuations, which he himself said he finished them in his recent speech, but he didn't even do that. They're still ongoing. But the bottom line is that there's no difference, in my opinion. Right? They're all continuing these problems. But it says they all furthered the trend towards power centralization, wealth inequality. They all destroyed the currency through terrible monetary policy. They all enacted laws to further government, police, spying power. And most importantly, they all sold their country out for personal gains. Some want to act like the politicians are just doing their best. It's the other team's fault, right? Or claim it's just very complicated to understand the ins and outs of the U.S. politics. We cannot be so naive. The harsh reality is that a criminal network sits at the top of the pyramid, which has engulfed both the left and the right side of politics to form one team of true power, team establishment. Read Whitney's books and you'll understand. While people misplace the root causes of the problem by picking puppets in the phony left versus right paradigm, it's business as usual for the criminal puppet masterminds behind the scenes. The masses don't even know who or what they're fighting against, resulting in little to no real resistance against the true problems. This has to change. Now, this is important, the psychological hurdles. This is where it gets extremely tough for people. Logic is one hurdle to climb, but getting over the psychological and emotional aspect of not voting is another beast. Naturally, people want to view their country as its democratic in its process in a favorable light. Therefore, it is a painful dose of reality to swallow when one figures out that they have been manipulated. Their home doesn't represent what they thought it did, and their vote no longer matters if it ever did. To make matters worse, society often looks down on those who do not vote as ungrateful, uneducated, unpatriotic. The combination of those two results in inner egotistic pride to vote and in outer social isolation for failing to vote, both of which have devastating effects on the human psyche. This is the way they trap you into basically just giving into it, which is what most people fall into, right? They result in egotistic pride. So you're better than the other person if you do this, or outer social isolation for feeling like you're not part of it. This is driving a lot of people. And that's pretty simple psychology. Now, it's essentially, it traps many people into a psychological box that the system has built for them, using pride, guilt, and fear as the invisible chains that control them into thinking voting is the only solution for change. Psychologically, something is fundamentally wrong with people when they logically know the game is rigged, yet still choose to participate, as if the outcome makes any difference. This is the point that I can't get past. If you acknowledge the problem but do it because there's no other choice, I don't get that's a logical inconsistency. Now, as the society is stuck in this game that is on a never-ending loop, still believing that this time voting is going to get them out of the loop and on a new and better path. It's like constantly and passionately looking to the outcome of a coin flip to decide on important topics, when in fact, the coin is the same on both sides. The problem is not the coin flip, guys. but instead the people giving it legitimacy by constantly participating in the flipping. Think about that. And it's just, if we just do, hold on, it's the same larger point. It's the same ultimate outcome. So if you keep playing, well, you're going to keep getting what you're playing for. But if you choose to try to break that, abstain, take different action, ask for another coin, whatever you want to use for the analogy. There are other paths we'll get into next. So the problem is that we keep giving it credence. Now it says if voting in a rigged game is what gives it legitimacy. If large masses of people simply didn't vote, ceased to pay attention, and refused to obey the process, the rigged institutions would lose all credibility and quickly become risk becoming obsolete. Now, maybe not quickly, but I believe that the more that caught on, and again, that's the opportunism point, that people would eventually recognize that there's an interest, an opportunity in, and yes, there would be consequences from that same power structure, right? But somebody's willing to take that risk. It's usually the lower rung people that have nothing to lose, but might gain everything by becoming the one politician that stands up and says what everybody thinks. Now, I'd like to believe those people believe it. But at this point, it's useful either way. Just always consider they could be using lying opportunists. But the point is, that's what will change things. You get the enforcement arm shifting. These people will start to change. And we lean into that. But you're going to get the screaming from the high partisans that are going to put you in a position where you're told you're ruining everything, that you're un-American, that you're going to give it to the other person, whatever will get you to scare you back into line. It says the rigged institutions would lose all credibility. Some form of energy is needed to sustain corrupt systems, and inevitably the people are the direct source of that fuel that keeps it running. Remove the participation, and the game stops. Savior complex. No savior is coming to save you guys. It is now and has only ever been the people who can save themselves. It is so easy to get emotionally attached to the idea of having a hero save the day. It removes us from feeling personally responsible for the atrocities committed or being allowed to take place, except, of course, when we must momentarily climb free of our apathetic stupor and vote for one of the two pre-approved heroes, then retreat back to the comforting suffocation of the subtle but ceaseless reassurances that we have fulfilled our patriotic duty by choosing not to acknowledge how utterly redundant it all is and how little actually changes. No one individual, one bill, one action will ever be the one thing we have all been waiting for to save the day. We must stop looking for that savior. It does not exist. We must instead realize that we are the only ones who can change things for ourselves. Now, on the action side of this, the part they always pretend that we're not talking about, but constantly talking about. This is where the biggest point should be made, and it cannot be stressed enough. Not voting does not mean you are not politically active. There's whether you vote and then do these other things. The point that I find voting to be the least, even if you think there is an influence there, the least politically active thing you can do. It says this is so important to understand because many people equate the civil disobedient act of not voting with doing nothing politically. When in fact, it should be the direct opposite, meaning the political system is so screwed up that all citizens have a personal responsibility to move outside the system and change it. But the point is that even people who are choosing to politically abstain or disobedient act of not voting, not just not caring, are usually, in my experience, doing a hell of a lot more than the people that are smugly looking at you like you do nothing and checking a box and going back to sleep. And again, there's plenty of them that check the box and do a lot more too. My point, though, is that I see a slant in the other direction. But it says this is a call to action that should be embraced so that future generations can prosper or at least have a fighting chance. People need to get more directly politically active in order to manifest a system that works for the people, instead of pretending like voting along party lines is changing anything. It's time people understand that there are many political actions besides voting that can be far more powerful and bring about far more change than any type of vote. Here are 3 concrete actions that people can take right now in order to change the system. Now, there are more than that, and we're going to talk to Derek about his main one that we want to talk about today. He says each one is a hell of a lot more politically active than checking off a person's name in a ballot box. One is get involved at the local level. And it's just funny that people that want to act like we're, assume based on one article headline. I've always consistently made this point. There are many strategies to bring about change, so the point here is not to say don't ever vote, but more so to say do not participate in a rigged game. If you can see all of the obvious reasons we have pointed out today, demonstrating that the system is ultimately a fraudulent one, ask yourself why you would still then choose to participate in that. However, if you still have faith that the system can be salvaged, and that is certainly possible, especially that's the point at the local level, then the local and state governments may still be salvageable. And going even further down, which I maybe should add to this, is the idea of the school board, sheriff, or even small. I have personally saw this changed in Tennessee during the COVID-19 conversation, where I saw people basically put effort forward to get people removed and new people voted in at a school board, and then got mask mandates removed. Powerful stuff. Now, I mean, you could argue that look, the point is that I still believe that there are plenty of levels like that where you can do some bottom-up change. I frankly think that's the only thing that really has change. But think about how important that is. And so I would argue, if anything, you want to vote, that is where you should start. But practice agorism by operating outside the system. This is kind of what Derek will get into for the most part. As much as humanly possible, operate outside the corrupt aspects of the system. This includes transferring your money outside of criminal banks, getting into other asset classes besides fiat currencies, not paying taxes, eating locally, and eating locally and organically, and canceling your cable package. Quitting jobs that are unethical, boycotting institutions that constantly demonstrate corruption, and stop giving your dollars to entities which you are against. The BDS conversation right now is a very prominent one, but it's a lot more than that. And then last is, the more energy we give the system, the better it functions. So, but paying taxes point, by the way, let's recognize that there are consequences to these actions, potentially, despite the fact that I've seen people from the IRS write articles about how it's an illegal institution and that you don't even have to. The point is, whether that's the case, they will still come with force to collect the illegitimacy of it all. But the point is that these are discussions of how to change things, but there are always consequences. Number 3, lastly, speak out and spread knowledge. It is not always the big actions which are the most important. Sometimes it's the culmination of many small individual actions which result in big changes. Getting the masses access to real knowledge is the most important part of the movement right now. So it's important to seize every opportunity to speak out and spread information. The flow of information cannot be stopped if it's constantly being spread. The more people begin to speak up, the harder the controllers of the system will find it is to hide. Their weak information and lies will not be able to hold up logically or psychologically once enough people awaken and speak the truth. Always remember that political action is not confined to voting. In fact, some of the most powerful political actions have had nothing to do with voting. Martin Luther King Jr., Mahatma Gandhi didn't use voting to ignite civil rights movements just like we don't need to rely on the elections to bring about real change. It's time people realize change is not coming from the top down. It happens bottom up. So instead of worrying about the elections, challenge yourself to get out and take direct action towards change. It really is the only way a true paradigm shift in consciousness will ever truly come about. We have the power and we don't need representatives to use it. I think that's important, and to me, it's kind of incredible that we can be at a point where I find that to be so incredibly logical. I mean, you can disagree. To me, I find it's logical. And it just makes sense. And I think the facts are all there, and so it just comes down to personal, emotional, I think emotionally driven choices, which is the whole problem right now. That's the whole point of the two-party illusion. Now, I'm gonna play a little bit of Derek's interview with Ian, and I might play a little bit more depending on how much time we have. But he should be coming in here soon to chat. He'll be talking about the exit and build, which is really there's one of the reasons there's many of them, by the way. Honored to work with Derek and have him on the team with TLAV. Great and the support that I have for the Conscious Resistance as a platform. He is leading in many ways the conversation about how we can break away from this, the solutions focused. So we'll be back soon after this. But again, this interview is fantastic. It's about the voting discussion for the most part, lesser of evils versus choosing to opt out, essentially, and how overall, whatever side you take or what you think is more practical or logical, the way that they did this deserves praise, both of them.
All right. Hey, everyone. This is Derek Bros with the Conscious Resistance Network.
I'm Ian Carroll. Just kind of doing my thing. I'm of Cancel This Clothing Company, and we're doing away with that. We're just moving towards Ian Carroll on all the apps.
Awesome, man. Well, thanks for agreeing to do this discussion. I know we're live on both of our Twitter X accounts. We're live a few other places on my channels, and I'll just kind of set the stage for those who aren't caught up on everything that happens on Twitter, because obviously there's a lot of people who have lives and don't pay attention to all those sort of things. But for those who don't know Ian's work, I'm sure you guys have come across his work. If you don't know my work, you can check out my website, theconsciousresistance.com. But both of us are out here doing, I think, what we think is in the best interest of humanity, trying to promote truth, doing investigations. I can't claim that I've seen everything you've done, man, but over the last year, of course, I've seen people share some of your stuff with me and reference it. And from what I gather, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're somebody who does the deep dives and follows the money and tries to look for connections there. And I think that's something I've done as well over the last 15 years. And I mainly focus on doing documentary work and books these days and public speaking, but I do as well a weekly podcast and focus on somewhat similar topics. I know there's some overlap there. So the reason we're speaking today, though, is because of some areas of disagreement, which is fine. And I know that there are people online who love to see when different content creators go at each other or whatever, but this is not some internet celebrity deathmatch here. This is a discussion that we wanted to have in the hopes that I think both of our mutual audiences might gain something out of it, right? I mean, there's no point in talking if we can't really bring something to the table. So yeah, that's kind of the goal here. You may notice the title isn't Derek Bros versus Ian Carroll or anything like that. And that's on purpose. This isn't intended to be us attacking each other. So wherever we may disagree, that's fine. I hope by the end of this, everybody who's tuned in will gain something, though. And so let's just start with what the interaction that led to this. So Ian, I'll let you describe the video in just a moment, but you had posted a video sharing about, your embrace of the Trump campaign, and sort of, it was something to the effect of, Obama's been responsible for this and Biden's been responsible for this and Bush did this, but Trump is different. And I came out very politely to you and said, "Are you fucking delusional?" Which, I know you said you have a thick skin, but that was my, I guess, knee-jerk initial reaction, because, and that is honestly, as odd as it may sound, coming as a place of somewhat, I guess you could say, of respect, of seeing other content creators and journalists and people who I think do good work in different areas. And then maybe in my case, a bit of disappointment for that and sort of questioning. And I'm not here to accuse you of being controlled opposition or any of these sort of things. I'll let the internet do that. But it was sort of like, to me, like, another person who's saying some positive things in different areas going this route. So that was like my first gut reaction. You responded to me. We had another interaction we'll talk about in a little bit related to, we'll start there in just a moment, but that's kind of what led to this whole thing. And so would you like to share first about like what your post was about and everything?
Totally. Yeah. And also just to frame it as like, I'm stoked for this conversation, because I'm not here to prove that I'm right. I think that I'll probably learn a good bit from you, because I often get sort of like mischaracterized as being an expert or claiming that I'm like the deep dive guy that knows everything. And that is super not the case. I am new on the scene. I'm new to this whole researching thing. And I've just been trying to figure out what's going on from the start. And my opinion and perspective has changed a lot over the last year and a half of doing research, as it should, because, if you're actually here for the truth, you should be updating your perspective every day as you learn more things. And the moment you think you know everything, that's when you stop learning. So I know that you've been in the game for a long time, and I'm excited to kind of get your perspective, to give myself a lot of new avenues to kind of dig into in my research and to help clarify what I do and don't believe. The specific post that kind of spawned this interaction, I think what I did is I was reposting a video that someone affiliated with RFK Jr. had created that was about the Kamala campaign. And I made a post saying essentially that the current modern Democrat Party is the party of the CIA, and that Kamala is controlled in this way, the Biden family is controlled in this way, Obama was controlled in this way, sort of running through the list of the party that I used to be a part of, that I was raised as a Democrat, raised as a liberal, and did not think anything of it for most of my adult life until the last 5 years or so. And I don't remember if I specifically mentioned, I think in that post I mentioned that Trump is not controlled in the same way, and that's what kind of gave you the knee-jerk reaction of like, are you kidding me? Trump is super controlled. And I think I responded to that like, actually, that's a very fair point, Derek. Like, I was careless with my words. It's like Trump obviously is beholden, I think was the word I used, to many people, to his donors, to his friends, to the people that have lifted him up along the way. I just see it currently in my best understanding as Trump is not beholden in the same manner, in the same intelligence agency-based manner as the modern Democrat Party is. And so I'm stoked to sort of unpack the various evidence for both sides and the various perspectives for both sides. I'm sure that we'll both be called controlled opposition and operatives at many times throughout this discussion and in the future. So I'm just stoked to kind of like unpack all that and have a chance to get into the nuance and have a real discussion as opposed to like Twitter shouting matches, which are fun too. I love Twitter shouting matches.
Yeah, no. So I definitely get sucked into that more than I prefer. And as you said, this is to me more of a preferred avenue of having these discussions because the character limit, the back and forth, the heated nature of like I got to respond right away. It's not really, I think, conducive to what we're trying to do here. So let's go ahead then. I've just made a few notes based on again what we where we started at. So that initial post that we just mentioned, and then I did share one of your posts that was related to, I think, a deep dive you were doing in Ohio about a political campaign. Yeah. And because after I saw that comment, I hadn't checked on your page in a little while, so I decided, let me just see.
When you're referring to.
Oh, Idaho? Okay, yeah.
Deep dive into someone in Idaho.
Yeah, so I went to your page and I saw that, and I just checked it out for a second, and I noticed that you said something to the effect of like, well, Miriam Adelson's funding this campaign or involved in it, and you said something like, if you know, you know. Now, to me, that immediately brought me to like, well, does he know that Miriam Adelson has also pledged $100 million to Trump, and that her husband, her now deceased husband, Sheldon Adelson, before him was, pledging millions of dollars as well, and they sat in the front row when Trump moved the embassy to Jerusalem. All these big Zionist moves, which is what I think those are the big players that are backing Trump. So that kind of set me off again. I was like, let me tweet about this, and that led us to further discussion. So let's just start with that. I mean, what are your thoughts? I know that you're aware of the work of my colleague Whitney Webb and the work we do at the Last American Vagabond. We've spent years kind of pointing out the different flaws, associations of Trump. Whitney's book obviously gets deep into the Epstein and the Mafia network, and that clearly is connected to the Israeli lobby.
Now, shout out Whitney Webb. She's a legend, and everyone who's contributed along the way.
Yeah, Whitney's very aware of this conversation, is hopeful for some sort of good outcome here. So I say all that to say you're clearly aware of those things, and that to me was just, I guess, perhaps a blind spot, or I don't know, a disconnect. But maybe we could start there. Like, do you see, or you acknowledge the massive Zionist lobby behind Donald Trump?
Absolutely. It's my biggest concern about Donald Trump. And I am aware of the Adelsons as sort of the tip of that spear, as the most prominent and largest pool of money, I believe, from the Zionist camp that is reaching into Trump's, back pockets in his campaign, and they have for a very long time. And Trump has been deeply allied with heavy Zionists throughout his entire rise, all the way back into what you might call Trump prehistory. And so I held those concerns deeply leading into this election for many, many months. And for me, it was the endorsement of RFK, which also has a lot of complicated ties that we can dig into a little bit if we want. And that gave me some level of confidence to the sincerity of certain claims in the Trump campaign and the tactics being used by the Trump campaign. And it gave me a position by which I could get access to at least some people relatively high up in the RFK camp to sort of vet in a in-person basis of, do I assess this person as being somewhat genuine, or like, can I get some sort of inside baseball on what the people associated with RFK are thinking, and thereby assess the RFK camp's claims about the Trump camp and stuff like that. So the Zionist angle is my greatest concern, and I am not optimistic about a Trump presidency's relationship to Israel, but I do think that I have a different take on what might happen and what they might be doing, and on why there might be more optimism for the sort of, I'll call them Z-pilled people, like the Zionist-pilled people that understand the Zionist relationship. I think there might be a slightly better outcome coming if Trump gets the presidency than a lot of people want to acknowledge, and that's a really fun one to unpack. That's kind of related to RFK and stuff. So
Well, let's talk about, before we go any further though, I just want to ask, just in the interest of transparency, because from what I saw, so you were supporting RFK, and then like you said just a moment ago, as they kind of became one force, are you directly like working for the RFK campaign anywhere, or were you, or the Trump campaign, or is there any sort of direct connection with you outside of just you being, a curious guy doing this?
Yeah.
Is there anything more direct?
Great question, and I kind of appreciate you framing it here. No, I'm not associated. I'm not affiliated. I've never signed any contracts. I've never been sent or asked to sign any contracts. I have no NDAs of any form related to the RFK campaign or the Trump campaign, for that matter. I did. I was flown to San Francisco by Nicole Shanahan's team to do an interview with her, during which they paid for the flight and the hotel. And the rest of that was more or less on my dime, and we were kind of like sharing meals and stuff like that. But I wasn't paid monetarily for that appearance outside of kind of covering expenses, which is the industry standard for the most part for being flown to a podcast. And so I've had two different, I think it's two, that one was in San Francisco, and then I went on my own dime to DC, 100% on my own dime to DC for the more recent Rescue the Republic rally that was sort of organized in affiliation with the RFK campaign. And that was another opportunity for me to kind of like meet a lot of people, not just associated with RFK, but people from all walks of this kind of truther, perspective, inside campaign, outside campaign, everyone in between, controlled opposition and not, whatever it is. And that was also a very interesting one, but I don't have any personal affiliation and I have no obligation to say anything. So everything that I say is my own personal belief based upon what I've figured out. And I make lots of mistakes. I'm not, I don't know everything, but.
Cool. So yeah, I just wanted to get that out of the way just in case anybody's curious. And then also, I guess we'll just address this at the very beginning, because I was just posting about this morning on social media, that inevitably when somebody like myself calls out different things Trump's doing, because there are still so many people stuck in the left-right paradigm and what I consider to be a very low level of thinking, they instantly say, so you must like Harris, so you're a supporter of Biden or this and that. So I just want to make it clear, in case anybody actually knows my work or doesn't know my work, I'm not a Harris supporter. I'm not a Biden supporter. I have no background there. I have a 15-year history of work that you can look at to see that I've been calling out Bush, Obama, Trump, Biden, and whoever's next will continue to do so. So I just want to address that before we start seeing comments in here that I'm shilling for Harris or something like that. But yeah, so let's get into some of what you mentioned there as far as the RFK aspect and that sort of bringing you towards the Trump campaign. You said that from your view, you think that maybe people like myself who are critical of what might come next with the Trump campaign, with the Trump presidency, we might maybe not be seeing the full picture. Could you elaborate on what you mean by that?
Totally. And I think it's easiest to elaborate on it looking at RFK and his campaign prior to his endorsement of Trump. And that'll sort of lead us to what I'm hoping for from Trump. But we'll see what happens. But I think that people that understand Zionist influence in America and around the world understand the totality of that power base. And it's not that it's just like the country of Israel, affecting politics around the world through their government influence. It's affecting politics around the world through their friends in the banking industry, their friends in the pharmaceutical industry, their friends in the media industry, their friends in all of these various industries that becomes the spider web of pro-Zionist narratives, not the least of which being in the sexual blackmail industry, which I'm sure we'll get into. And so RFK is a great example of this, where early on when I started being pro-RFK in a, first a somewhat guarded sense and then a slightly more open sense, there was always people calling me out for like, yeah, but RFK is a horrible Zionist shill, which is really weird because he's so based on so many topics and he's so knowledgeable about so many things and he's deeply researched. He's kind of encyclopedic, that it's this weird glaring hypocrisy that he would have all these great takes on like, pharma and on the COVID vaccine and on all these other things, and then be like, call Palestinians the most pampered people in the world, which was like atrocious to hear. And I still hate to even think about hearing that. And I believe currently that there's likely or possibly some amount of blackmail involved in there. And I think that a lot of people try to pretend like we have the ability to know more than we do. I think that a lot of, especially keyboard warriors online, like to think that like we can imagine, like even begin to imagine the insane complexity of the political mechanics of these like massive money campaigns, all this complex politics of essentially royalty of America. So I see it as maybe RFK is blackmailed, and there's a strong argument for that through stuff about the diaries about his ex-wife and his infidelities over the years, as sexual, deviancy is a favorite for blackmail networks. But there's also, everyone can come up to their own level of like percentage of chances of how much, how likely this is. But there's a certain percentage that I've always felt that maybe he's smart enough to play the long con, because I think that anyone that understands the power of the Zionist, network understands that you can't just attack them head on. You get the JFK treatment if you attack them head on, as a metaphor, so to speak. And so if I were in RFK's shoes and I knew what I know today, plus probably all this other crazy stuff that RFK knows, I would imagine that I would not attack the Zionist lobby and the Zionist network head on either. I would probably come to some conclusion of we need to knock out the legs of this machine one by one and decrease their power base in a more strategic fashion before we actually openly address the Zionist issue. And so when I look at the RFK campaign, I see a man who is openly, actively destroying the pharmaceutical complex and ready to do it because he's a litigator and he has litigated against these companies and these big corporations over and over and over successfully. So he's ready to take on big pharma, which is a big part of the Zionist network. He's ready to take on the bankers, although I haven't personally seen anything about him openly litigating against bankers. He understands that world, and he certainly is no friend to the bankers in a, not in an Obama way. And he's ready to take on the media complex. He's been going to war with them, and they've been going to war with him. And that's just a few examples of these sort of networks of power that benefit the Zionists, not to mention the military-industrial complex that he's quite critical of. So he's this guy that's coming out, and he's talking about taking an axe to all the legs of this, structure that they've built that they use to control most of the world in many ways. And I see a man who's talking about all the legs, but not the head. And so when I look at that, and if I imagine, suppose RFK got elected and he was successful in doing all the things he claims, which obviously politicians don't mean everything they say, and they rarely accomplish everything they say, even if they try. But still, even if he just accomplishes some of that, if he accomplishes taking out 2 of those legs, that is 200% more. That's infinite percent more than any other president in my lifetime has ever done to reduce the power of the Zionist network. And if we were then to move into the next 4-year presidency with the Zionist network having a destroyed media complex and a destroyed pharmaceutical complex, suddenly the power has shifted in the global space. And so when I looked at the RFK campaign early, I saw a man that there was an argument to be made, and there's arguments on both sides, that he is at least attacking elements of their power in a way that no one else is doing, right? And so, and not to mention Make America Healthy Again, which I think that is a whole other, topic for a whole other a whole other conversation. But I think that if we made Americans healthy again in the ways he's talking about, that would heal so much of our imbalances emotionally, that would heal so many of our political imbalances in our country and make us so much less manipulable as a populace, that I think that those benefits would be huge steps forward against creating a real change in this Zionist world order that is currently ruling all of our lives to a large degree. So that was my take on RFK, and some of that has transitioned now to looking at Trump.
Okay, so before we get it, because we're going to focus mainly on Trump, but I do think it's good that we're starting with RFK. So you mentioned the whole about pampering Palestinians being the most pampered people in the world. I actually confronted RFK about that. People can find that at theconsciousresistance.com. Went to I can't remember which conference it was, but it was in Texas, and caught him on the way to the bathroom and asked him about it. And he stood by his position and, continues to stand by it. And I know that, without even getting into some of the speculation, which I do think is worth exploring, about his ex-wife and, his loose connections to Epstein and what may have happened there, which I do think aren't things that should be totally ignored, even though we don't have concrete evidence of that. It's still something, as you said, we should sort of keep in the back of our minds. To me, even just with the Zionist influence and that statement, I mean, I know I don't have to tell you, and I don't need to inform the audience, but I mean, guys, we are literally watching a genocide happen. And there is nearly every single politician in the US, I would say, except for Thomas Massey and a couple others, who are brave enough to speak out about this. And so they're not getting the JFK treatment. Now, maybe if they were running for office, like president, we might see something different. But I just think that, before we move forward on all the things that you hope would happen under RFK and then now with Trump,
That to me is like a huge thing. That's not just something that, and it saddens me honestly as a human being that we're 1 year into this thing, and that when I bring that up, people just kind of breeze past it as if it's just, oh yeah, he's got a bad haircut, or he, has some bad opinions about things. I mean, these are people who are literally making excuses for a genocide that is going on, and not only making excuses, but Trump, RFK, and their whole camp running around with Rabbi Shmuley, and like even today he tweeted a picture of him and Trump and other Zionist people coming from the Chabad movement, obviously Netanyahu and others. And to me, like that, I know for some people say, like the criticism I'll get back is you're just a single issue voter. What about all these other great things that may happen if they keep their promises, which is a big if in my mind, at least, especially after we saw how many campaign promises Trump broke the first time. That is just like I just think we need to not to belabor the point over and over, but just to really emphasize that how big of a thing that is. Like to me, that's not just some small thing to step past and then ignore. And so I'm just going to say that, and then that'll come back up throughout the conversation, because we're going to continue to see this influence of Israel and Zionists and that whole movement. And that it's a whole nother conversation for another day about the fact that there literally are people in the Republican Party, but even beyond that, the true power, who do, whether they really believe in the Bible or not, but they seem to be determined to bring biblical prophecy to real life. So there's some really worrisome things about that. And we can talk about that in just a bit when we talk about Iran and Trump's threats to bomb Iran for Israel and things of that sort. But in terms of what you mentioned with RFK and some of the potential positives, like, of course, I'll acknowledge, like, if somebody was to get in there and actually try to fix up the American, food supply and get rid of all the big farm influence, like that's something that I would celebrate, whether or not I would vote for them or not. I mean, folks who followed my work for the last year, I've been one of the few journalists reporting on the fluoride lawsuit, the fluoride trial. Every now and then I see that RFK will tweet about that. If he made a move on that, that would be something that would stop the poisoning of hundreds of millions of Americans. Like that would be a great thing. Obviously, it's not that I don't see the potential for whatever positives could come. It's simply that these people, RFK and Trump, are all being funded by billionaires. And one of the big, I just finished an article actually for the Last American Vagabond that should be out while we're recording this, called Election 2024, Zionist Technocrats versus Zionist Technocrats. And I go through and list all the billionaires who are funding Harris and all the billionaires who are funding Trump, and how the fact that all of them are supporting Israel. I mean, it's a much bigger piece of the puzzle than we might imagine. And I don't think that we can ignore that that billionaire money. Now, some people, and I think maybe you made this argument, might say, well, Trump being funded by people or given money doesn't necessarily mean that he's beholden to them. And that could be true. I think we saw with his first term that he did make moves that were favorable to the people who put money into his campaigns. People want to argue, well, he learned, he figured things out the first time, and now he's got RFK on his side, so he's going to do some things different. What I think we should pay attention to is that Trump hasn't actually said he's going to appoint RFK anywhere. He says things like, I'm going to let him, like I think just last night at a rally, he said, we're going to let him go wild on health and let him go wild on the FDA and things like that. That could be true, but if he actually, just to kind of bring it back to just day-to-day politics, if he actually was to attempt to nominate him, he still would need to be approved through the Senate, through the House, by the Congress, which there's already an effort to label him an anti-vaxxer and try to prevent him. So there's no guarantee that he would even get in that position. Now, Trump could still appoint him as an advisor or something like that. But also, we need to look at the fact that Trump had that opportunity. Allegedly, from what we've heard, Bill Gates is the one who told Trump not to do the vaccine commission with RFK in the first campaign, first presidential administration. We could again argue, well, he learned his lesson, et cetera, et cetera. Trump went from talking about autism, I think it was back in 2014, people have seen the famous tweet, to now still promoting the vaccines. And when it comes to RFK, that to me was, I was never going to vote for the guy, but I was at least thankful there was somebody, okay, he's being independent. That's cool to see somebody doing. In my view, he should have ran all the way to the end, regardless of whether he would have lost or people say he would have taken votes away from Trump. It doesn't matter. If you actually stand on principles and values, take that shit all the way to the end and run it as far as you can, and not give in to the two-party system that you spent the last year telling people that you were trying to fight. Like that to me has been the biggest thing for me. And then not only that, but literally giving into the two-party system with the person that brought us Operation Warp Speed, which appointed big pharma execs, as you know, and is a military operation, and brought us the COVID shots and all those things. And even Nicole Shanahan said right before they did endorse Trump that they weren't going to do that unless Trump said something or, rescinded his statements on supporting the shots and Operation Warp Speed. That never happened, but they still went forward with supporting him. And literally in the last week, Trump's doing some campaign thing at McDonald's. Like, I don't know, that doesn't scream Maha to me like this. And even I saw, yeah, and I saw RFK he made a tweet after that saying like, well, we can fix McDonald this way by getting rid of the seed oils. Sort of, it felt like he was having to kind of play a little bit because exactly, give cover to what Trump was doing. And so I just look at those things, and ultimately, to me, it doesn't matter anymore. RFK is not running right; he's embraced Trump. But I hear what you're saying, like with the hope and the optimism and that. To me, that was all shattered. And I think a lot of RFK supporters, not just me, I mean, I was never going to support the guy, but people who were going to support him, who gave money to him, more importantly, and who campaigned for him, and then saw him go towards Trump, somebody who he had been rightfully calling out, I think were very disappointed. And then we could also point to the fact that both RFK and Trump are funded by billionaire Timothy Mellon, who comes from the Mellon family, Andrew Mellon, back in the Robert Barron days, the Carnegies, the Rockefellers. I mean, these are sort of some of that they're less known than a lot of families that people pay attention to, but they have been part of that same ruling class behind the scenes. And Mellon was giving money to RFK and then also giving money to Trump at the same time. Some people think, as I'm sure you know, that this was a ploy the whole time to just kind of build up the movement and then send it over to Trump. I think that's a reasonable question to ask. I don't know the answers, obviously, but yeah. And so, I mean, unless you want to say anything else on RFK, maybe we'll move forward.
Quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
You've briefly touched on sort of, I think, what is the crux tipping point of our disagreement about methodology here for us as voters, which is, I believe, I'm going to recharacterize what you said, and I want you to tell me whether or not you agree with my characterization, is that I'm trying to say that politics is messy and this is complicated. And in power games, you often have to make compromise. You have to sacrifice this piece to get your queen in position for that kill shot. You have to do things that, like, inevitably, my belief is that if we want to make real change, we have to play the game to a certain degree on the playing field that's in front of us. Otherwise, we stand to just be pushed around like pawns the rest of our lives. And I believe that your perspective, which is obviously hardened by a lot more time, on the pavement here, is that doesn't work, and that trying to play within the system is a broken methodology, and there's a better way that is outside of the system and does not include endorsing the two-party political system. And so what you were saying about RFK here, about how like he really gave up on his, he should have pushed his campaign as far as he could have all the way. And my argument to that is that I think he is pushing his campaign as far as he can all the way by sacrificing a great deal of ego and respect in order to get himself as close to a position of power to make as many differences as he can. Is that a fair characterization of what your sort of stance is here and the difference between our stances?
Yeah, and I think, I mean, we're gonna continue the discussion, but if we were to end right now, that would be the crux, I think, of what we're ultimately disagreeing on strategy and approach, and yeah. So I'll let you continue, but that is accurate.
Cool. I mean, that sort of is where I wanted to just highlight right now while we're on the RFK thing, because I purposefully, after RFK endorsed Trump, that's when I purposely tried to get close to as many people high up in the RFK camp as I could to assess in private conversations whether or not they felt as though the assessment of Trump being genuine about his desire to appoint RFK and what Trump is saying behind closed doors about what he's, apparently going to do. I was trying to get their assessment of whether they believe that or not, and whether that's just a talking point on the TV that is, whispered differently about at private dinners. And I mean, obviously I can be fooled, and obviously people aren't telling me all their secrets, but I did receive a fair bit of data that kind of helped me to feel more confident that at least the RFK camp is comfortable that they're getting, a real deal, not necessarily a raw deal. It's more complicated. Politics is super messy, but that helped me to sort of feel comfortable in saying, like, at least we're all trying to do what we do, because inevitably we're playing on the stage of billionaires. We're playing on the stage of the largest and most powerful empires the world has ever known. And so a good example is all this funding that's happening is like, we can't control the fact that billionaires fund these people. We can't control the fact that they fund both sides. And inevitably in the current political system, if you're not going to be taking money and getting, billions of dollars for your campaign, you're not going to make it to the presidency, and we're not going to see you on the ticket, and we're not going to ever see you in the office. And so we don't really have the power to stop the big money from flowing into their pockets. The only power we have in a presidential race, we have other powers outside of it for sure, but the only power that I personally see inside of the presidential race is finding the candidate that is sort of their least favorite, finding the candidate that is the most independent or the most prepared to do something for us, and we can put that piece in play while also activating all of the other power pieces that us as regular citizens can activate, which I think are far more important, and we should not lose sight of them.
So, okay, a couple of things. Thanks for saying that, man. But let's just, again, take a moment. Think about how sad of a state of affairs that is. Vote for the person that is the least worst. I mean, that's basically where we're at. And I know that that's not your fault. That's not my fault. That's what we're born into. It's where things have been long before either of us came around. People have just finally realized it. But just really, I think you're correct that my view is that we shouldn't use the electoral system, the political system. I say this as somebody who ran for mayor of Houston 2 times, 2023 and 2019, on the local level, trying to spread a message. I mean, but that was my goal. Is I got on TV, got on radio, got on newspapers to talk about the ideas we care about. But I think it's absolutely clear, and the evidence shows that the presidential elections are controlled to this degree, whether we're talking about a real basic level of billionaire funding, oligarchy, et cetera, then getting into deeper levels of, okay, well, they're all Zionists, and then getting to the fact that, wait, steering committee members of the Bilderberg Group are funding both sides of this thing and are choosing their favorite candidate. I mean, to me, I wouldn't be the person to say that's where we should put all our energy. And I'm glad you acknowledge that there are other tools we have and that those are more important. We'll get to this later in the conversation. Everyone out there I see the comments, okay, well, if not Trump, then who, or what should we do? I have some ideas on that. We can get into that later, but I do think that that's where more of our energy could go into. Ultimately, it just feels like the more energy we drive into trying to find the least worst candidate, we're feeding our time, money, energy into that system. And I also think, because I do believe this is a spiritual battle we're facing as well, that energetically, spiritually, we're consenting to their system. Now, just one other point on that, before we get a little more into the specifics on Trump, I started to wake up in 2009. And at that time, some people may have heard of a man named Ron Paul, just ran for his first presidential run. He was considering another one. I never became part of Ron Paul's campaign, and he didn't make it all the way to actually being on the ballot, but I was keeping an eye on it and kind of watching with curiosity. And anytime people who were voters asked, I said, hey, well, there's a guy here who's anti-war, talking about the Federal Reserve, talking about 9/11, eventually, all these sort of things that were really crucial to my awakening. And he chose not to, when it came down to it, even though it was clear Ron Paul wasn't going to win the nomination, which, by the way, because the Republican Party screwed him the same way the DNC screwed Bernie Sanders, they changed the rules at the last minute to keep Ron Paul's delegates from being able to come in and try some real grassroots ground game. Once they did that and they handed over to Romney, they offered Ron Paul a speech at the RNC if he would endorse Romney. And he chose not to. In fact, I was there in Florida, in Tampa Bay, and right next to the RNC was an entire different festival called Paul Fest that was just dedicated to Ron Paul. And he chose to say, you know what, I'm not speaking at the RNC. I'm not going to acquiesce and endorse something that doesn't, line with my values. I'm going to go to my people. And that, from his 2008 and 2012 campaign, sparked a major movement. I mean, some people call it the liberty movement, the freedom movement, the voluntarist movement. And I don't mean liberty in terms of the Libertarian Party. That's a totally separate thing. But I've been in and around this movement since that time and seen people who actually do care about principles, care about values. And we can look at Ron Paul from 30 years ago, same message. His message hasn't changed. He stayed consistent. And so I'm just want to say that there are examples of people, and I would say Thomas Massey now, who have been around and who chose not to play that game. Sure, he didn't become president, but he sparked a massive movement of millions of people around the world, not just in America, but people in other countries who have taken the principles of voluntarism and non-aggression principle and non-aggression in terms of anti-war and all these different things. And then Donald Trump came along and sort of tried to siphon, and I think to some degree did successfully siphon that energy away from that. I've seen a lot of former libertarians who I knew, who I kind of grew up activists with, who were against Bush, against Obama. And because Donald Trump said something about the Federal Reserve here, or he said, oh, we need to find out more about the 28 pages in 9/11, and just in my mind sort of threw a bone to each of these different areas. Now it's going to the Bitcoin conference. It's we're going to free Ross. It's different things like that, that when he got into office, of course, he did none of those things. And we could go on and on about that. But my point is, not everybody who does play that game gives into it. In fact, I think Ron Paul, who thankfully is still around, still preaching the same message, still reaching people, he's not president, but perhaps that's better because, as you acknowledge, there are other ways for us to influence culture and influence the world around us. So I just wanted to make that point, that not every politician who goes in there is going to play that game. And for me, that's a big part of it, is that politics are chosen over principles every time. Pragmatism, politics, instead of standing by your principles, even if that means you quote unquote lose, like RFK could have done if he would have continued on and said, you know what, Trump called me, but I'm not going to go ahead and endorse him because of these different reasons that I've been calling out. And I have no interest in Harris. We're probably going to lose, guys, but I'm going to take it as far as I can. He was on the way to being on nearly every single ballot, and they totally destroyed that effort to go, hand it over to Trump. So to me, there's always an opportunity, if you are going to play that game, to stick by your principles, and to, even if that means you quote unquote lose in the election, you will win in other ways, and you can spark a movement that can continue to awaken people. That's what I would have preferred to see from RFK if he was to continue, as opposed to what we're seeing now.
I agree. The last thing I would say before we move on, I think it'll be fun. We'll unpack kind of the history of Trump and what Trump really is here in a second. But the way that I see it is, I agree with you that there's all kinds of other ways that a campaign can go, and there's all kinds of other power bases that we can activate as citizens. But I also think that voting takes like literally 5 minutes. Like, voting is so simple, and people do get consumed by following the presidential campaign and following and arguing and dividing over it. But in a way, what I kind of look at that as is also, we're using that as an opportunity now in our free speech platforms and our information space to use what the various candidates are talking about to steer the national conversation in different directions. And so RFK coming onto the scene and bringing the Maha conversation in, had he not done that, chronic disease would not be a discussion point at all whatsoever in America in this presidential race, or ever so far. And so in a certain way, we have this opportunity to use the presidential race as a way to steer the talking points towards what we care about. And along the way, we have this 5-minute opportunity to exercise our basic right to vote. And it takes no time at all. And it's just like, vote in for whatever power we want, and we're going to wind up with one of them one way or the other. And so I do understand, and I admire people that take the stance of abstaining is a spiritual and sort of a cognitive decision. But I think that in a certain way, it's I don't see, in my perspective, that it cheapens anything else that I'm doing, and I'm using the information space all along the way, and I'm still going to exercise my right to vote as a power tool that is basically, and it takes more than 5 minutes to even open a live stream these days. So it's like, that's so fast to just vote and move the direction one way or the other. And in this election specifically, my personal view of the Kamala space versus the Trump space is that it's so vastly different, the outcomes that we get into, that for me, it's a no-brainer to choose the Trump. Even if Kennedy had run all the way, I was still on the fence of whether I would just go Trump, just because it makes, because of how much better the world is going to be for truth seekers, we believe, it's hard to say, in a Trump presidency versus a CIA Kamala presidency. So I think it's a good segue now to move into the Trump history and who he really is.
Let's get into that. So, and just one other thing just to mention on that, because I know we're going to come back to it. Yeah, I definitely don't advocate that. Well, for what you said, yes, I've heard the same thing. Derek, can I do all the solutions you recommend and go vote? If you feel inclined, then go vote. Like you said, it can take you less than 5 minutes. And my view, though, to be an actually informed voter and not to just assume you actually know Trump or know Kamala Harris, that does take some research. For example, how many Trump supporters have actually read the Republican Party platform under Trump, which calls for censorship against pro-Hamas radicals and things of that sort? I mean, I wrote an article about that recently. I don't think people are actually taking the time. And of course, you could argue, we all know who Trump is at this point. We know who Harris is. But still, generally speaking, I think it does take more than just that 5 minutes of going and pressing a button. And also, the problem with voting is people will just go, okay, straight blue, straight red, I'm just vote for my team, right? Regardless of who those people are. That's a whole nother discussion. But yes, you can go and vote. And I would encourage those who are going to vote to stay tuned, and I'll share some of my ideas on what you can do outside of voting if you feel the need to do so. Personally, though, I do think it's consenting to an immoral system. I also think the elections have been rigged long before people claiming that the 2020 election was rigged. Like, it's been controlled for quite some time. It's hard for me to fathom that somebody gets up to that level without having gotten the tap on the shoulder. But let's go ahead and get it a little bit more into Trump. Thanks everybody who's tuned in here across both of our channels. Really appreciate it. Looks like we've got 25,000 people listening across the platform, so that's pretty cool. So to me, some of the more obvious things that I point to, well, let's start with this one, the claim that you sort of touched on this, that things will be better under Trump. People say things like, well, we've got a free speech platform under Twitter and X and Elon Musk now. First of all, people are still being censored on Twitter. That's something people need to acknowledge. People are still being censored. Shadow banning still exists. It's freedom of reach, not freedom of speech necessarily. We've seen that. Also, I mean, I know that I'm grateful for Twitter for whatever it is and has become in some ways. I think it's become an echo chamber really in the last couple of years, mostly. But also just as a point of fact, I post everything I post on Twitter on every other platform. And rarely does it get taken down. Every now and then, of course, YouTube, they like to do what they do. But just to say that it's not the only place on the internet that we can put this content up. I think there's places like Odyssey, which are much better. Just to make that point, because I hear this often, well, we have this free speech haven now, and that's because of Elon and Trump. Like, I'm still pretty free to post whatever the heck I want on other places on the internet. So I don't think that's, a huge thing to sort of like.
That. I would push back on that a little bit, and we post in different formats and in different places. But the reason why I started as a short form video creator, especially on TikTok, is because of the massive number of users on TikTok and the massive amount of reach you can have on TikTok, especially with young voters, with young people, with the people that are going to be influencing our country for generations. And short form video is by far the most consumed type of media in our world today. And it is the most censored type of media in our world today. And it was very apparent to me very early on that TikTok is extremely controlled on topics like the CIA, Jeffrey Epstein, Kamala Harris, and anything to do with sort of the mainstream Democrat platform. And moving to X, that difference is striking. As in, I have over 1.5 million followers on TikTok, and I don't even post there anymore because I'm one strike away from being banned, and videos can get banned for any reason. Like, it is completely just AI censorship with no oversight. And I do post on Instagram, but it's not monetized. They don't take down videos on Instagram, which is kind of weird as far as I'm aware. I think they do some weird algorithm stuff, but X versus TikTok is a very obvious discrepancy. And then the other platforms, there's a lot of like nuance about which platforms are controlled in what ways. And X is certainly not perfect. There are people, especially, in my perspective, it's the Zionist posts that are most often, it's posts that are critical of X and Elon, and posts that are critical of Zionism and Israel that seem to be getting the most heat on X. And I haven't quite gotten to the bottom of what triggers that and how it works, because I have not personally experienced it yet. So.
Well, it could have something to do with Elon going to do an apology tour in Israel. I don't know, but I hear you though. I'm not claiming there's no censorship at all. I got a video from like 4 years ago, just taken down off YouTube a week ago. But my point is that generally speaking, it's not like Twitter is literally the only place on the internet that exists where we can still post content. And that's what I hear from people often saying is like, we've got a free speech platform and we never had that before. And again, there are more decentralized platforms that exist out there. But so let's talk about the first point that I have in my mind here is this idea that Donald Trump is a peace president. And I think this is one that you brought up maybe in our conversation on Twitter or elsewhere, that Donald Trump is a peace president, or at least he's an anti-war president, or maybe even, because again, the title's lesser of two evils. So some people are willing to hear the criticisms I give, but they'll still say, yes, but Kamala will be worse, which how do we know that? We don't know. We can sort of guess, right? But there's no way to actually measure that. So I think that's sort of, pointless to say, but we can look at what Trump has done. We can look at what he did in his first term. We can look at who he's supporting. I would point to a few things to push back on this idea that he's a peace president. He dropped more drone bombs than Obama. A lot of people don't actually realize that. And one of the reasons most people don't know that is because Trump also issued an executive order, which ended the counting of drone bombs and ended the requirement where presidents have to actually release numbers of those statistics. So it's pretty much become impossible post-Trump for us to know how much bombs Biden's dropping, for example, how much his administration is doing. And it would be impossible going forward if it was a Harris administration or a Trump administration again. One of those drone bombs that Trump dropped, that he ordered, killed an American girl, which was the daughter of Anwar al-Awlaki, who was an American citizen who was suspected of being an al-Qaeda terrorist. Some people believe he was a CIA double operative. He was killed along with his son during the Obama administration. Then in 2017, Trump orders another drone assassination, and that killed his daughter. And again, these are not things I think we should just brush past and say, okay, well, she was a daughter of a terrorist. It's no big deal. We could also look at the assassination of Soleimani, which, again, some people might take the excuse, he's a bad guy. Trump took out a bad guy from Iran. But if anybody out there who claims to care about the Constitution is conservative, Republican, whatever, if you want to set a precedent that the American government, the military should just have the ability to assassinate people anywhere in the world, which is what they already believe, I think that's a pretty dangerous precedent. It's very much not aligned with the Constitution. We also saw how that goes with Julian Assange, their pursuit of him, who he wasn't even an American citizen, and going after him. We saw that Pompeo and others in the CIA discussed trying to assassinate Assange. That's under Trump's administration. And literally just in the last couple of days, Trump's on Rogan saying that Pompeo is a good guy. We already mentioned the Zionist support of behind Trump. Trump is running campaign ads right now saying that they're going to bomb Iran for Israel. JD Vance is saying we're going to hit him hard. I just don't really see where this idea that he's a peace president is going to come from. And of course, people will say, well, he's going to end the war in Ukraine. He's going to bring that to a halt. Maybe. I mean, again, it remains to be seen. But even if that is the case, let's imagine best case scenario, he does do that. But if he goes forward with the promises of bombing Iran, which, by the way, these have been plans that have been discussed by the Brookings Institution and the Atlantic Council for almost a decade now. And it pretty much seems like these plans are now being moved into action. If Trump were to bomb Iran for Israel, Iran is not just some solo country with no allies nobody's going to come to their side. You might get pretty close to a World War III situation that people are constantly afraid of, even if it didn't come from Ukraine and Russia. I think we could expect to see some of those allies that we're constantly told are part of this axis of evil come to Iran's support if the U.S. were to intervene, or if Israel continues to their bombing campaign that they've pretty much already started here. So there's those. I mean, I could go on to a few more, but I think that kind of outlines my major criticisms in terms of this talk of him being a peace president, or that with him, we will avert war. And if we get Harris, it's automatically guaranteed that we're going to war, which maybe, probably, I mean, I'm not here to defend Harris in any means at all, but we can also look to Trump's record and see, and look at not just his previous record, but what he's actually currently saying. Even with Israel, he said, you got to get it done fast. Finish the job. And let's take that apart. What does finish the job mean? It means continue to kill and bomb people, innocent civilians or otherwise, because Israel makes no distinction. Trump just says, just finish the job, right? And I don't know. I just don't think these... Yeah, exactly. Finish the genocide. I don't think these are things that we should just breeze past. So, what are your thoughts on that? Like, does he actually qualify as an anti-war candidate in your mind?
I mean, no, I agree on a lot of these points, and you brought up some really good examples. And I want to not brush over the drone warfare point. I went and grabbed this book that I highly recommend if anyone doesn't know a lot about drone warfare, How Everything Became War and the Military Became Everything, by Rosa Brooks. It's a story from a woman who, I forget her exact background, but she has a pretty strong legal background, and she was in a couple of the different White House kind of coalitions during the Obama years, and she was heavily involved in how drone warfare became more and more ubiquitous until it kind of became this ongoing secret war that no one was really aware of. And she does a really great analysis of the distinction between when are you letting everything become warfare and assassination become the name of the game, and it's dark, and because what you bring up, Derek, about how now under this new executive order, we don't even have reporting on the number of drone strikes that are happening. That is an egregious offense towards the Constitution and what the Constitution says about how America declares war. And I don't think it's an accident that they are slowly erasing the lines between warfare and peace times, because that is how you erode the Constitution's protection against keeping America out of pointless wars. So I agree completely about everything you're saying there about drone strikes and about Trump's. I don't know as much as you about Trump's history of drone strikes, because I was not yet reporting on things during his last presidency. And so I have a ton of catching up to do on Trump's record on that. This is one of my biggest concerns about Trump. And I didn't have this concern nearly as strongly, 5 months ago. 5 months ago, I was just concerned about Trump's support of Zionism and Israel, which is a huge concern on its own. And his rhetoric about Israel has always been atrocious. And I am not a fan. But now, leading in closer and closer to today, he's been more and more vocal about wanting war with Iran, and basically repeating like the clean breaks talking points, all the way back from the days of Richard Pearl and pre 9/11, all the way through up till now of bomb Iran, war with Iran. We need to finish the job and protect Israel. And that leads directly to World War III. So that's actually, in the last month or so, has been this huge red flag for me that I'm really concerned about. And there's a lot of people online, especially like the Q side of people, that will throw out this sort of like, he's playing a game, he's playing chess, he's sort of like, he's projecting strength kind of a perspective, and that's cool. And I hear that, and I do pay attention to those people just to keep a pulse on what every different person's sort of theories are. But I mean, you have to have evidence for theories like that, or else you're going on a lot of blind faith, right? And I do see some evidence that he has snubbed Bibi in the past in ways that are kind of weird relative to his stance on Israel. I've seen, video evidence of him playing some games, but I'm deeply concerned about his stance around the entire issue. And I don't feel like I have any strong evidence that I can trust any plan, although I love to make trust the plan jokes because I think they're hilarious. But I don't see any strong evidence that I can trust the plan because his words overtly are very concerning. So I'm with you on 90% of what you just said. And I do, I try to take a strong dose of what word am I looking for? Humility, I guess, in realizing that I am nowhere near smart enough to unpack, the overt messaging versus the behind the scenes messaging versus the negotiations. There is an argument to be made for you have to project strength in order to prevent war. But the difference between projecting strength to prevent war and projecting strength and getting pulled into war is a very fine line that you don't necessarily even have control over. Even if you are Trump and you really do want to avert war, you might not be able to avert it because you put yourself out there in a way that you can get played and then get called out on your quote unquote bluff. So I'm quite with you on the war point.
Yeah, I appreciate all those points, man. It's definitely, to me, one of the more worrying elements of what's going on, and I know this is not what you're doing, which is why I'm glad we're having this conversation. But you mentioned the QAnon, the trust the plan. Those people are still out there. I've gone down those rabbit holes. I don't come up with anything that's worth following. But there's also people who sort of do what you said there, that he's playing games, he's playing chess, you're just stuck in checkers, all the sort of, memes and comments we've heard. That, sure, in the realm of all possibilities, could that be true? Yes, anything's possible. But we only have the evidence that we have in front of us. We have the relationships someone has. We have the people they're being funded by. We have, in the case of Trump, decisions he made in the first administration. And that's really what I'm basing it on. You mentioned a book there, which I think is, I look forward to checking out. I want to mention another one for anybody who hasn't kind of gone down this road. In the drone world pre-Trump, which led to what Trump continued, because this is, in my view, how these things happen. They pass the baton from one side to the other, right? So, for example, just as one more immediate example, people are familiar with this new DOD directive that's been going around that just came out during the Biden administration, that it does make some changes and says that there could be lethal force used against American citizens. So people are pointing out and saying, look, oh my God, this is Biden. See, this is an example of how Biden's an authoritarian and Trump isn't. But what we actually see in the past is that one administration, one party will implement a policy and perhaps do nothing with it, but it's there, it's on the books. And then the next administration, maybe from a different party, comes in and then they use that or they advance it. We could look to the 2011 National Defense Authorization Act, where Obama allowed codified indefinite detention of American citizens. These things have all been put into place over the last decades, going back to the 90s, and sort of demonizing Americans who care about freedom. So the reality is that all the pieces have been put into place. So if Trump did want to go authoritarian, or Harris, or anybody else, or even somebody we haven't met yet who hasn't even come into the picture yet, all the pieces are there and they could be used. And so I say that to say there's a great book called The Assassination Complex by journalist Jeremy Scahill, who's done some of the best work on the whole drone assassination complex, the drone war. And of course, we should shout out, what is his name? I'm missing his name. Daniel. He's a whistleblower who did the drone papers. He's the one who first really revealed to us. He's the reason we even know so much about the drone program right now. I'm forgetting his name, but he's now out of prison. But he went to prison for a couple of years during the Obama administration for releasing the drone papers, and that is one of the first ways we learned. Daniel Hale, exactly. How that whole program works. And then that led to Trump coming in, Trump going from, like, people used to say Obama was the drone king when he was in office. I think Trump was the drone emperor. He took it to a whole new level. I can send you some links where I'm pulling those stats from when we're done. And then, as I mentioned, issued the executive order, which ensured that we never really would know what's going on after that point. So that is a big part that people often forget. And some of the kind of pushback I'll hear, where people will say, well, at least it's drones and it's not American soldiers, with feet on the ground. So that means it's quote unquote no war. He didn't start any new wars, but he did bomb Syria based on a false flag gas attack. He did assassinate Soleimani on some other country's sovereign territory, and he dropped more drone bombs than Obama. As far as we even know from the records that do exist, that is still war. I mean, it's a huge part of the way that the future of warfare now. It's not all about putting men on the ground anymore. I mean, that's one piece of it, but it's more about AI, drones, facial recognition, these technocratic tools. And in the process of that, as I've already outlined, innocent people do get killed. So I just, I hope anybody hearing that will maybe think more about that next time you say that Donald Trump is a peace president.
We should briefly pause too and point out the fact around this drone warfare topic that when you put that concept together with what you're seeing come out of Elon's companies and robots walking out, onto the stage, cars driving themselves, you're starting to get into a world where warfare is automated by AI. It is targeting anyone who is labeled a terrorist, which is very quickly becoming people like us that are speaking out. And it is being done without oversight. And that is far more scary to me than open warfare with boots on the ground. In the old days, they had to do a false flag attack. They had to trick the entire American public into endorsing a war and getting Congress to vote for it. And today that is no longer the case. They can just send an automated, undefeatable robot to just go and kill anyone they want anywhere around the world. Except obviously they would never do that within the United States ever under any, they would never even think to do.
I'm sure it'll never come home. I'm sure it will never be used here.
It'll never have blowback. So yeah.
And you made some great points that kind of lead us to the next topic I want to get into. First, just to mention, the AI, this is exactly how Israel is running their program. They're using the Lavender program, which, you can go look into Peter Palantir. And that kind of leads me to the next part, like Trump being supported and funded by Peter Thiel, who, of course, co-founder of Palantir, connection to PayPal, steering committee member of the Bilderberg Group, and then also also Elon Musk, who's now openly campaigning for him. And you just sort of touched on this. Elon is people don't really understand that. They just think of Starlink and they think of SpaceX as just he's doing fun things out there. He's trying to get us to Mars. Elon Musk's entire wealth is built off of government subsidies and contracts with the military-industrial complex. And I just put in my new article that's over at the Last American Vagabond, a reminder to people who weren't paying attention post 9/11. I didn't wake up till 2009, so I learned later. But there was a program called Total Information Awareness that was initiated after 9/11. It was the Office of Information Awareness. And at that time, back in 2003, there was enough wherewithal within Americans to realize this sounds pretty crazy. In fact, the logo for the office was literally the pyramid with the all-seeing eye looking over the earth. And they talked about putting satellites around the planet in order to be able to monitor things in real time and be able to track and trace people. And now Elon Musk is doing very similar things with the Starlink satellites, which I know Starlink provides internet for people in places where they wouldn't have. There's the obvious potential positives, which is how these things usually happen. You can point to some good things, but then maybe you don't see the bigger picture of how it's actually funding warfare. Starlink is helping the Ukraine war. So he's contributing to war, no matter which side of that you fall on. And I'm very worried about his sort of stepping into this role as some new hero for the so-called freedom movement when he's promoting chips and brains, or he's promoting transhumanism merging with AI. He's literally saying almost everything that Klaus Schwab is saying, but promising that it'll be for the good of us. And then is literally funded through the military industrial complex, and his tools are helping advance the war machine that we're talking about. And just before I kind of back off Musk and get your opinions, I want to also say that this is one of the reasons why myself and Whitney Webb and Ryan Cristian and a number of other journalists have formed the Independent Media Alliance, for those who've seen that, because we believe that there is, whether through controlled opposition, paid operatives, and I'm not saying that's what you are, or people who just have different opinions, but from our perspective are falling astray and kind of falling to dead ends, that there should be some sort of coordinated, organized pushback from journalists specifically against these narratives that we see as false, that Elon Musk now is the hero, he's here to save us, ignore all the things I just mentioned, he's promoting Trump, he's trolling the libs, he posts funny things on Twitter. I feel like the bar has been set so low now that people are just like, yeah, but Trump is mean to the media, so I want to vote for him, or he's mean to the people that I know are bad, so I'll ignore the rest of the things. Or Elon says he posts funny memes and that's enough. And that allows some people, to just ignore the red flags, as you mentioned, like that do pop up when we get into Donald Trump, we get into Elon Musk, and then of course Peter Thiel. Now, Musk isn't a steering committee member of the Bilderberg Group, but obviously he is a very influential and powerful person. And Peter Thiel, though, is a steering committee member of the Bilderberg Group, and that's another fact that I don't think we can just breeze past. Just like with the genocide going on in Gaza, the Bilderberg Group has been immensely influential behind the scenes. And I know you know this, but for anybody else who's kind of woken up the last couple of years, just a decade ago, the Bilderberg Group was still a secret. They didn't have a public website. They didn't put out a list of topics and a list of people. It was journalists like Jim Tucker back in the day, Alex Jones a little bit in the early days as well, and then others who were literally showing up and finding the locations and going and confronting politicians and documenting, look here, this prime minister was here, this reporter was here, this person from this organization or whatever, that exposed it to the point that they had to talk about it. And then you had Charlie Skelton, the only mainstream journalist at The Guardian, who was reporting on it. He's still the only person who consistently does talk about it. But now the Bilderberg Group has a public face. They've got a website. They'll put their attendees out there, and they put a very generalized list of topics: Russia, AI, Iran, whatever. But that would have never happened if it weren't for the work of activists and journalists exposing them. They are, I don't think they're the top of the pyramid, but they absolutely are representatives of whoever's behind them. And we know Kissinger was deeply involved until his death. And so the fact that you have steering committee members of the Bilderberg Group like Peter Thiel funding Donald Trump, and yes, to be fair, Eric Schmidt, former CEO of Google, funding Harris, and so Alex Karp, also steering committee member of the Bilderberg Group, co-founder of Palantir with Peter Thiel, also funding Harris. It's on both sides. It's, the Zionists and the Bilderberg technocrats are on both sides. So that's another, to me, a big piece of the picture is looking at Peter Thiel's influence. You could also look at how Peter Thiel essentially funded the rise of J.D. Vance. So if they do win and Trump retires, then Vance is next in line, right? And so Peter Thiel, steering committee of the Bilderberg Group, they continue to have that influence even post-Trump. So those are some of my major concerns as far as those two gentlemen, the sort of technocrat aspect of this.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Liberty on the Rocks 2024. Now, I wasn't planning on playing as much of that as we did. It's still very, very much worth your time. And I hope you will take the time to listen to the rest of it. I'm sure you can see by now what I was talking about. Credit, praise goes to both of them for making that an amicable conversation, which is ultimately debate, right? They're coming from different premises, but the point being that they did it in a way that absolutely allows the person to come to their educated, using facts to form an opinion based on the conversation, as opposed to being kind of feeling the drive to side with your ideology. Like, that's the problem with a lot of this conversation. It's not rooted in some people's minds in what you can prove. It's about team sport politics. But it's a great conversation. And I really, the whole thing made me see Ian I've seen him in a positive light for a while because of the interesting dives he's been doing, but it's the same kind of conversation around the political side of it and voting in general. Not that I'm saying that makes me think negatively, but just that's the thing I think, in my opinion, is incorrect, right? And I would love people to see that's what the respect is. Ultimately, him sitting down with Derek Bros and entertaining these and like genuinely at least giving me the impression that he cares and is interested and thinks about it. Like, it's just a rare thing. So huge shout out to Ian Carroll for that, the whole thing, and Derek as well. But it's important that we have those conversations and that we continue to challenge our ideas, think outside the box, entertain other things that may seem outlandish, but do your due diligence, research, follow the facts. And if you can't prove something, then you don't just pick something. You wait, come back to it when something evolves. Now, I wanted to make sure before we end up having to break off, which if I remind you, if you didn't hear it earlier, that this is going to be the final panel is going to only be on the main stream, which if you'd like to access that, there's links down below. Ryan 5 is the access code for getting a little discount if you want to check that out. Otherwise, it'll be able to be seen later. That I wanted to jump over to a couple quick things about a little bit of a different opinion and play some of the things from a conversation with me and Catherine Austin Fitz. But first, I wanted to read something that Derek wrote, in kind of coming from this, not necessarily as a result of that conversation, but a similar line conversation. It's just strange to me how every time I look at something, it shows me I'm not following somebody, even though, right there it pops up. That's just funny. So he writes, one of the biggest problems I see on the internet, and especially in the so-called truth, freedom, liberty, and conspiracy movements, is fracturing of our realities as people move further into echo chambers and silos, which reinforce and confirm their biases. One of the ways I work to combat this for myself, Derek speaking, is to constantly read from mainstream left, center, and right, as well as alternative, in quotes, left, right, and apolitical media sources. That's my point, is what I'd say, talking about, question everything, but consider everything, including independent mainstream media, mainstream alternative media, so you understand what's being stated, but consider all perspectives and that they all may be trying to manipulate you in some way. And he goes on to say, I also read the news wires and court documents. He says, I know this sounds like a lot of work and time, and it is, but it's necessary to gain the fuller perspective on any issue that you're researching. Now, of course, you don't have to do those things. And I would argue that it would be responsible of you to not then go out and frame yourself as being, in the know. Basically, that here's my opinion, but there's more research to be done, right? That would be some opinion that I would respect. Of course, you can do whatever you want, but at the end of the day, I agree, right? This is up to you if you want to, but I would argue this is a necessity for actually understanding these conversations. And I don't know why anybody would want to, stress their point as fact who did not do their due diligence. But that's, as we all know, everywhere today, more than not in the partisanship. Now, it says, however, most people who consider themselves informed, whether normie or awake, in quotes, only listen to podcasts and read articles which they know they will agree with. And I argue a lot of that's even subconscious. Like that's social engineering and the channels and the algorithmic control. That's what's all happening today. So it behooves you to take action to correct that. Seek out and find people who challenge your opinions, which is kind of where I'm going with this next one, which is really not that much of a challenge, but in the context of what we're discussing today, of agorism, voluntarism, anarchism, the idea that Catherine is of the mind, and I respect her more than most people, that there is a way, a path through the political system, at least potentially, to salvage what's going on. And as always, we should consider those opinions and consider, go through the facts, go through the information, decide for yourself what you think is possible, which is why I will never tell you just flat out, if you believe in it, to not do something. I am of the mind that the voting process is broken. But again, if you feel that that's right and you believe in what you're standing by, not copping out or compromising for some other person, then I will respect your choice. And so again, like I said, somebody I respect more than anybody, more, in top echelons of people I respect, is of the mind that there is obvious problems, obvious corruption. I mean, literally to the extent that we're all talking about. However, that there are good people in there that might be able to affect change. And I just think that's an important thing to consider in this conversation, as much as I may have a different opinion. Now, since in fact, some people appear to be afraid of consuming content which offers a different perspective from their own. This is not a recipe for learning and being deeply informed. Instead, people are in their respective bubbles and have particular views repeated over and over, rarely challenging themselves or their opinions, which are often deeply held and impact their relationships. He says, I noticed this when I posted yesterday asking for people to share their concerns about a Harris administration. Asked the same exact question about a Trump administration. Now, if you read his articles, again, both of these, 4 reasons not to vote for Donald Trump, and in the same day, 4 reasons not to vote for Kamala Harris. One of the main points in there, what he puts the link in there for you, is he put this out online and said, hey, what are your biggest concerns, right? What would you say is a reason you wouldn't vote for this person? And of course, the response, as he's going to highlight in this, I remember I've read this before, is that ultimately that people respond as if you're shilling for the other side without even considering that he may just be going, I'm curious what you have to say. And I get, trust me, more than most. And I fall into this trap sometimes myself, while you might kind of feel that, right now, Twitter is just, as much as there is one, if not the one of the best places for real-time information, as long as you consider that half of it or more could be false or lying or whatever else, bots, it still is a good place to get real-time stuff that can slip through the cracks. Point is, we have to consider that this, there are people out there directly trying to manipulate you using these platforms, using this stuff, and so the idea is that people there's a lot of vitriol, a lot of negativity. And so you can fall into the trap of assuming it's more of the same, is my point. But he goes on to say, some people who don't like Harris don't even know her policies and simply repeat right-wing talking points like communism without anything to back it up. Granted, there were some legitimate concerns expressed, but I see the lack of depth in the responses. Interestingly, while I saw some of the same with the Trump responses, the people responding to that question appeared much more informed across all platforms that he posed the question to. So he's talking about people that support Trump arguably being more informed in it when it comes to this point. That's a positive thing. And he says, we also can't ignore that content creators and journalists who monetize their work know that they can feed a certain opinion to a segment of the online audience and generate a nice income. For example, it is profitable to pump out anti-Trump content to a certain crowd, and it's profitable to ignore all of Trump's flaws and tell another crowd that he is the greatest thing ever. Content creator, by the way, it'd be an interesting experiment for somebody to create 2 personas and do that from one person and do both things, and then somehow do like an overview of how both things were succeeding. It just will show you, just like he's saying, that it's not really about believing these things. It's about simply recognizing a profit to be made within ideological traps. But he says content creators often come to fear losing their audience and income if they change their views or stray too far from what their audience has come to expect. Now it says, nevertheless, my point is that we, those who seek to be critical thinkers, ought to remain steadfast in challenging ourselves to read, listen, and watch content that is out of our normal habits from time to time. Otherwise, you run the risk of believing you are informed, but only getting half or less of the picture. I mean, this is exactly what continues to happen. So before I get into that clip from the part of the other show, this is an article he recently wrote as well, October 28th. Election 2024, Zionist technocrats versus Zionist technocrats. It's exactly the kind of one of the points he was making with Ian in the conversation. And he goes over what technocracy is, important to understand, and Elon Musk's direct, familial line to that, the origin point of that. But the idea that on Kamala Harris' side, you've got the Silicon Valley technocrat billionaire aspect, the oligarchs, Eric Schmidt, right? You've got Bill Gates, of course, George Soros, rather specifically Alex Soros, Alex Karp, by the way, who's right down here in a picture right next to Peter Thiel, funding Israel's, or rather helping with Palantir on Israel's genocide. So isn't it interesting that you see Karp on one side and Thiel on the other when they're both, this is the point. Now, of course, they could just have different opinions. That's also possible. But under Donald Trump, and there's more than that, by the way, there's 2 Forbes articles, by the way, that show, they go, here are all Trump's billionaire donors. And the other one says, here's all Kamala's billionaire donors. Well, each of them point at the other and say they're backed by the billionaires. It's sad, the lack of due diligence. Of course, Peter Thiel on Donald Trump's side, which is an alarming reality. Something that Whitney's written about, Derek's written about, the overlapping interest, the funding of Vance. And suddenly becoming a Trump supporter when, the way that was all put together, the Elon Musk overlap, the ties to the Prospera point, the idea of technocracy in general, the Great Reset, all these connections, the World Economic Forum part to Elon Musk's Yacarino, like all these things are incredible standouts that if they were in anybody else's camp, those same people would lose their minds. And rightly so. These are concerns. But Peter Thiel is a huge part of this. Palantir being a concern. Obvious that overlaps with COVID-19 surveillance. We have Palantir in Israel assisting the genocide. Elon Musk, another one of the backers, obviously possibly having a cabinet position. Miriam Adelson, this comes from Sheldon Adelson, who recently passed away. These are just oligarchs from Israel that are openly funding directly Donald Trump's campaign for the interest of their own, and openly saying so. We want the illegal settlement. Well, I don't call them illegal, but more West Bank settlements. That's the point, right? And so the idea becomes that we will fund your campaign. And we want that. It's on the open. It's right out in the front. I'm sorry? What do you mean? Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be right back.
This will be the most important election in the history of our country.
This election is not only the most important of our lives, it is one of the
Okay, so the little miscommunication on the timing. So I'm going to jump over to the panel, ladies and gentlemen. If you'd like to jump over and check that out, the link is down below. I'm going to keep playing this interview for you guys to check out, and may end up just wrapping after that, but I'll be back to say something before the end. So thank you all for tuning in so far. Here's my interview with Catherine Austin Fitts, where we discuss this and entertain these possibilities as well.
important in the life of our nation.
Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense.
A president who leads and listens, who is realistic, practical, and has common sense.
No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might.
That we strengthen, not abdicate, our global leadership.
An economy the likes of which no nation had ever seen. China, we were beating them.
That America, not China, wins the competition for the 21st century.
Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar. We will return law and order to our streets.
After decades in law enforcement, I know the importance of safety and security, especially at our border. Last year, Joe and I brought together Democrats and conservative Republicans to write the strongest border bill in decades.
We want people to come into our country, but they have to come into our country legally.
We can create pathway to citizenship and secure our border.
I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office, or you will be paying a very big price.
I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself.
And now Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon.
I will never hesitate to take whatever action is necessary to defend our forces and our interests against Iran and Iran-backed terrorists.
We gave our military almost $800 billion.
As Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world.
America is on the cusp of a new golden age.
I will make sure that we lead the world into the future.
Just like our ancestors, we must now come together.
It is now our turn to do what generations before us have done.
We will press forward, and together we will win.
We are charting a new way forward. Forward.
Welcome to Last American Vagabond. Joining me today in the studio is Catherine Austin Fitz. I'm honored to have her in studio today to discuss a lot of important things that we've been going back and forth on recently. One of the things that I was really excited to talk to you about today in general is something that you recently discussed around the biometric control structure, or really just as you framed it, Republicans tricking conservatives into the control structure. And this is something my audience has been hearing about just incessantly over the last so many weeks about, and really from a two-part illusion perspective.
Thank you for doing that.
It's important. I mean, really,
right.
and from a two-party illusion perspective, and that's important because it can seem as if it's focusing on one side more than the other, but my opinion is more so about the idea that this is kind of a manipulation around the whole bigger picture, but really important to understand whether left or right that we're seeing, in my opinion, and I want you to touch on your thoughts on this, they're using these different wedge issues to drive them into position. And I saw this during COVID, where, for example, Donald Trump being in position, in my opinion, was easily one of the, it pacified what would have been the most resistant to everything, the constitutional gun owners, and I see it happening yet again.
So go to any major consumer brand and go sit with their marketing department, and what they will tell you is they have a marketing strategy for every niche, right? Thousands of, if you're a soda pop company, you're marketing around the world, you need a niche for 192 countries and different, young and old and black and white, women and men, and so this is no different.
Right.
Mr. Global wants total financial transaction control, and Mr. Global can't get that without a digital ID. The digital ID is the next step to the digital concentration camp snapping into place in your home, in your car, in your community. So we are watching multiple marketing campaigns for digital ID across the political spectrum. So, on the conservative side, the Republicans are saying, oh, we can solve immigration, but we're going to need biometric surveillance and we're going to need a digital ID. And the states are saying, oh, we want you to have a new driver's license, but we need a real ID. And it's even in Tennessee, they're telling you have to get a real ID when you don't to get a driver's license. Don't let them lie to you in your state about that. And we're watching election fraud. We can solve election fraud, but we need a digital ID. Now, I want to point out that we had tight borders and we could run elections before we had digital systems.
Right.
So it's really, I'm always telling, I have some people on our team at Solari who are constantly saying, oh, well, let's get a new app to solve that problem. And I said, I worked on Wall Street. We swung around hundreds of billions of dollars a year with syndicates of hundreds of firms, and all we had were number 2 pencils and landlines. We just kept our word. There was no problem if you just keep your word. So anyway, so we're, now we're seeing from the EU vaccine they're trying vaccine passports. They didn't work the last time, but they're trying them again.
Mhm.
So these are just all marketing schemes to get one thing and one thing only.
It's a good way to frame it.
Right. And now you're watching a lot of people coming out and saying they're against CBDC. The problem is there are many ways to achieve financial transaction control, of
Mhm.
which CBDC is just one.
Right.
You can do it with private cryptos. You can do it with MasterCard and Visa.
Mhm.
You just need to kill all the analog systems, which is why we keep saying keep cash and check going. But
Right.
at any time in your life, you can reject. If you go to get a renewal of your driver's license and they tell you you have to have a real ID, don't believe it. Don't fall
Right.
for it. Insist on getting it without the real ID.
And for those that aren't aware, this is something I recently was talking about in regard to the SAVE Act. I mean, this is really important to understand is that, and this is the first thing we're going to get into. And we have a lot of things we can discuss today around the idea of, as I called it, the Trojan horse for digital ID, right? So it's using the real ID aspect of it and overlapping with ID 2020, which you're well aware of, are
Right.
both digital ID kind of vehicles.
Right.
And
So-
they're using
so
it to
the-
trick conservatives in particular.
Right. So different kinds of IDs that then snap together and you've got the digital ID.
Right. Oh, and so you mentioned the mobile driver's license. I was just making this point. And for those that want to really see why the SAVE Act is not just some unwitting mistake by the Republicans, it uses the real ID compliant identification and then lists off some other options. At the same time, you've got the Biden aspect, or really just the government on the other side of it, pushing forward the mobile driver's license and making it clear that will eventually be your one-stop shop for all of your identification. So once that shifts into place, as you're saying, they snap together and there's no other option other than real ID compliant identification, otherwise digital identification. So do you think that that's something that Republican leadership is aware of?
Yes, of course.
Across the board?
These guys are not stupid.
Right. I agree.
They're not stupid. Although what I will say, I keep running into a remarkable number of people who are remarkably naive about this.
Mhm.
So let me give you an example. I was meeting in another state with a wonderful activist, and he's got a bill to protect against immigration within the state, and he had a provision in it that required e-verify.
Mm.
And I was talking about how much I love Congressman Massey, and he said, well, I do too, but he wouldn't support my bill unless I took out the e-verify, and he's just being ridiculous. And I looked at him and I said, no, he's smart. I would never support your bill if you got it, unless you took e-verify out. Apparently you want to be a slave. And he said, what are you talking about? And I tried to connect the dots for him. And I said, Massey, went to MIT. He understands exactly what this is.
Right.
He gave you a great tip. Get it out of your bill.
Yeah. I mean, so you don't think he was aware of that, which is interesting.
I think this gentleman was a very wonderful, hardworking activist who had no idea.
Mhm.
I mean, I've gone to conferences of freedom groups, and they want us to sign up on QR codes that can track us throughout
constantly.
and I have to say, no,
Right.
I just won't.
I run screaming from those things. Well, so the interesting point that I want to make, though, is that I do agree, and let me know what you think about this, that there is some level, there's a necessity within this to actually, point being is that we should care if there are people, there are illegal immigrants that are voting. I would argue that we should care about that.
Yes.
Because it is a law, and that is there, and obviously we
Yeah, but
should
you
want
don't-
citizens to
you
vote.
don't-
We don't need digital identification to do that.
You don't need digital identification. If you look at what it takes at a county level to run the process clean, I assure you it won't be solved. If you have a governance system and a computer system which are deeply compromised, you're not going to solve it with a digital light. All you're going to do is give them a digital system that'll make them more powerful and compromised.
Exactly. Right. And so this is what's so frustrating about all this is it's always the best manipulations are always using something that we genuinely care about.
Right. But here's why. And here's the way you understand this.
Mhm.
We have a governance problem. Okay. And it starts at the top, and the people at the top want to centralize control into the top. And what is happening is our governance is being deeply compromised, from top to bottom.
Mhm.
The way you solve a governance problem is by fixing the governance. You cannot solve a governance problem with technology. You cannot solve a governance problem with a financial product.
Mhm.
So all these notions, if we just use gold, that'll solve all the problems. Or if we just use, digital ID systems, that will solve. You can't solve technological and financial solutions for a governance problem, always give the governance structure more power. It makes the problem worse.
Yeah, it sounds like not a naivety, that the argument being that they're not doing it on purpose, which I think is obviously not the case. So you're giving them more power. Go ahead.
I have worked at the top of the financial system and the political system in the United States. And I've worked with people who at that time were running the world.
Mm-hmm.
And I assure you, they're not stupid.
Right.
They are not stupid.
Yeah, it's important. I mean, they always, I say this all the time. They would always rather be seen as incompetent than criminal. I mean, it's everywhere you look right now. And
Well, they would always prefer not to be seen. So the people
Yeah,
really running
right.
things are not seen.
Right.
They make it their business not to be seen.
Right. So in regard to the actual the people within the paradigm, how much do you think, and this is just your opinion, I mean, I don't know how we can even tell with how much propaganda there is today, how much of the Republican conversation do you think is aware of this problem? Whether or not they may still lean into the SAVE Act, do you think that, how much do you think of as a concern that this might be a problem, or see the Trojan horse?
When you say Republican conversation, do you mean
conservatives at large? I differentiate it by what I call the team sport politics. That's the Republicans and Democrats that I frankly don't think care about the facts. It's about winning. But then I see conservatives and liberals that still probably vote in those lines, but maybe are more aware of it.
Well, but it breaks out into many different groups. So it's hard to generalize. If you look at anybody who's an experienced congressman, they totally understand.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they understand this is just a theater.
Right.
It's entertainment. We've moved political process out of the power zone into the entertainment zone.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
And
Like
if you
reality
want
TV.
any solution or real change, you've got to move back into the power zone.
What does that mean exactly?
Well, in the power zone, if I decide I don't like something, then I'm going to go down to the county commission, or I'm going to go to the state legislature, or I'm going to go to Congress, and I'm going to work to get it changed in the real actual mechanism that determines how the money gets whacked up and the resources get whacked up and what the laws are. Okay.
As an individual or somebody internal in the system?
So I'm either going to do it as an individual, or I'm going to figure out the groups that are, taking it the right way, and I'm going to work with them and support them. It's, there are many different ways to go about it. It depends on the issue, but there is a mechanism by which power is organized and allocated. And in the legislative process and the administrative process, there is a law and regulation mechanism. And then the real powerful mechanism is the budget.
Okay. Yeah.
So you whack up the credit and you whack up the appropriations, you whack up the taxes.
Mm-hmm.
So when I was in Washington, I had one of the biggest budget jobs because I was overseeing the mortgage markets and the federal credit in the mortgage markets and all of those assets. And I had stopped watching TV from 1984, and I had a decorator insisted you can't work in the government without TV. So she bought me a TV. I had one for a brief period of time, and I would watch the Sunday shows. And I knew, because I was working with the budget, everything that was happening pretty much in the budget in my area, but in related areas in the general budget. And on the, the Sunday shows, here's what's going on in the budget, and here's what the shows are saying. And they're two parallel universes.
Right.
This is the real deal. This is the official narrative. This is entertainment. This is power.
Mm-hmm.
This is where you whack up the actual resources and who gets what. And so, what has happened, I'll never forget realizing this when I watched in the 90s as people who used to have real political impact and choices literally migrated from a world where they had political power and had influence and their vote had influence to a world where their entire desire for choice and impact was satisfied by consumer choices. They were overwhelmed with consumer choices, and politics was slowly migrated to an entertainment space.
Right.
So when you have to decide, do I want to be entertained? And in that entertainment space, do I want to get online and fight and argue with people about, who's going to win the election? Or do I want to jump in and get involved in the nuts and bolts of implementing real change?
See,
we can talk about but I'm interested in real power and real change. And I find the entertainment space stupefying.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting about it is, like, just from my own personal thoughts on that, like I am, as my audience well knows, I'm very jaded about the entire system. As we were kind of talking before, I'm still open to possible change. I want to believe, but I'm very jaded. And so what I'm saying that for is that I feel like as I'm hearing you say that, it's very easy for us to fall in that trap because you
Yeah,
don't
and
want.
don't fall in that trap because it's amazing how much you can get done.
Mhm.
I mean, interestingly enough, the bare bones of the mechanisms in the United States are brilliant and good. We have a great constitution. We
Mhm.
have so many great laws. There are administrative things that make sense and work. There's a lot to the system, the bare bones, the backbone of the system,
I agree.
which can really be, which are good and well designed and could be worked with. Now, the corruption is appalling.
Mhm.
Now, one thing I want to say, because I always say this at the Celery Report, we have a building wealth curriculum. I'm very big on building wealth. And there's 6 pillars to the building wealth curriculum, but the second is navigation tools.
Mhm.
And my key point under navigation tools is there's the official reality, and then there's reality.
Mhm.
The official reality is for the cocktail party, and reality is for the management of your time, your money, and your real risk.
Right.
Okay. Please do not take reality at the cocktail party. That's not a good idea. And please do not take the official narrative as a baseline for managing your money or your time or your resources.
Right.
Because you'll lose all your money and you'll get killed on your time. You'll also get poisoned. So it's very, very important if you're going to navigate our world. You have to understand we are operating in a multiple personality disorder world.
Right.
Where I'll give you I have thousands of Washington stories, but this is a perfect one. Can I use an off-color word?
Absolutely.
Okay. I like to get permission. So I'm having dinner with a congressman and some other people. And he's a really good guy. And we're talking about the real deal and what's really going on the housing corruption,
Mhm.
mortgage fraud.
Mhm.
So, and this is a really good guy and he knows what's going on and we're having a really meaningful conversation. Suddenly the buzzer rings and he has to jump up and vote and it's on tax appropriations. And he turns to me and he says, "Let's face it, honey, I'm only here to protect my shit."
That's incredible.
Well, but that's what you get down to. Now, I'll tell you another story, and this was reflective of what happened when they moved things to the entertainment space, and the corruption really took over. I was in Kit Bond's office, so I was litigating with the Department of Justice over corruption at HUD,
Mhm.
and HUD owed my company a couple $1 million, and they had just tried to renege on a bill, and I was trying to collect my bill. Anyway, so I had a meeting with Kit Bond's chief of staff. He was chair of one of the appropriation committees in the Senate for a large number of agencies, including Treasury and HUD, which vast amounts of money was disappearing from at the
Mhm.
time. So I walked in to talk to his chief of staff, and they said to me, "What do you think is going on at HUD?" And I was trying to be discreet, and I said, "I don't know. What do you think's going on at HUD?" And they said, "HUD is being run as a criminal enterprise."
Wow.
And I said, "I don't disagree." And the reason that's such an amazing comment or conversation is HUD is controlled by the Department of Justice,
Right.
the Department of Defense, the Department of Treasury, and the New York Fed member banks. So if they're running it as a criminal enterprise, it's their control and decision.
Yeah.
Anyway, just as we're finishing that conversation, the senator who I know walks in. And at the time, we had a very cordial relationship. And he's holding this huge plastic cup designed to float in a swimming pool
Mhm.
with a gigantic straw with a big plastic flower coming out of it. And he said, "I need kind of a gift for my fundraiser out in St. Louis next week." He said, "What do you think of this?" We were coming into summer.
Mhm.
And I looked at him, I said, "Senator, Americans want to believe that their Senate and their senator is much more distinguished than this. So I would not do this." And he just looked at me and his eyes just said, "They have no idea."
Mm.
He walked
Man,
off.
I mean, it's terrifying to think about how it's just the open conversation behind the curtain, and so what that ultimately drives is the reality that you either recognize that you play the game or you're not part of it. Like, I think that people have just on a quick side question, what's the likelihood that somebody can even make positive change from within the system that is that like openly dishonest? 'Cause I'm with you on the sense that we should lean into that
What is
possibility.
remarkable, I see amazing people make extraordinary differences
Mm-hmm.
when you would think it's hopeless. So I just spent yesterday with Senator Nicely.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at the difference that man has made, and it's funny because I've been in the legislature with him and it always looks impossible. The friction is off the charts. It looks hopeless, and then it works.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at what he's accomplished over the last 10, 15 years, it's unbelievable. Just he and Janice Bowling, Senator Bowling, Representative Bud Halsey, you got a small cohort of people fighting for freedom. And it's a very messy, high friction process, but it's amazing. If you see what Congressman Massey has accomplished, it's unbelievable. And if they hadn't gotten, if they had kept McCarthy instead of putting in that ding dong Johnson, he would have gotten a lot more done.
Well, why do you, I guess the question one probably comes to mind is, why is it allowed? Like, how are they allowed to push back against a criminal enterprise from within? Like, are they threatened? Is any kind of pressure there? Like, you'd think if it was a criminal enterprise, which I completely agree with, that there'd be more than just disagreement that they're trying to stop the criminal enterprise. Like, what do you think on that? Like, is there more pushback than we see?
So the pushback is extraordinary, which is why there are not a lot more people in there.
Right.
So there is plenty of pushback. But here's the thing. If you look at how freedom works, it really, there is on this planet at the base extraordinary spiritual warfare, and you got to win.
Right.
You got to win, and you can't say, "Oh well, it's too difficult. I quit."
Exactly.
Because then you're overrun.
Right.
And if you look at the people who have been in the mechanism fighting, what they have stopped, it's just miraculous what they have stopped.
So they're the ones holding back the flood, essentially, is what you're saying.
They are the guardian at the gates. They are standing in the breach. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And all I can say is, it would be a lot worse if they weren't there, and it could get a lot worse. But I don't think, I'm one of those people who believe I'll never forget. It was when I was still dating a man who became my second husband. I was sitting in New York and he was a partner in a law firm. And I was talking to him about what it took to become a partner, because I was at Dillon Reed and wanted to become a partner, which I did. And I said, "How do you become a partner?" He said, "Unrelenting, unceasing, unremitting pressure." And, I think if the people centralizing power have done anything, that the thing they've done that has been the most right and the most successful from their point of view is neurological weaponry, propaganda, disinformation, all of everything from propaganda to entrainment technology and subliminal programming. When it comes to the mind manipulation and control, it's one of the reasons they're so confident in their hybrid warfare, because it's been so wildly successful. But they are getting people all over the world, and certainly all across the United States, to choose to act against their own self-interest.
Yes. So let's talk about that, because this is something that I think we've all been talking about this to agree for a while. Like, people in our circles, I guess, are the ones that see through more two-party illusion, I would argue. But something has clearly shifted in the recent, over the last year or so or more. Like, we all seem, a lot of people are highlighting some different level of kind of political fervor. So talking about, like, you mentioned that, like, the neuroscience kind of side of that, but also just the general propaganda, social engineering. So I keep seeing this happening. Like, we can go into the RFK, Trump, kind of Musk, Bitcoin, kind of that whole overlap. We talk about that, but point out for me where you think this gets into something deeper than just propaganda as we go through this stuff, because the neuroscience aspect of this is not a new conversation. And I really worry about whether there's more going on around the technological side of it, that it's just...
Absolutely.
Well, give me your thoughts on that, more than just propaganda.
Well, so if you go to Solari and you put in the words mind control, you'll bring up, we have something called mind control collections with the best information on literally electromagnetic manipulation of your mind, your thoughts, your body. I'm talking about using entrainment technology and subliminal programming to trick you and brainwash you.
So you're talking about like a screen or like direct energy?
I'm talking about something that comes through a microphone.
Okay.
It can come through the Wi-Fi in an auditorium. It can come through your computer. And I've dealt with it. So I had professional training in understanding what it was and how it worked. I didn't understand it as a scientist, but just as a layperson. And I have had experiences dealing with it in a variety of formats. And I have the original Salir report I did on entrainment technology, subliminal programming, and financial fraud. I did that in 2000. It was 2010, I think. And I tell the story of having it used on me in a conference. Had it used on me on radio shows too.
How did you know?
I'll
Okay, go
explain
ahead.
in just a second. But anyway, the reason I did that show, I called up the scientist who had originally briefed me in 2004 about the technology, how it worked. And then that helped me understand different experiences I had with it between 2004 and when we did the interview. What happened to me was I was an investment advisor. So I started an investment advisory firm in 2007. I don't do that anymore. We converted to doing an investment screen. So that company just does an investment screen. But I was encountering situations where entrainment technology and subliminal program was being used to market investments to my clients.
Wow.
And I would get a client who had been approached for, it was usually a precious metals deal or a private placement. And oftentimes it was coordinated with GPS data for marketing. So my guess is they were probably working with some of the intelligence agencies. That's a guess. But what I found was I would have a very careful, conservative, intelligent client who was very knowledgeable and sophisticated, and they could go into the precious metals, go to any precious metals dealer and buy silver at 2 to 3% over spot price. And yet they'd been marketed to on the phone, and they wanted to buy a different silver product for 24% over spot. And normally my attitude as an investment advisor, it's your money, you should do whatever you want.
Right.
But I would find myself literally screaming at people, you can't spend 24% more than the market price when you can buy it for 3% over the market price. Are you out of your mind? I mean, take that 21% and just give it to a worthy cause. Don't just give it to a fraudster for no reason. You get nothing. I mean, I would just go crazy. And I realized, oh, they're marketing, and they used to, there's a whole categories. It was both precious metals was one category, but there was another category of, I call them goody two shoes investments. It's solar, it's renewable energy, it's helping people. And then if you look at I would tell clients, there's 100% chance you're going to lose your money on that. You cannot do this.
Right.
But I would find screaming, they were so emotionally attached.
Right.
And that's when I realized, oh, they're using entrainment.
And so this is from like a corporate level, right? So which is interesting to me. So that means I can almost guarantee it's being used in much more nefarious, high level ways if you have companies using this.
So let me be a bad guy. I think that the two ways they really hook men is they overlay pornography with that kind of entrainment. And you have no idea what they're brainwashing you into. They use it with video games. That's how they get kids.
Right.
How do you get a kid to agree to be a patsy for a shooting?
Right.
Okay, that's how you do it.
Man.
I think they use it on sports. So somebody used to say the ads at the Super Bowl were the #1 programming event of men in America.
Good thing I don't watch those anymore.
Anyway, but you have all these, and this is how you sell big consumer products. This is cybersecurity. We just did a great interview with Bob Sullivan on the Mexican cartels are moving into very sophisticated cybercrime. I think from Bob's description that they're using entrainment subliminal programming. And I've had it used on me, as I said, on a radio show or in a conference, and it's unbelievable. So I tell the story in our the Salir report on entrainment technology, subliminal programming, and financial fraud. I tell about it being used on me in an investment conference, and on the whole audience. I mean, it was the whole audience, and it was funny. I walked into the room. I was late because I was talking to a client, and I opened the ballroom door rooms, and I got hit by this wave, and I thought, oh my God, they're using entrainment in an investment conference. And I've been convinced that that's how they were doing the Enron analyst meetings.
Okay.
From the descriptions, I was convinced they were using entrainment, but I hadn't experienced it in an investment, situation. Anyway, I describe it, and if you're interested, I would recommend you listen to that.
Yeah.
The whole mind control collection is very, very good. And if you go through all the materials of at least legitimate sources that I think are useful, this is a serious problem. There's a new book by David Hughes that we just reviewed. We just did an interview with David Hughes, and you should have David Hughes on the Last American Vagabond. We're doing a seminar with him on September 21st online called Omnivore. And he's going to be writing the third quarter wrap up for Solari called Omnivore.
Good.
And he integrates neurological weaponry and psychological operations.
Man, this is the stuff of my nightmares. I've been talking about this for a lot. I mean, even getting into like the overlap with like that you've talked about, like smart dust, nanotechnology side of this. So what you're talking about here, let's overlap this with the conversation, is a level of not just programming propaganda, but like electronically, I guess, if that's the right word, manipulating people to act against their own interests.
So think of it this way. So we have a wonderful Solari report called Control and Freedom Happen One Person at a Time.
Say it again.
Control and freedom happen one person at a time. We also have a series called Deep State Tactics 101. And I go through all the tactics I've dealt with or studied because, if you litigate with the Department of Justice for 11 years, you get an incredible training program at Deep State Tactics.
Yeah.
So I know a lot. Anyway, if you listen to Control and Freedom Happen One Person at a Time, what we describe, there are three primary lines of control. So they're clusters of techniques. The first is surveillance, and surveillance includes all the digital systems, including the entrainment, subliminal programming, all the neurological weaponry. So that's one whole line of me tracking you, watching you, and having an information advantage because I've got you in front of a one-way mirror. I can see you, you can't see me.
Right.
I've got all your data. You don't have any of mine. So that's one set of guideposts. The second is financial. The characteristics, nuts and bolts. You behave, you get a check. You don't behave, you don't, so there's a whole world that is very, very powerful. Then the third is covert operations. And covert operations are, if you can't herd somebody with the first two techniques, that's how people get assassinated, run off. If you look at all the physical harassment I dealt with, that was the covert operations. Okay. So the three you have to understand are organized to work on a person one by one. With AI and software, I can have databases and programs. So you have a unique program for you, and I have a unique program for me. And you're trying to optimize and manipulate everybody accordingly. And you can do it all with AI and software. So it's literally every one of us has 24/7 Stasi teams on us. They're just AI and software.
Right.
And luckily, they don't have the system perfected yet.
Yeah. And see, this is exactly what I think Twitter and a lot of these overlapping things are doing right now. It's like machine learning.
They're honeypots and they're learning. If you look at those three lines of control, one of the most powerful lines of control is social approval.
Okay.
And I remember one of the hardest things for me when I decided to leave the establishment and fight was you are literally treated like an outcast. And you have to be prepared to operate in the wilderness for years and years and years. And it's really funny because I remember I literally one day I have a Rolodex of the 5,000 most powerful people in the country. And if I call one of them, they'll take my call and everything will be very cordial. And the next day, not one would return my phone call. Just,
That's interesting.
Right. That's how it works.
Yeah, just boxed out from the power structure.
Right.
Well, so this getting into the overlapping of the current problem with the two-party illusion discussion. So obviously, I think would you say that is something that's being used right now? Because I see people that are acting again, and you've talked about this. You've made podcasts acting as their interest politically right now.
There are real incremental differences between the two parties, and let me explain the biggest one. There is a huge, the entire global economy runs off and feeds off of the federal credit, both taxes, appropriations, borrowings, and credit. So there's a massive money pot that runs the global economy in what, and it's allocated between New York, Washington, and the Bohemian Grove in San Francisco.
Yeah.
And so that is a huge honeypot.
Mm-hmm.
The group that controls that honeypot controls a whole pot of pork related to that honeypot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if the party, so if the Democrats win, they control the pork.
Okay. I see
If
what
the
you're saying.
Republicans win, they control the pork.
Okay.
Now, what I will tell you is talking to, if I talk to legislators around the country who are sincere and real freedom fighters,
Mm-hmm.
they want the Republican Party to win because then the Republican Party will control the pork.
Mm-hmm.
And if they need a waiver, if they need a letter, if they, whatever they need to get their issues taken care of, then they can. If
Mhm.
it's the Democrats, they're frozen.
And that's because they're on the Republican side of the conversation?
Right.
Okay. And vice versa of the other.
Most of the freedom fighters are on the Republican side of the conversation right now.
Okay.
Hopefully that will change. And I think it is changing.
Mhm.
Although a lot of the Democrats are becoming independents.
Right. Yeah. We can
Right.
get into that. Yeah.
Right. So who gets the pork is very real
Mhm.
incrementally, not in terms of the big picture, but and so think of this as a process where whoever is in there is helping to centralize control by getting the digital ID.
Right.
Right. But the guy who wins then controls the pork.
Right.
So the policy doesn't change, but who gets the pork changes.
Well, and so essentially the point is that, so you said most freedom fighters on the Republican side, and I would argue from the beginning point, this is why this is being, I would argue, primarily aimed at the Republican side of the conversation they would be the most resistant to these next steps. Is that kind of what you're saying? Is that so
Right.
they're kind of focusing on that side of it?
Right. Now, there are incremental policy difference.
Mhm.
So in 2016, when Trump came in, he canceled the WHO.
Mm-hmm.
Now he kept funding and, so it's not
Through Gavi
100%,
and
right.
yeah. Mhm.
And, but he canceled our participation in the Paris Agreement. A very big thing to me was, he returned Christmas to a holiday.
Mhm. Right.
There was a huge effort to destroy Christmas before that. So there were incremental differences.
Can I say something really quickly on that point? Do you ever wonder whether that is sort of like a manufactured problem, like where they do that to make it feel like Trump's the right guy in that
Right,
situation?
because here's the thing: you're always trying to get buy-in with things that don't cost you anything,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and that's why you get into all the social issues, because then you can, if I can whack up the budget with my friends without the general population being involved, and I can satisfy them with social issues, there you
Right.
go.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Because it's not really, yeah, exactly. You made that.
Right.
So I think that's the problem, is that we tend to fall for that because it's something that we, people care, like you said, we care about those things, whether it's from a religious perspective or just because of freedom perspective, but it doesn't actually change anything in regard to our day-to-day
So
freedoms.
here's our problem with the general population. One is we are compromised by what I call the red button problem.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, for decades, we have been the beneficiary of a global system that delivers subsidy to the guy who controls the reserve currency. And we have made it clear as a body politic, we want the check. And we expect the leadership to go off and do the ugly, horrible things it takes to get cheap resources and cheap labor around the world and shelter us from it.
Okay.
So I want my check. I'm a good Christian.
Hmm.
We're going to Iraq not to get the oil and, kill 1 million people and take their oil. We're going to Iraq to improve women's rights.
Yeah.
So I get a story of I am good.
Right.
Right. And what the politicians will tell you is people want the check. They're not willing to, they don't want the bad guys to stop racketeering if it means their check diminishes.
Yeah. Now, and you would argue, do you think that's the majority of people in the conversation, or is that what they want us to think is the majority, or that they're focusing on? Because I'm a little more hopeful these days.
I think it's a combination of things, but I think one is that a lot of folks have over the years been acclimated into that way of thinking.
Yeah. Yeah. But using the point you just made before, maybe not by their own decision-making process, like being manipulated into that using neuro.
Well, there are multiple strategies in place to get people to behave irresponsibly and to
Mhm.
get people to behave in ways that make them powerless. For example, so I grew up in a world where from the youngest of ages, we were all engaged in conspiracies.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a conspiracy was the fundamental model of how things got done. You know, you get together, you make a plan, you
Right.
keep it secret, and then you implement it. And most of the conspiracies were legal, not all of them, but
Mhm.
you know, but conspiracies were the fundamental building block of acquiring and affecting and implementing power.
Mhm.
And that was good.
Mhm.
You know, if you want to build a civilization, you build it one deal, one project, one transaction at a time.
Yeah, you're really just talking about working alongside others to
Yeah, you're
affect a
talking,
plan. Yeah.
right. You're
Yeah.
talking about cooperating.
Right. Right.
Right. And you know, it was funny. So I worked on Wall Street for years. I loved it. And we would put together huge syndicates. So one day I'm competing with Goldman Sachs and Solomon, and we're almost ready to kill each other. The next day we're in the deal together,
Mhm.
and our success depends on just extraordinarily intimate management of risk together at very high speed under great pressure. You know, and we're like,
Yeah.
you know, in the bunker together. So, you know, and we would compete and cooperate, but we knew how to, you know, whether it was building a conspiracy or building a syndicate, we knew how to do it, and that we prided ourselves on being part of building the future.
Yeah.
That was a wonderful thing.
What's interesting to me, though, is that it clearly from within the power structure, that as opposed to working together like it's always framed, it's like what you're really saying. It's a bunch of
Well,
compartmentalized conspiracies
right.
to get what they want out of it.
When I got booted out of the establishment, I started listening to people talk about they were disparaging conspiracies,
Mhm.
and I realized they were being trained to be powerless.
Right. Right. Or so when you say that, you mean always see it as an insurmountable power structure that you can't have an effect on, and that's but being. So explain that for me in the conspiracy side of it.
Thinking that that people getting together, coming up with a plan to change things or build things or make things,
Mhm.
and keeping it secret was somehow dirty or bad.
Right. It doesn't have to be, but you would understand obviously why Americans or anybody would be suspicious about that with the background of the government.
No,
Why? Because you
because
wouldn't.
almost every great thing that's ever happened in this country came from a conspiracy.
What I mean, though, is I can understand why the average person, with how many examples we have of why the behind the doors colluding doesn't work out for Americans' interest, why you would at least worry that might be the case.
Well, but here's what I always say on Solarius. I used to always end the show with, don't ask if there is a conspiracy. If you're not in one, you need to start one.
Well, this is the point about
I
the
mean, the
word
only
being
thing that-
misrepresented. The conspiracy is in the Christmas song, for crying out loud. It's not an inherently bad conspire by the fire. You know, it's not inherently a bad word. It is when it's done against your interest and illegally.
Well, think of it this way. A hammer can be used to build a house. It can be used to hit somebody over the head.
Right.
You know, the hammer's not bad.
Yeah.
Right?
No, I agree. I
Right.
agree. And see, this is the important part. Well, this brings you to the point.
This is what I'm trying to do. If we're going to get out of entertainment
Mhm.
space and we're going to get into the power space and really changing things,
Right.
you got to get into conspiracies. You got to start them. You got to implement them.
What's funny is I find it hard. I think people will never get on board with that because we've been trained to hear the word conspiracy as a bad thing no matter what. So when you call that, people are going to immediately go like, whoa, I'm concerned about that. But I get
No.
what you're saying is we need to we need to work together to effectively change.
I can't lose my love of conspiracy.
But I get what you're saying. And I think what's important is to see that not everything that's happening in regard to people like right now, we need to be able to work together to push back against the power structure from within, like you're saying, with people like Massey or others. But again, from my perspective, it's a very hard sell for me to believe in any context, even though I know that, like you're saying, it does happen, that I'm immediately on guard in any of these conversations.
But let me tell you something. The future will be built by the people who build it.
Right.
Right. So if you're sitting back and saying, oh, I want nothing to do with building the future, then the other guys will build it.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is not doing nothing, but rather just being like, that's kind of what we were saying before is I will always be open to the possibility that what we're looking at might be a good thing or might be in our interest, but I'm always kind of inherently, and maybe it's to my detriment, jaded about it and concerned that it will be against me. But you see what I'm saying? Like it's sort of like a learned skepticism towards anything that involves power structures. And again, maybe that's wrong to think that way, but I think a lot of people feel that way right now.
You know something? I was trained from the youngest age to manage and exercise power.
Mhm.
And to me, there's nothing more beautiful than excellence in governance.
Right.
When you see excellence in governance, it is a thing of beauty.
This is what I think we're all fighting for. I mean,
Yes.
and you're an example of exactly the point you're making,
Well, if
right?
you're going to have an excellent governance structure and excellent people in leadership positions,
Mhm.
you know, you want people who are trained, and you want a structure that is built to manage and exercise great power.
Mhm.
Now, I believe in massive decentralization.
Right. Well, see, that's the different part right there.
But to decentralize, you need to decentralize into the hands of people who are qualified to manage power
Mhm.
at a local or state level.
Right. And there's always going to be the possibility that anyone along that chain could do something wrong. But the point is, the system is built in a way where it's go ahead.
Right. But this is why the First Amendment is so important,
Mhm.
because what keeps the thing healthy is transparency.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And
Exactly.
so look at The Last American Vagabond. That's what you're about.
Mhm.
You're about making it difficult, to do the dirty thing.
Right.
Because
Exactly.
it's transparency.
Exactly.
And I'll tell you, it's funny. I have a long thing on Solari about the refiner's fire. I don't know if you ever listened to it.
I don't think so. Mm.
Okay, so the refiner's fire, when you go to Washington, implementing the process of, because America is a republic, it's not a democracy, but
Right.
there's a lot done by democratic process.
Mhm.
So when you institute a new policy or regulation in Washington, what you're supposed to do is you design your best shot,
Mhm.
and then you circulate it for comment. You get comments from the various constituents, and then you put it into a draft reg, but then you put it out into a comment period.
Mhm.
And what happens is, it's the most brutal thing you can imagine, because you put it out and suddenly everybody tells you why you're completely ridiculous and stupid. How did you not know this? How did you not know that? I mean, it's just unbelievable. And you sit there, it's like sitting in the town square and taking the mud and tomatoes and everything. But what happens as it goes through
Mhm.
is you learn a huge amount that you didn't realize or know. And when you integrate it all in, because they don't come in and say, oh, well, that's very good, but maybe you ought to do it this way. They're like,
Mhm.
how dare you, so it doesn't come in the most useful way.
Right.
It can be quite cruel. But anyway, but then finally, as all this pours in, you suddenly see a whole new way of taking it up, and it goes to a much higher level of sophistication and complexity and becomes much better. And by the time the process is over, you go from something that could have been stupid and dangerous to something that is really effective and works, because everybody had their say. And not only did they have their say, but they were free to say whatever they had to say without
Mhm.
fear of being attacked or punished.
Right. I mean, and I agree with that in theory, in a situation where we do have radical transparency and all, but I just don't
Right.
think that's where we are right now with
No.
APAC and the influence from lobbying. And I think
Right.
that
No,
that system has a
absolutely. But that's why, if you look at what groups like APAC are doing,
Mhm.
is they are destroying the refiner's fire.
Right. Right.
And that is unbelievably dangerous, and it has ramifications in many different areas far beyond, and that's how you end up with planes dropping out of the sky.
Mhm.
Everybody's keeping their mouth shut, and the next thing you know, the bridges fall down and the planes fall out of the sky.
And see, and this is the problem that a lot of people are coming to terms with right now, is that we're in a position where, I mean, and I'll be the first, I've talked about this a lot over the years. Like, I believe in the Constitution. I believe in our foundational aspects of this country, whether or not the founders entirely believed it at all. It's taken root in what I believe. But we're in a system now where the people in those positions, by and large, are actively selling that out to the highest bidder in a lot of different ways. I mean, whether it's Israel, APAC, and the overlap, or some Bob Mendez just got arrested for taking money from Egypt. There's a lot of these overlapping interests like that. And so how is it from an American, or the average American, supposed to lean into a system where it's so transparently corrupt, like you started with saying? It's a criminal organization.
Right.
So how do we get away from that and back to what you're talking about?
Let's go back to the individual American.
Mhm.
The most important thing that individual American needs to do is to invest their time and their resources wisely.
Yeah.
Okay. So this goes back to having a good map and making sure. And so what's interesting is many of the decisions we make as a consumer can have a dramatic impact on triggering a revolution.
Right.
Okay. So if every American says, something, you're putting fluoride in the water, I'm not drinking that water.
Right.
Or I'm getting a filter that takes it out. or I'm going down to the county commission and making sure we don't spend $400,000 a year on because we need that to feed kids.
Right.
So whichever way you go about it, one, I get the fluoride out of my food. I start buying directly from farmers or from services that buy from farmers, so that I'm making sure the small farmers who make healthy food survive
and grow. Yeah.
Right. So I go through my consumer choices, and by stopping myself from being poisoned. So when I started the litigation, I knew it wasn't safe for me to go to a doctor or hospital or go into the medical system at all. And so I literally had to get an outward bound PhD in healthcare, because I had to either do everything myself or find alternatives or, learn all the old timey recipes, whatever.
Right.
I ended up saving myself from being poisoned because I didn't trust any of the people who were trying to poison us. Right.
It's wild.
Right. So if you look at if I as a consumer do everything I can to be really healthy and to protect myself, whether it's food, water, healthcare, not doing businesses, have a great bank is a big one.
Very important.
On and on and on. I can help trigger a revolution. And if you look at some of the most powerful pushback that's going on around the world, it's consumers saying, you know something? We're not falling for your lies. We're not falling for your phony baloney. We're walking away.
Right. And it's happening all over the place.
It's happening. The pushback, our annual wrap up in at the end of last year was we called it Operation Pushback.
Nice.
Because here's what we discovered. And I didn't know this, Ryan. We have this enormous open source intelligence process where we save headlines and we rack them up in databases which subscribers can use. So it's every day. It's just ongoing. We're racking it up. And then when we get to the end of the quarter of the year, we do an analysis. And then suddenly we see things that we just, whoa, look at what's really happening. And what we realized was the pandemic starts and everybody says, they kind of fall for it. Then within a reasonable period of time, they wake up and say, look, something stinks. Then they realize, oh, this is a scam. Then they realize, okay, we got to do something. If you're a state AG or a state treasurer, oh, we got to do something about it. What are we going to do? And that takes a certain amount of time. But then what happened in 2023 is they said, okay, we're taking action.
Right.
And you have state AGs acting, you have state treasurers acting, you have, Children's Health Defense has 50 lawsuits. I mean, if you look at all the responsible parties who were taking action, it was massive.
Yeah.
And wait do you see, we're just finishing up the document, I'll tell you more about it, of the sort of all the different things the state can do. And in each section, we go through lots of different clusters of what states can do. We have examples of proposed bills and passed bills. The states are rocking.
Nice.
I mean, we have like 26 states now that are, passing things saying we will not comply with the WHO, with WEF, with the UN.
It's fantastic.
Right. And so, I'm not saying it's enough. It's not enough. There's plenty more to be done. But it's suddenly, it took a long time for all that to work its way through until people could start taking action. And if you look at all the action they're taking, it's very significant.
It's promising. And I think that this is, this is why I think we can all agree that this whole thing seems to be almost aggressively being pushed forward. I think the power structure recognizes the momentum, recognizes the kind of dwindling. I think people are just generally waking up from a lot of these manipulations, whether it's the COVID-19 medical freedom aspect, Israel and Gaza, whatever it is. And so this is about trying to rapidly push us into a position where these things maybe won't matter anymore. And
Except for this.
Go ahead.
The effort, and I think this is your new alliance is so exciting. It's one of the reasons it's so exciting. The way of dealing with that huge pushback that's underway is to route people into modified hangouts and dead ends.
Right.
And I have never seen, so after we published Operation Pushback, suddenly we became engulfed with a tsunami of modified hangouts and dead ends, hopium, fear porn,
right?
Unbelievable. And it's overwhelming. And there are days when and it was very interesting. So coming into your announcement about the alliance, because of Senator Nicely's campaign, I had decided I was going to be relatively quiet about the election coming into the Tennessee primary.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just kind of sat back and read and watched, but I found myself constantly, and Whitney Webb was the one, Whitney would come out with something slamming,
Mm-hmm.
whether it was the uniparty issue or, Gaza or you and God, and I would find myself jumping in and just, particularly on social media, going spot on, spot on, spot on. And because in the face of this tsunami, there is a group of people who've had it.
Mhm.
They've had it with, they've had it with fear porn. They've had it with hopium. They've had it with
The two-party illusion.
they've had it with politics in the entertainment space.
Yes, right.
Right. I don't want to be in the entertainment space. I want to be in the power space.
Mm-hmm.
I want to get something real done.
I agree.
And you can't get something real done if you're chasing your tail in hopium or
Right.
right.
And this is the problem with, that, like I was saying earlier, is that, we were clearly, this has been an opinion that we've had for a very long time about the two-party illusion, about, the voting process not necessarily translating to the outcome, but for whatever reason, before this was what triggered the talk of the alliance and putting that out there, that we got an amazing amount of pushback saying that we were somehow black-pilled, or, these are unpassable purity tests and all these different points. And it was so interesting because we're over here talking about other paths and solutions, and even arguing, look, if you still think you want to vote, I would support that. Especially, most importantly, if you're voting for what you actually want and not going, what else am I going to do? I'll go with the lesser party. But so my point has been that you can sense a vulnerability within that power structure, and the way that they're going after anybody that's putting out very logical points about what other paths we might take. And I think that stands out in a really interesting way. And I think you're right. More people are seeing this than ever.
So
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for those that tuned in today. It's been an 8-hour stream. I definitely broke a record even though much of it was on, other aspects, other interviews we've been sharing. We just wrapped up at least the starting point of the panel, and now we're doing audience questions. So ultimately, thank you all for tuned in today. Thank you Thank you to all who took part in the larger event. Please make sure you support everything that's going on, everyone that we've discussed today. If you want to help support TLAV, that as well. Everybody here doing this, they're fighting for you. It's the ultimate point here. We are fighting for your freedom, even if you don't realize that. And I think most of you here recognize that this is all in the interest of the individual. So thank you for being here today. Liberty on the Rocks 2024. Hopefully we'll be doing this again next year. So thank you all for being here. And as always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.